Adventures of Roderick Random. By Tobias Smollett. You are listening on Audio Library YouTube channel. Enjoy the audio. Chapter 1. Of my birth and parentage. I was born in the northern part of this United Kingdom, in the house of my grandfather, a gentleman of considerable fortune and influence, who had on many occasions signalized himself in behalf of his country and was remarkable for his abilities in the law, which he exercised with great success in the station of a judge, particularly against beggars, for whom he had a singular aversion. My father, his youngest son, falling in love with a poor relation, who lived with the old gentleman in quality of a housekeeper, espoused her privately, and I was the first fruit of that marriage. During her pregnancy, a dream discomposed my mother so much that her husband, tired with her importunity, at last consulted a Highland seer, whose favorable interpretation he would have secured beforehand by a bribe, but found him incorruptible. She dreamed she was delivered of a tennis ball, which the devil, who, to her great surprise, acted the part of a midwife, struck so forcibly with a racket that it disappeared in an instant, and she was for some time inconsolable for the loss of her offspring, when, all on a sudden, she beheld it return with equal violence and enter the earth beneath her feet, whence immediately sprang up a goodly tree covered with blossoms, the scent of which operated so strongly on her nerves that she awoke. The attentive sage, after some deliberation, assured my parents that their firstborn would be a great traveler, that he would undergo many dangers and difficulties, and at last return to his native land, where he would flourish in happiness and reputation. How truly this was foretold will appear in the sequel. It was not long before some officious person informed my grandfather of certain familiarities that passed between his son and housekeeper, which alarmed him so much that, a few days after, he told my father it was high time for him to think of settling, and that he had provided a match for him, to which he could in justice have no objections. My father, finding it would be impossible to conceal his situation much longer, frankly owned what he had done and excused himself for not having asked the consent of his father by saying he knew it would have been to no purpose and that, had his inclination been known, my grandfather might have taken such measures as would have effectually put the gratification of it out of his power. He added that no exceptions could be taken to his wife's virtue, birth, beauty, and good sense, and as for fortune, it was beneath his care. The old gentleman, who kept all his passions, except one, in excellent order, heard him to an end with great temper, and then calmly asked how he proposed to maintain himself and spouse. He replied he could be in no danger of wanting while his father's tenderness remained, which he and his wife should always cultivate with the utmost veneration, and he was persuaded his allowance would be suitable to the dignity and circumstances of his family and to the provision already made for his brothers and sisters, who were happily settled under his protection. Your brothers and sisters, said my grandfather, did not think it beneath them to consult me in an affair of such importance as matrimony, neither, I suppose, would you have omitted that piece of duty, had you not some secret fund in reserve, to the comforts of which I leave you, with a desire that you will this night seek out another habitation for yourself and wife, whither, in a short time, I will send you an account of the expense I have been at in your education, with a view of being reimbursed. Sir, you have made the grand tour, you are a polite gentleman, a very pretty gentleman, I wish you a great deal of joy, and am your very humble servant. So saying, he left my father in a situation easily imagined. However, he did not long hesitate, for, being perfectly well acquainted with his father's disposition, he did not doubt that he was glad of this pretense to get rid of him, and his resolves being as invariable as the laws of the Medes and Persians, he knew it would be to no purpose to attempt him by prayers and entreaties, so without any farther application, he betook himself, with his disconsolate bedfellow, to a farmhouse where an old servant of his mother dwelt. There they remained some time in a situation but ill adapted to the elegance of their desires and tenderness of their love, which nevertheless my father chose to endure rather than supplicate an unnatural and inflexible parent. But my mother, foreseeing the inconveniences to which she must have been exposed had she been delivered in this place, and her pregnancy was very far advanced, without communicating her design to her husband, went in disguise to the house of my grandfather, hoping that her tears and condition would move him to compassion and reconcile him to an event which was now irrecoverably past. She found means to deceive the servants and get introduced as an unfortunate lady who wanted to complain of some matrimonial grievances, it being my grandfather's particular province to decide in all cases of scandal. She was accordingly admitted into his presence, where, discovering herself, she fell at his feet and in the most affecting manner implored his forgiveness, at the same time representing the danger that threatened not only her life but that of his own grandchild, which was about to see the light. He told her he was sorry that the indiscretion of her and his son had compelled him to make a vow which put it out of his power to give them any assistance, that he had already imparted his thoughts on that subject to her husband and was surprised that they should disturb his peace with any farther importunity. This said, he retired. The violence of my mother's affliction had such an effect on her constitution that she was immediately seized with the pains of childbed and had not an old maidservant, to whom she was very dear, afforded her pity and assistance. At the hazard of incurring my grandfather's displeasure, she and the innocent fruit of her womb must have fallen miserable victims to his rigor and inhumanity. By the friendship of this poor woman she was carried up to a garret and immediately delivered of a man-child, the story of whose unfortunate birth he himself now relates. My father, being informed of what had happened, flew to the embraces of his darling spouse, and while he loaded his offspring with paternal embraces, could not forbear shedding a flood of tears on beholding the dear partner of his heart, for whose ease he would have sacrificed the treasures of the East, stretched upon a flock bed in a miserable apartment, unable to protect her from the inclemencies of the weather. It is not to be supposed that the old gentleman was ignorant of what passed, though he affected to know nothing of the matter and pretended to be very much surprised when one of his grandchildren, by his eldest son deceased, who lived with him as his heir apparent, acquainted him with the affair. He determined therefore to observe no medium, but immediately, on the third day after her delivery, sent her a peremptory order to be gone and turned off the servant who had preserved her life. This behavior so exasperated my father that he had recourse to the most dreadful imprecations and on his bare knees implored that heaven would renounce him if ever he should forget or forgive the barbarity of his sire. The injuries which this unhappy mother received from her removal in such circumstances and the want of necessaries where she lodged, together with her grief and anxiety of mind, soon threw her into a languishing disorder which put an end to her life. My father, who loved her tenderly, was so affected with her death that he remained 6 weeks deprived of his senses, during which time the people where he lodged carried the infant to the old man, who relented so far on hearing the melancholy story of his daughter-in-law's death and the deplorable condition of his son as to send the child to nurse, and he ordered my father to be carried home to his house, where he soon recovered the use of his reason. Whether this hard-hearted judge felt any remorse for his cruel treatment of his son and daughter, or, which is more probable, was afraid his character would suffer in the neighborhood, he professed great sorrow for his conduct to my father, whose delirium was succeeded by a profound melancholy and reserve. At length he disappeared and, notwithstanding all imaginable inquiry, could not be heard of, a circumstance which confirmed most people in the opinion of his having made away with himself in a fit of despair. How I understood the particulars of my birth will appear in the course of these memoirs. Chapter 2. I grow up am hated by my relations, sent to school neglected by my grandfather, maltreated by my master, seasoned to adversity I form cabals against a pedant, am debarred access to my grandfather, hunted by his heir I demolish the teeth of his tutor. There were not wanting some who suspected my uncles of being concerned in my father's fate, on the supposition that they would all share in the patrimony destined for him, and this conjecture was strengthened by reflecting that in all his calamities they never discovered the least inclination to serve him, but, on the contrary, by all the artifices in their power, fed his resentment and supported his resolution of leaving him to misery and want. But people of judgment treated this insinuation as an idle chimera, because, had my relations been so wicked as to consult their interest by committing such an atrocious crime, the fate of my father would have extended to me too, whose life was another obstacle to their expectation. Meanwhile, I grew apace, and as I strongly resembled my father, who was the darling of the tenants. I wanted nothing which their indigent circumstances could afford. But their favor was a weak resource against the jealous enmity of my cousins, who the more my infancy promised, conceived the more implacable hatred against me. And before I was 6 years of age, had so effectually blockaded my grandfather that I never saw him but by stealth, when I sometimes made up to his chair as he sat to view his laborers in the field. On which occasion he would stroke my head, bid me be a good boy, and promise to take care of me. I was soon after sent to school at a village hard by, of which he had been dictator time out of mind, but as he never paid for my board, nor supplied me with clothes, books, and other necessaries I required, my condition was very ragged and contemptible, and the schoolmaster, who, through fear of my grandfather, taught me gratis, gave himself no concern about the progress I made under his instruction. In spite of all these difficulties and disgraces, I became a good proficient in the Latin tongue, and, as soon as I could write tolerably, pestered my grandfather with letters to such a degree that he sent for my master and chid him severely for bestowing such pains on my education, telling him that, if ever I should be brought to the gallows for forgery, which he had taught me to commit, my blood would lie on his head. The pedant, who dreaded nothing more than the displeasure of his patron, assured his honor that the boy's ability was more owing to his own genius and application than to any instruction or encouragement he received, that, although he could not divest him of the knowledge he had already imbibed, unless he would empower him to disable his fingers, he should endeavor, with God's help, to prevent his future improvement. And, indeed, he punctually performed what he had undertaken, for, on pretense that I had written impertinent letters to my grandfather, he caused a board to be made with 5 holes in it, through which he thrust the fingers and thumb of my right hand, and fastened it by whipcord to my wrist in such a manner as effectually debarred me the use of my pen. But this restraint I was freed from in a few days by an accident which happened in a quarrel between me and another boy who, taking upon him to insult my poverty, I was so incensed at his ungenerous reproach that with one stroke with my machine I cut him to the skull, to the great terror of myself and schoolfellows, who left him bleeding on the ground and ran to inform the master of what had happened. I was so severely punished for this trespass that, were I to live to the age of Methuselah, the impression it made on me would not be effaced, the more than the antipathy and horror I conceived for the merciless tyrant who inflicted it. The contempt which my appearance naturally produced in all who saw me, the continual wants to which I was exposed, and my own haughty disposition, impatient of affronts, involved me in 1,000 troublesome adventures, by which I was at length inured in adversity, and emboldened to undertakings far above my years. I was often inhumanly scourged for crimes I did not commit, because, having the character of a vagabond in the village, every piece of mischief, whose author lay unknown, was charged upon me. I have been found guilty of robbing orchards I never entered, of killing cats I never hunted, of stealing gingerbread I never touched, and of abusing old women I never saw. Nay, a stammering carpenter had eloquence enough to persuade my master that I fired a pistol loaded with small shot into his window, though my landlady and the whole family bore witness that I was abed fast asleep. At the time when this outrage was committed, I was once flogged for having narrowly escaped drowning by the sinking of a ferry boat in which I was passenger. Another time, for having recovered of a bruise occasioned by a horse and cart running over me. A third time, for being bitten by a baker's dog. In short, whether I was guilty or unfortunate, the correction and sympathy of this arbitrary pedagogue were the same. Far from being subdued by this informal usage, my indignation triumphed over that slavish awe which had hitherto enforced my obedience, and the more my years and knowledge increased, the more I perceived the injustice and barbarity of his behavior. By the help of an uncommon genius and the advice and direction of our usher, who had served my father in his travels, I made a surprising progress in the classics, writing, and arithmetic, so that, before I was 12 years old, I was allowed by everybody to be the best scholar in the school. This qualification, together with the boldness of temper and strength of make which had subjected almost all my contemporaries, gave me such influence over them that I began to form cabals against my persecutor. and was in hope of being able to bid him defiance in a very short time. Being at the head of a faction consisting of 30 boys, most of them of my own age, I was determined to put their mettle to trial, that I might know how far they were to be depended upon before I put my grand scheme in execution. With this view, we attacked a body of stout apprentices who had taken possession of a part of the ground allotted to us for the scheme of our diversions and who were then playing at 9 pins on the spot, but I had the mortification to see my adherents routed in an instant and a leg of one of them broken his flight by the bowl, which one of our adversaries had detached in pursuit of us. This discomfiture did not hinder us from engaging them afterwards in frequent skirmishes, which we maintained by throwing stones at a distance, wherein I received many wounds, the scars of which still remain. Our enemies were so harassed and interrupted by these alarms that they at last abandoned their conquest and left us to the peaceable enjoyment of our own territories. It would be endless to enumerate the exploits we performed in the course of this confederacy, which became the terror of the whole village, insomuch that, when different interests divided it, one of the parties commonly courted the assistance of Roderick Random, by which name I was known, to cast the balance and keep the opposite faction in awe. Meanwhile, I took the advantage of every play day to present myself before my grandfather, to whom I seldom found access by reason of his being closely besieged by a numerous family of his female grandchildren who, though they perpetually quarreled among themselves, never failed to join against me as the common enemy of all. His heir, who was about the age of 18, minded nothing but fox hunting and indeed was qualified for nothing else, notwithstanding his grandfather's indulgence in entertaining a tutor for him at home, who at the same time performed the office of parish clerk. This young Acteon, who inherited his grandfather's antipathy to everything in distress, never sat eyes on me without uncoupling his beagles and hunting me into some cottage or other, whither I generally fled for shelter. In this Christian amusement he was encouraged by his preceptor, who, no doubt, took such opportunities to ingratiate himself with the rising sun, observing that the old gentleman, according to the course of nature, had not long to live, for he was already on the verge of fourscore. The behavior of this rascally sycophant incensed me so much that one day, when I was beleaguered by him and his hounds in a farmer's house where I had found protection, I took aim at him, being an excellent marksman, with a large pebble which struck out 4 of his 4 teeth and effectually incapacitated him from doing the office of a clerk. Chapter 3. My mother's brother arrives relieves me. A description of him. He goes along with me to the house of my grandfather, is encountered by his dogs, defeats them, after a bloody engagement is admitted to the old gentleman, a dialogue between them. About this time my mother's only brother, who had been long abroad, lieutenant of a man of war, arrived in his own country, where being informed of my condition, he came to see me and out of his slender finances not only supplied me with what necessaries I wanted for the present, but resolved not to leave the country until he had prevailed on my grandfather to settle something handsome for the future. This was a task to which he was by no means equal, being entirely ignorant, not only of the judge's disposition, but also of the ways of men in general, to which his education on board had kept him an utter stranger. He was a strong-built man, somewhat bandy-legged, with a neck like that of a bull and a face which, you might easily perceive, had withstood the most obstinate assaults of the weather. His dress consisted of a soldier's coat altered for him by the ship's tailor, a striped flannel jacket, a pair of red breeches spanned with pitch, clean grey worsted stockings, large silver buckles that covered 3/4 of his shoes, a silver-laced hat, whose crown overlooked the brims about an inch and a half, black bobwig buckle, a check shirt, a silk handkerchief, a hanger, with a brass handle, girded to his thigh by a furnished lace belt, and a good oak plant under his arm. Thus equipped, he set out with me, who by his bounty made a very decent appearance, for my grandfather's house, where we were saluted by Jowler and Caesar, whom my cousin, young master, had let loose at our approach. Being well acquainted with the inveteracy of these curs, I was about to betick myself to my heels when my uncle seized me with one hand, brandished his cudgel with the other, and at one blow laid Caesar sprawling on the ground, but, finding himself attacked at the same time in the rear by Jowler, and fearing Caesar might recover, he drew his hanger, wheeled about, and by a lucky stroke severed Jowler's head from his body. By this time, the young fox hunter and 3 servants, armed with pitchforks and flails, were come to the assistance of the dogs, whom they found breathless upon the field, and my cousin was so provoked at the death of his favorites that he ordered his attendants to advance and take vengeance on their executioner, whom he loaded with all the curses and reproaches his anger could suggest. Upon which my uncle stepped forwards with an undaunted air, at the sight of whose bloody weapons his antagonists fell back with precipitation when he accosted their leader thus. "Look ye, brother, your dogs having boarded me without provocation, what I did was in my own defense. So you had best be civil and let us shoot ahead, clear of you." Whether the young squire misinterpreted my uncle's desire of peace or was enraged at the fate of his hounds beyond his usual pitch of resolution, I know not, but he snatched a flail from one of his followers and came up with a show of assaulting the lieutenant, who, putting himself in a posture of defense, proceeded thus. "Look ye, you lubberly son of a W.E., if you come athwart me, wear your gingerbread work. I'll be foul of your quarter, D.N. me." This declaration, followed by a flourish of his hanger, seemed to check the progress of the young gentleman's choler, who, looking behind him, perceived his attendants had slunk into the house, shut the gate, and left him to decide the contention by himself. Here a parley ensued, which was introduced by my cousin's asking, "Who the devil are you? What do you want? Some scoundrel of a seaman, I suppose, who has deserted and turned thief. But don't think you shall escape, sir. I'll have you hanged, you dog, I will. Your blood shall pay for that of my 2 hounds, you ragamuffin. I would not have parted with them to save your whole generation from the gallows, you ruffian. You. None of your jaw, you swab, none of your jaw," replied my uncle. "Else I shall trim your lace jacket for you. I shall rub you down with an oaken towel, my boy, I shall." So saying, he sheathed his hanger and grasped his cudgel. Meanwhile, the people of the house being alarmed, one of my female cousins opened a window and asked what was the matter. "The matter," answered the lieutenant, "no great matter. Young woman, I have business with the old gentleman, and this spark belike won't allow me to come alongside of him, that's all." After a few minutes' pause we were admitted and conducted to my grandfather's chamber through a lane of my relations, who honored me with very significant looks as I passed along. When we came into the judge's presence, my uncle, after 2 or 3 seabows, expressed himself in this manner: your servant, your servant." "What cheer, father? What cheer? I suppose you don't know me, mayhap you don't. My name is Tom Bowling, and this here boy, you look as if you did not know him. Neither, 'tis like you mayn't. He's new rigged, ifeth, his cloth don't shake in the wind so much as it won't to do. 'Tis my nephew, Die. See, Roderick Random, your own flesh and blood, old gentleman. Don't lay astern, you dog," pulling me forward. My grandfather, who was laid up with the gout, received this relation, after his long absence, with that coldness of civility which was peculiar to him, told him he was glad to see him, and desired him to sit down. Thank ye, sir. I had as lief stand," said my uncle. "For my own part, I desire nothing of you, but, if you have any conscience at all, do something for this poor boy who has been used at a very unchristian rate." "Unchristian do I call it? I am sure the Moors in Barbary have more humanity than to leave their little ones to want. I would fain know why my sister's son is more neglected than that there fair weather Jack," pointing to the young squire, who with the rest of my cousins had followed us into the room. "Is not he as near akin to you as the other? Is he not much handsomer and better built than that great chucklehead? Come. Consider, old gentleman, you are going in a short time to give an account of your evil actions. Remember the wrongs you did as father, and make all the satisfaction in your power before it be too late. The least thing you can do is to settle his father's portion on him." The young ladies, who thought themselves too much concerned to contain themselves any longer, set up their throats altogether against my protector, scurvy companion, saucy tarpaulin, rude, impertinent fellow. Did he think to prescribe to grandpapa? His sister's brat had been too well taken care of. Grandpapa was too just not make a difference between an unnatural, rebellious son and his dutiful, loving children. who took his advice in all things, and such expressions were vented against him with great violence until the judge at length commanded silence. He calmly rebuked my uncle for his unmannerly behavior, which he said he would excuse on account of his education. He told him he had been very kind to the boy, whom he had kept at school 7 or 8 years, although he was informed he made no progress in his learning but was addicted to all manner of vice, which he rather believed, because he himself was witness to a barbarous piece of mischief he had committed on the jaws of his chaplain. But, however, he would see what the lad was fit for and bind him apprentice to some honest tradesman or other, provided he would mend his manners and behave for the future as became him. The honest tar, whose pride and indignation boiled within him, answered my grandfather that it was true he had sent him to school, but it had cost him nothing, for he had never been at 1 shilling expense to furnish him with food, raiment, books, or other necessaries, so that it was not much to be wondered at if the boy made small progress, and yet whoever told him so was a lying, lubberly rascal and deserved to be keel-hauled, for though he, the lieutenant, did not understand those matters himself, he was well informed as how Rory was the best scholar of his age in all the country, the truth of which he would maintain by laying a wager of his whole half-year's pay on the boy's head. With these words he pulled out his purse and challenged the company. Neither is he predicted to vice, as you affirm, but rather left like a wreck, do you see, at the mercy of the wind and weather, by your neglect, old gentleman. As for what happened to your chaplain, I am only sorry that he did not knock out the scoundrel's brains instead of his teeth. By the Lord, if ever I come up with him, he had better be in Greenland, that's all. Thank you for your courteous offer of binding the lad apprentice to a tradesman. I suppose you would make a tailor of him, would you? I had rather see him hanged, do you see? Come along, Rory. I perceive how the land lies, my boy, let's tack about, if'th while I have 1 shilling you shan't want a tester. We, old gentleman, you're bound for the other world, but I believe damnably ill provided for the voyage. Thus ended our visit, and we returned to the village, my uncle muttering curses all the way against the old shark and the young fry that surrounded him. Chapter 4. My grandfather makes his will, or second visit he dies. His will is read in presence of all his living descendants. The disappointment of my female cousins. My uncle's behavior. A few weeks after our first visit, we were informed that the old judge, at the end of a fit of thoughtfulness, which lasted 3 days, had sent for a notary and made his will that the distemper had mounted from his legs to his stomach, and, being conscious of his approaching end, he had desired to see all his descendants without exception. In obedience to this summons, my uncle set out with me a second time to receive the last benediction of my grandfather, often repeating by the road, we have brought up the old hulk at last. You shall see the effect of my admonition. When we entered his chamber, which was crowded with his relations, we advanced to the bedside, where we found him in his last agonies, supported by 2 of his granddaughters, who sat on each side of him, sobbing most piteously and wiping away the froth and slaver as it gathered on his lips, which they frequently kissed with a show of great anguish and affection. My uncle approached him with these words, "What? He's not away? How fare ye? How fare ye, old gentleman? Lord have mercy upon your poor sinful soul." Upon which, the dying man turned his languid eyes towards us, and Mr. Bowling went on, "Here's poor Roy come to see you before you die and to receive your blessing. What, man? Don't despair, you have been a great sinner, 'tis true. What then? There's a righteous judge above, and there? He minds me no more than a porpoise. Yes, he's a-going, the land crabs will have him, I see that. His anchor's apeak, if'th." This homely consolation scandalized the company so much, and especially the parson, who probably thought his province invaded, that we were obliged to retire into another room, where, in a few minutes, we were convinced of my grandfather's decease by a dismal yell uttered by the young ladies in his apartment, whither we immediately hastened and found his heir, who had retired a little before into a closet, under pretense of giving vent to his sorrow, asking, with a countenance beslubbered with tears, if his grandpapa was certainly dead. "Dead?" says my uncle, looking at the body. I'll warrant him as dead as a herring. Odds fish. Now my dream is out. For all the world. I thought I stood upon the forecastle and saw a parcel of carrion crows foul of a dead shark that floated alongside. And the devil perching upon our spritsail yard in the likeness of a blue bear who, do you see, jumped overboard upon the carcass and carried it to the bottom in his claws. Out upon thee, reprobate, cries the parson, out upon thee, blasphemous wretch. Dost thou think his honor's soul is in the possession of Satan? The clamor immediately arose, and my poor uncle, being shouldered from one corner of the room to the other, was obliged to lug out in his own defense and swear he would turn out for no man till such time as he knew who had the title to send him adrift. None of your tricks upon travelers, said he. Mayhap old Bluff has left my kinsman here his heir. If he has, it will be the better for his miserable soul. Odds bob. I desire no better news. I'd soon make him a clear shin, I warrant you. To avoid any further disturbance, one of my grandfather's executors, who was present, assured Mr. Bowling that his nephew should have all manner of justice, that a day should be appointed after the funeral for examining the papers of the deceased in presence of all his relations, till which time every desk and cabinet in the house should remain close sealed, and that he was very welcome to be witness to this ceremony, which was immediately performed to his satisfaction. In the meantime, orders were given to provide mourning for all the relations, in which number I was included, but my uncle would not suffer me to accept of it until I should be assured whether or no I had reason to honor his memory so far. During this interval, the conjectures of people, with regard to the old gentleman's will, were various. As it was well known, he had, besides his landed estate, which was worth £700 per annum, 6 or £7,000 at interest, some imagined that the whole real estate, which he had greatly improved, would go to the young man whom he always entertained as his heir, and that the money would be equally divided between my female cousins, 5 in number, and me. Others were of opinion that, as the rest of the children had been already provided for, he would only bequeath £200 or £300 to each of his granddaughters and leave the bulk of the sum to me to atone for his unnatural usage of my father. At length the important hour arrived, and the will was produced in the midst of the expectants, whose looks and gestures formed a group that would have been very entertaining to an unconcerned spectator. But the reader can scarce conceive the astonishment and mortification that appeared when an attorney pronounced aloud the young squire's sole heir of all his grandfather's estate, personal and real. My uncle, who had listened with great attention, sucking the head of his cudgel all the while, accompanied these words of the attorney with a stare and whew that alarmed the whole assembly. The eldest and pertest of my female competitors, who had been always very officious about my grandfather's person, inquired with a faltering accent and visage as yellow as an orange if there were no legacies, and was answered, none at all. Upon which she fainted away. The rest, whose expectations, perhaps, were not so sanguine, supported their disappointment with more resolution, though not without giving evident marks of indignation and grief at least as genuine as that which appeared in them at the old gentleman's death. My conductor, after having kicked with his heel for some time against the wainscot, began. So there's no legacy, friend, ha! Here's an old succubus, but somebody's soul howls for it, d.n. me. The parson of the parish, who was one of the executors and had acted as ghostly director to the old man, no sooner heard this exclamation than he cried out, "Avaunt, unchristian reviler! Avaunt! Wilt thou not allow the soul of his honor to rest in peace?" But this zealous pastor did not find himself so warmly seconded as formerly by the young ladies, who now joined my uncle against him and accused him of having acted the part of a busybody with their grandpapa, whose ears he had certainly abused by false stories to their prejudice, or else he would not have neglected them in such an unnatural manner. The young squire was much diverted with this scene and whispered to my uncle that if he had not murdered his dogs, he would have shown him glorious fun by hunting a black badger, so he termed the clergyman. The surly lieutenant, who was not in a humor to relish this amusement, replied, "You and your dogs may be damned. I suppose you'll find them with your old dad in the latitude of hell. Come, Rory about ship, my lad, we must steer." Another course, I think. And away we went. Chapter 5. The schoolmaster uses me barbarously. I form a project of revenge, in which I am assisted by my uncle. I leave the village. Am settled at a university by his generosity. On our way back to the village, my uncle spoke not a word during the space of a whole hour, but whistled with great vehemence the tune of "Why should we quarrel for riches," etc., his visage being contracted all the while into a most formidable frown. At length his pace increased to such a degree that I was left behind a considerable way. Then he waited for me, and when I was almost up with him, called out in a surly tone, "Bear a hand, damn. Must I bring to every minute for you lazy dog?" Then, laying hold of me by the arm, hauled me along until his good nature, of which he had a great share, and reflection getting the better of his, he said, "Come, my boy, don't be cast down. The old rascal is in hell, that's some satisfaction. You shall go to sea with me, my lad. A light heart and a thin pair of breeches goes through the world, brave boys, as the song goes, eh?" Though this proposal did not at all suit my inclination, I was afraid of discovering my aversion to it, lest I should disoblige the only friend I had in the world, and he was so much a seaman that he never dreamt I could have had any objection to his design, consequently gave himself no trouble in consulting my approbation. But this resolution was soon dropped by the device of our usher, who assured Mr. Bowling it would be 1,000 pities to balk my genius, which would certainly one day make my fortune on shore, provided it received due cultivation. Upon which, this generous tar determined, though he could ill afford it, to give me university education, and accordingly settled my board and other expenses at a town not many miles distant, famous for its colleges, whither we repaired in a short time. But, before the day of our departure, the schoolmaster, who no longer had the fear of my grandfather before his eyes, laid aside all decency and restraint, and not only abused me in the grossest language his rancor could suggest, as a wicked, profligate, dull, beggarly miscreant whom he had taught out of charity, but also inveighed in the most bitter manner against the memory of the judge, who by the by had procured that settlement for him, hinting, in pretty plain terms, that the old gentleman's soul was damned to all eternity for his injustice in neglecting to pay for my learning. This brutal behavior, added to the sufferings I had formerly undergone, made me think it high time to be revenged on this insolent pedagogue. Having consulted my adherents, I found them all staunch in their promises to stand by me, and our scheme was this. In the afternoon preceding to the day of our departure for the university, I resolved to take the advantage of the usher's going out to make water, which he regularly did at 4 o'clock, and shut the great door, that he might not come to the assistance of his superior. This being done, the assault was to be begun by my advancing to my master and spitting in his face. I was to be seconded by 2 of the strongest boys in the school, who were devoted to me. Their business was to join me in dragging the tyrant to a bench, over which he was to be laid, and his bare posteriors heartily flogged with his own birch, which we proposed to wrest from him in his struggle. But if we should find him too many for us all 3, we were to demand the assistance of our competitors, who should be ready to enforce us or oppose anything that might be undertaken for the master's relief. One of my principal assistants was called Jeremy Gawky, son and heir of a wealthy gentleman in the neighborhood, and the name of the other, Hugh Strap, the cadet of a family which had given shoemakers to the village time out of mind. I had once saved Gawky's life by plunging into a river and dragging him on shore when he was on the point of being drowned. I had often rescued him from the clutches of those whom his insufferable arrogance had provoked to a resentment he was not able to sustain, and many times saved his reputation and posteriors by performing his exercises at school, so that it is not to be wondered at if he had a particular regard for me and my interests. The attachment of Strap flowed from a voluntary, disinterested inclination which had manifested itself on many occasions in my behalf, he having once rendered me the same service that I had rendered Gawky by saving my life at the risk of his own, and often fathered offenses that I had committed, for which he suffered severely rather than I should feel the weight of the punishment. These 2 champions were the more willing to engage in this enterprise because they intended to leave the school next day as well as I, the first being ordered by his father to return into the country. and the other being bound apprentice to his barber at a market town not far off. In the meantime, my uncle, being informed of my master's behavior to me, was enraged at his insolence and vowed revenge so heartily that I could not refrain from telling him the scheme I had concerted, while he heard with great satisfaction, at every sentence squirting out a mouthful of spittle tinctured with tobacco, of which he constantly chewed a large quid. At last, pulling up his breeches, he cried, "No. No, ZDS. That won't do neither, howsoever, 'tis a bold undertaking, my lad, that I must say, ifeth, but lookee, how do you propose to get clear off? Won't the enemy give chase, my boy? That he will, I warrant, and alarm the whole coast. Ah. God help thee, more sail than ballast, Rory. Let me alone for that, leave the whole to me. I'll show him the foretopsail, I will. If so be your shipmates are jolly boys and won't flinch, you shall see, egad, I'll play him such a saltwater trick, I'll bring him to the gangway and anoint him with a cat and nine tails, he shall have a round dozen. Doubled, my lad, he shall, and be left lashed to his meditations." We were very proud of our associate, who immediately went to work and prepared the instrument of his revenge with great skill and expedition. After which, he ordered our baggage to be packed up and sent off a day before our attempt and got horses ready to be mounted as soon as the affair should be over. At length the hour arrived when our auxiliary, seizing the opportunity of the usher's absence, bolted in, secured the door, and immediately laid hold of the pedant by his collar, who bawled out, "Murder, thieves," with the voice of a stentor. Though I trembled all over like an aspen leaf, I knew there was no time to be lost and accordingly got up and summoned our associates to our assistance. Strap, without any hesitation, obeyed the signal and, seeing me leap upon the master's back, ran immediately to one of his legs, which, pulling with all his force, this dreadful adversary was humbled to the ground, upon which Gawky, who had hitherto remained in his place, under the influence of a universal trepidation, hastened to the scene of action and insulted the fallen tyrant with a loud huzzah, in which the whole school joined. The noise alarmed the usher, who, finding himself shut out, endeavored, partly by threats and partly by entreaties, to procure admission. My uncle bade him have a little patience, and he would let him in presently, but if he pretended to stir from that place, it should fare the worse with the son of a bitch, his superior, on whom he intended only to bestow a little wholesome chastisement for his barbarous usage of Rory, to which, said he, "You are no stranger." By this time we had dragged the criminal to a post, to which Bowling tied him with a rope he had provided on purpose, after having secured his hands and stripped his back. In this ludicrous posture he stood, to the no small entertainment of the boys, who crowded about him and shouted with great exultation at the novelty of the sight, venting bitter imprecations against the lieutenant and reproaching his scholars with treachery and rebellion. When the usher was admitted, whom my uncle accosted in this manner: "Harkee, Mr. Syntax, I believe you are an honest man, do you see, and I have a respect for you, but for all that, we must, for our own security, do you see, belay you for a short time." With these words, he pulled out some fathoms of cord, which the honest man no sooner saw than he protested with great earnestness he would allow no violence to be offered to him, at the same time accusing me of perfidy and ingratitude. But Bowling, representing that it was in vain to resist and that he did not mean to use him with violence and indecency, but only to hinder him from raising the hue and cry against us before we should be out of their power, he allowed himself to be bound to his own desk, where he sat a spectator of the punishment inflicted on his principal. My uncle, having upbraided this arbitrary wretch with his inhumanity to me, told him that he proposed to give him a little discipline for the good of his soul, which he immediately put in practice with great vigor and dexterity. This smart application to the pedant's withered posteriors gave him such exquisite pain that he roared like a mad bull, danced, cursed, and blasphemed like a frantic bedlamite. When the lieutenant thought himself sufficiently revenged, he took his leave of him in these words: "Now, friend, you'll remember me the longest day you have to live. I have given you a lesson that will let you know what flogging is and teach you to have more sympathy for the future. Shout, boys. Shout." This ceremony was no sooner over than my uncle proposed they should quit the school, and convey their old comrade Rory to the public house. About a mile from the village, where he would treat them all. His offer being joyfully embraced, he addressed himself to Mr. Syntax and begged him to accompany us, but this invitation he refused with great disdain, telling my benefactor he was not the man he took him to be. Well, old Surly, replied my uncle, shaking his hand, thou art an honest fellow notwithstanding, and if ever I have the command of a ship, thou shalt be our schoolmaster, ifeth. So saying, he dismissed the boys and, locking the door, left the two preceptors to console one another while we moved forwards on our journey, attended by a numerous retinue whom he treated according to his promise. We parted with many tears and lay that night at an inn on the road about 10 miles short of the town where I was to remain, at which we arrived next day, and I found I had no cause to complain of the accommodations provided for me in being boarded at the house of an apothecary who had married a distant relation of my mother. In a few days after, my uncle set out for his ship, having settled the necessary funds for my maintenance and education. Chapter 6. I make great progress in my studies, am caressed by everybody. My female cousins take notice of me, I reject their invitation, they are incensed and conspire against me, am left destitute by a misfortune that befalls my uncle Gawky's treachery, my revenge. As I was now capable of reflection, I began to consider my precarious situation, that I was utterly abandoned by those whose duty it was to protect me, and that my sole dependence was on the generosity of one man who was not only exposed by his profession to continual dangers which might one day deprive me of him forever, but also, no doubt, subject to those vicissitudes of disposition which a change of fortune usually creates, or which a better acquaintance with the world might produce, for I always ascribed his benevolence to the dictates of a heart as yet undebauched by a commerce with mankind. Alarmed at these considerations, I resolved to apply myself with great care to my studies and enjoy the opportunity in my power. This I did with such success that, in the space of 3 years, I understood Greek very well, was pretty far advanced in the mathematics, and no stranger to moral and natural philosophy. Logic I made no account of, but, above all things, I valued myself on my taste in the belles letters and a talent for poetry, which had already produced some pieces that had met with a favorable reception. These qualifications, added to a good face and shape, acquired the esteem and acquaintance of the most considerable people in town, and I had the satisfaction to find myself in some degree of favor with the ladies, an intoxicating piece of good fortune to one of my amorous complexion, which I obtained, or at least preserved, by gratifying their propensity to scandal in lampooning their rivals. 2 of my female cousins lived in this place with their mother since the death of their father, who left his whole fortune equally divided between them, so that, if they were not the most beautiful, they were at least the richest toasts in town, and received daily the addresses of all the beaux and cavaliers of the country. Although I had hitherto been looked upon by them with the most supercilious contempt, my character now attracted their notice so much that I was given to understand I might be honored with their acquaintance if I pleased. The reader will easily perceive that this condescension either flowed from the hope of making my poetical capacity subservient to their malice, or at least of screening themselves from the lash of my resentment, which they had effectually provoked. I enjoyed this triumph with great satisfaction, and not only rejected their offer with disdain, but in all my performances, whether satire or panegyric, industriously avoided mentioning their names, even while I celebrated those of their intimates. This neglect mortified their pride exceedingly and incensed them to such a degree that they were resolved to make me repent of my indifference. The first stroke of their revenge consisted in their hiring a poor collegian to write verses against me, the subject of which was my own poverty and the catastrophe of my unhappy parents, but, besides the badness of the composition, of which they themselves were ashamed, they did not find their account in endeavoring to reproach me with those misfortunes which they and their relations had brought upon me, and which consequently reflected much more dishonor on themselves than on me, who was the innocent victim of their barbarity and avarice. Finding this plan miscarry, they found means to irritate a young gentleman against me by telling him I had lampooned his mistress and so effectually succeeded in the quality of incendiaries that this enraged lover determined to seize me next night as I returned to my lodgings from a friend's house that I frequented. With this view, he waited in the street, attended by two of his companions, to whom he had imparted his design of carrying me down to the river, in which proposed to have me heartily ducked, notwithstanding the severity of the weather, it being then about the middle of December. But this stratagem did not succeed, for, being apprised of their ambush, I got home another way, and by the help of my landlord's apprentice, discharged a volley from the garret window, which did great execution upon them, and next day occasioned so much mirth at their expense that they found themselves under a necessity of leaving the town until the adventure should be entirely forgotten. My cousins, though twice baffled in their expectation, did not, however, desist from persecuting me, who had now enraged them beyond a possibility of forgiveness by detecting their malice and preventing its effects. Neither should I have found them more humane had I patiently submitted to their rancor and borne without murmuring the rigor of their unreasonable hate, for I have found by experience that though small favors may be acknowledged and slight injuries atoned, there is no wretch so ungrateful as he whom you have most generously obliged, and no enemy so implacable as those who have done you the greatest wrong. These good-natured creatures, therefore, had recourse to a scheme which conspired with a piece of bad news I soon after received to give them all the satisfaction they desired. This plan was to debauch the faith of my companion and confidant, who betrayed the trust I reposed in him by imparting to them the particulars of my small amours, which they published with such exaggerations that I suffered very much in the opinion of everybody and was utterly discarded by the dear creatures whose names had been called in question. While I was busy in tracing out the author of this treachery, that I might not only be revenged on him, but also vindicate my character too. My friends, I one day perceived the looks of my landlady much altered. When I went home to my dinner and inquiring into the cause, she screwed up her mouth and fixed her eyes on the ground, told me her husband had received a letter from Mr. Bowling with one enclosed for me. She was very sorry for what had happened, both for my sake and his own people should be more cautious of their conduct. She was always afraid his brutal behavior would bring him into some misfortune or other. As for her part, she should be very ready to befriend me, but she had a small family of her own to maintain. The world would do nothing for her if she should come to want. Charity begins at home. She wished I had been bound to some substantial handicraft, such as a weaver or a shoemaker, rather than loiter away my time in learning foolish nonsense that would never bring me in a penny. But some folks are wise and some are otherwise. I was listening to this mysterious discourse with great amazement when her husband entered and, without speaking a syllable, put both the letters into my hand. I received them trembling and read what follows. To Mr. Roger Potion. Sir. This is to let you know that I have quitted the Thunder Man of War, being obliged to sheer off for killing my captain, which I did fairly on the beach at Cape Tiburon in the island of Hispaniola. Having received his fire and returned it, which went through his body, and I would serve the best man so that ever stepped between stem and stern, if so be that he struck me, as Captain Oakham did. I am, thank God, safe among the French, who are very civil, though I don't understand their lingo, and I hope to be restored in a little time, for all the great friends and parliamentary interest of the captain, for I have sent over to my landlord and deal an account of the whole affair, with our bearings and distances while we were engaged, whereby I have desired him to lay it before his majesty, who, God bless him, will not suffer an honest heart to be wronged. My love to your spouse, and am your loving friend and servant to command, while Thomas Bowling. To Roderick Random. Dear Rory. Don't be grieved at my misfortune, but mind your book, my lad. I have got no money to send you, but what of that? Mr. Potion will take care of you for the love he bears to me and let you want for nothing, and it shall go hard, but I will see him one day repaid. No more at present, but rests your dutiful uncle and servant till death. Thomas Bowling. This letter, which, with the other, was dated from Port Louis, in Hispaniola, I had no sooner read than the apothecary, shaking his head, began. I have a very great regard for Mr. Bowling, that's certain, and Could be well content, but times are very hard. There's no such thing as money to be got. I believe 'tis all vanished underground, for my part. Besides, I have been out of pocket already, having entertained you since the beginning of this month, without receiving a sixpence, and God knows if ever I shall, for I believe it will go hard with your uncle. And more than that, I was thinking of giving you warning, for I want your apartment for a new prentice, whom I expect from the country every hour. So I desire you will this week provide yourself with another lodging." The indignation which this harangue inspired gave me spirits to support my reverse of fortune and to tell him I despised his mean, selfish disposition so much that I would rather starve than be beholden to him for one single meal. Upon which, out of my pocket money, I paid him to the last farthing of what I owed and assured him I would not sleep another night under his roof. This said, I sallied out in a transport of rage and sorrow, without knowing whither to fly for shelter, having not one friend in the world capable of relieving me and only 3 shillings in my purse. After giving way for a few minutes to the dictates of my rage, I went and hired a small bedroom at the rate of 1 shilling and 6 pence per week, which I was obliged to pay per advance before the landlord would receive me. Thither I removed my luggage and next morning got up, with a view of craving the advice and assistance of a person who had on all occasions loaded me with caresses and made frequent offers of friendship while I was under no necessity of accepting them. He received me with his wonted affability and insisted on my breakfasting with him, a favor which I did not think fit to refuse. But when I communicated the occasion of my visit, he appeared so disconcerted that I concluded him wonderfully affected with the misery of my condition and looked upon him as a man of the most extensive sympathy and benevolence. He did not leave me long under this mistake, for recovering himself from his confusion, he told me he was grieved at my misfortune and desired to know what had passed between my landlord, Mr. Potion, and me. Whereupon I recounted the conversation, and, when I repeated the answer I made to his ungenerous remonstrance with regard to my leaving his house, this pretended friend affected a stare and exclaimed, "Is it possible you could behave so ill to the man who had treated you so kindly all along?" My surprise at hearing this was not at all affected, whatever his might be, and I gave to understand with some warmth that I did not imagine he would so unreasonably espouse the cause of a scoundrel who ought to be expelled from every social community. This heat of mine gave him all the advantage he desired over me, and our discourse, after much altercation, concluded in his desiring never to see me again in that place, to which desire I yielded my consent, assuring him that, had I been as well acquainted with his principles formerly as I was now, he never should have had an opportunity of making that request. And thus we parted. On my return, I met my comrade, Squire Gawky, whom his father had sent some time ago to town for his improvement in writing, dancing, fencing, and other modish qualifications. As I had lived with him since his arrival on the footing of our old intimacy, I made no scruple of informing him of the lowness of my circumstances and asking a small supply of money to answer my present expense, upon which he pulled out a handful of halfpence with a shilling or 2 among them and swore that was all he had to keep his pocket till next quarter day, he having lost the greatest part of his allowance the night before at billiards. Though this assertion might very well be true, I was extremely mortified at his indifference, for he neither expressed any sympathy for my mishap nor desire of alleviating my distress, and accordingly I left him without uttering one word. But, when I afterwards understood that he was the person who had formerly betrayed me to the malice of my cousins, to whom likewise he had carried the tidings of my forlorn situation, which afforded them great matter of triumph and exultation, I determined with myself to call him to a severe account, for which purpose I borrowed a sword and wrote a challenge, desiring him to meet me at a certain time and place, that I might have an opportunity of punishing his perfidy at the expense of his blood. He accepted the invitation, and I betook myself to the field, though not without feeling considerable repugnance to the combat, which frequently attacked me in cold sweats by the way, but the desire of revenge, the shame of retracting, and hope of conquest conspired to repel these unmanly symptoms of fear, and I appeared on the plain with a good grace. There I waited an hour beyond the time appointed and was not ill-pleased to find he had no mind to meet me because I should have an opportunity of exposing his cowardice, displaying my own courage, and of beating him soundly wheresoever I should find, without any dread of the consequence. Elevated with these suggestions, which entirely banished all thoughts of my deplorable condition, I went directly to Gawky's lodgings, where I was informed of his precipitate retreat, he having set out for the country in less than an hour after he had received my billet, and I was vain enough to have the whole story inserted in the news, although I was fain to sell a gold-laced hat to my landlord for less than half price to defray the expenses and contribute to my subsistence. Chapter 7. I am entertained by Mr. Crabbe. A description of him. I acquire the art of surgery. Consult Crabbe's disposition. Become necessary to him. An accident happens. He advises me to launch out into the world. Assists me with money. I set out for London. The fumes of my resentment being dissipated, as well as the vanity of my success, I found myself deserted to all the horrors of extreme want and avoided by mankind as a creature of a different species, or rather, as a solitary being, no ways comprehended within the scheme or protection of Providence. My despair had rendered me almost quite stupefied when I was one day told that a gentleman desired to see me at a certain public house, whither immediately I repaired and was introduced to one Mr. Launcelot Crabbe, a surgeon in town, who was engaged with two more in drinking a liquor called poppin, compassed by mixing a quartern of brandy with a quart of small beer. Before I relate the occasion of this message, I believe it will not be disagreeable to the reader if I describe the gentleman who sent for me and mention some circumstances of his character and conduct which may illustrate what follows and account for his behavior to me. This member of the faculty was aged 50, about 5 feet high, and 10 round the belly. His face was as capacious as a full moon and much of the complexion of a mulberry. His nose, resembling a powder horn, was swelled to an enormous size and studded all over with carbuncles. And his little grey eyes reflected the rays in such an oblique manner that, while he looked a person full in the face, one would have imagined he was admiring the buckle of his shoe. He had long entertained an implacable resentment against Potion, who, though a younger practitioner, was better employed than he, and once had the assurance to perform a cure whereby he disappointed and disgraced the prognostic of the said Crabbe. This quarrel, which was at one time upon the point of being made up by the interposition and mediation of friends, had been lately inflamed beyond a possibility of reconciliation by the respective wives of the opponents, who, chancing to meet at a christening, disagreed about precedence, proceeded from invectives to blows, and were with great difficulty, by the gossips, prevented from converting the occasion of joy into a scene of lamentation. The difference between these rivals was in the height of rancor when I received the message of Crabbe, who received me as civilly as I could have expected from one of his disposition, and, after desiring me to sit, inquired into the particulars of my leaving the house of Potion. Which when I had related, he said, with a malicious grin, "There's a sneaking dog. I always thought him a fellow without a soul, d.n. me, a canting scoundrel who has crept into business by his hypocrisy and kissing the ae of everybody. Says another, one might see with half an eye that the rascal has no honesty in him by his going so regularly to church." This sentence was confirmed by a third, who assured his companions that Potion was never known to be disguised in liquor, but once, at a meeting of the godly, where he had distinguished himself by an extempore prayer an hour long. After this preamble, Crabbe addressed himself to me in these words: "Well, my lad, I have heard a good character of you, and I'll do for you. You may send your things to my house when you please. I have given orders for your reception. Zounds! What does the booby stare at? If you have no mind to embrace my courteous offer, you may let it alone and be d.d." I answered with a submissive bow that I was far from rejecting his friendly offer, which I would immediately accept as soon as he should inform me on what footing I was to be entertained. "What footing? D.n. my blood," cried he, "do you expect to have a footman and a couple of horses kept for you?" "No, sir," I replied, "my expectations are not quite so sanguine. That I may be as little burthensome as possible, I would willingly serve in your shop." by which means I may save you the expense of a journeyman or porter at least, for I understand a little pharmacy, having employed some of my leisure hours in the practice of that art while I lived with Mr. Potion. Neither am I altogether ignorant of surgery, which I have studied with great pleasure and application. Oh, you did, says Crabbe. Gentlemen, here is a complete artist. Studied surgery. What? In books, I suppose. I shall have you disputing with me one of these days. On points of my profession. You can already account for muscular motion, I warrant, and explain the mystery of the brain and nerves. Ha! You are too learned for me, DN me. But let's have no more of this stuff. Can you blood and give a clister, spread a plaster, and prepare a potion? Upon my answering in the affirmative, he shook his head, telling me he believed he should have little good of me for all my promises, but, however, he would take me in for the sake of charity. I was accordingly that very night admitted to his house and had an apartment assigned to me in the garret, which I was fain to put up with, notwithstanding the mortification my pride suffered in this change of circumstances. I was soon convinced of the real motives which induced Crabbe to receive me in this manner, for, besides the gratification of his revenge, by exposing the selfishness of his antagonist in opposition to his own generosity, which was all affectation, he had occasion for a young man who understood something of the profession to fill up the place of his eldest apprentice, lately dead, not without violent suspicion of foul play from his master's brutality. The knowledge of this circumstance, together with his daily behavior to his wife and the young apprentice, did not at all contribute to my enjoying my new situation with ease. However, as I did not perceive how I could bestow myself to better advantage, I resolved to study Crabbe's temper with all the application and manage it with all the address in my power. And it was not long before I found out a strange peculiarity of humor which governed his behavior towards all his dependents. I observed, when he was pleased, he was such a niggard of his satisfaction that, if his wife or servants betrayed the least symptom of participation, he was offended to an insupportable degree of choler and fury, the effects of which they seldom failed to feel. And when his indignation was roused, submission and soothing always exasperated it beyond the bounds of reason and humanity. I therefore pursued a contrary plan, and one day, when he honored me with the names of ignorant whelp and lazy ragamuffin, I boldly replied I was neither ignorant nor lazy, since I both understood and performed my business as well as he could do for his soul. Neither was it just to call me ragamuffin, for I had a whole coat on my back and was descended from a better family than any he could boast an alliance with. He gave tokens of great amazement at this assurance of mine and shook his cane over my head, regarding me all the time with a countenance truly diabolical. Although I was terribly startled at his menacing looks and posture, I yet had reflection enough left to convince me I had gone too far to retract and that this was the critical minute which must decide my future lot in his service. I therefore snatched up the pestle of a mortar and swore, if he offered to strike me without a cause, I should see whether his skull or my weapon was hardest. He continued silent for some time and at last broke forth into these ejaculations. This is fine usage from a servant to his master, very fine. Damnation. But no matter, you shall pay for this, you dog, you shall. I'll do your business, yes, I'll teach you to lift your hand against me. So saying, he retired and left me under dreadful apprehensions, which vanished entirely at our next meeting, when he behaved with unusual complacency and treated me with a glass of punch after dinner. By this conduct I got the ascendancy over him in a short time and became so necessary to him in managing his business while he was engaged at the bottle that fortune began to wear a kinder aspect, and I consoled myself for the disregard of my former acquaintance with the knowledge I daily imbibed by a close application to the duties of my employment, in which I succeeded beyond my own expectation. I was on very good terms with my master's wife, whose esteem I acquired and cultivated by representing Mrs. Potion in the most ridiculous lights my satirical talents could invent, as well as by rendering her some Christian offices when she had been too familiar with the dram bottle, to which she had oftentimes recourse for consolation under the affliction she suffered from a barbarous husband. In this manner I lived, without hearing the least tidings of my uncle. For the space of 2 years, during which time I kept little or no company, being neither in a humour to relish nor in a capacity to maintain much acquaintance, for the naval my master allowed me no wages, and the small perquisites of my station scarcely supplied me with the common necessaries of life. I was no longer a pert unthinking coxcomb, giddy with popular applause and elevated with the extravagance of hope. My misfortunes had taught me how little the caresses of the world during a man's prosperity are to be valued by him, and how seriously and expeditiously he ought to set about making himself independent of them. My present appearance, therefore, was the least of my care, which was wholly engrossed in laying up a stock of instruction that might secure me against the caprice of fortune for the future. I became such a sloven and contracted such an air of austerity that everybody pronounced me crestfallen, and gawky returned to town without running any risk from my resentment, which was by this time pretty much cooled and restrained by prudential reasons so effectually that I never so much as thought of obtaining satisfaction for the injuries he had done me. When I deemed myself sufficiently master of my business, I began to cast about for an opportunity of launching into the world in hope of finding some provision that might make amends for the difficulties I had undergone, but, as this could not be effected without a small sum of money to equip me for the field, I was in the utmost perplexity how to raise it, well knowing that Crabbe, for his own sake, would never put me in a condition to leave him when his interest was so much concerned in my stay. But a small accident, which happened about this time, determined him in my favor. This was no other than the pregnancy of his maidservant, who declared her situation to me, assuring me at the same time that I was the occasion of it. Although I had no reason to question the truth of this imputation, I was not ignorant of the familiarities which had passed between her master and her, taking the advantage of which I represented to her the folly of laying the burden at my door when she might dispose of it to much better purpose with Mr. Crabbe. She listened to my advice and next day acquainted him with the pretended success of their mutual endeavors. He was far from being overjoyed at this proof of his vigor, which he foresaw might have very troublesome consequences, not that he dreaded any domestic grumblings and reproaches from his wife, whom he kept in perfect subjection, but because he knew it would furnish his rival potion with a handle for insulting and undermining his reputation, there being no scandal equal to that of uncleanness, in the opinion of those who inhabit the part of the island where he lived. He therefore took a resolution worthy of himself, which was to persuade the girl that she was not with child, but only afflicted with a disorder incidental to young women, which he could easily remove. With this view, as he pretended, he prescribed for her such medicines as he thought would infallibly procure abortion, but in this scheme he was disappointed, for the maid, being advertised by me of his design, and at the same time well acquainted with her own condition, absolutely refused to follow his directions and threatened to publish her situation to the world if he would not immediately take some method of providing for the important occasion, which she expected in a few months. It was not long before I guessed the result of his deliberation by his addressing himself to me one day in this manner. I am surprised that a young fellow like you discovers no inclination to push his fortune in the world. Before I was of your age I was broiling on the coast of Guinea. What's to hinder you from profiting by the war which will certainly be declared in a short time against Spain? You may easily get on board of a king's ship in quality of surgeon's mate, where you will certainly see a great deal of practice and stand a good chance of getting prize money. I laid hold of this declaration, which I had long wished for, and assured him I would follow his advice with pleasure if it were in my power, but that it was impossible for me to embrace an opportunity of that kind, as I had no friend to advance a little money to supply me with what necessaries I should want and defray the expenses of my journey to London. He told me that few necessaries were required, and as for the expense of my journey, he would lend me money sufficient not only for that purpose, but also to maintain me comfortably in London until I should procure a warrant for my provision on board of some ship. I gave him 1,000 thanks for his obliging offer, although I was very well apprised of his motive, which was no other than a design to lay the bastard to my charge after my departure, and accordingly set Out in a few weeks for London, my whole fortune consisting of 1 suit of clothes, half a dozen ruffled shirts, as many plain, 2 pair of worsted and a like number of threaded stockings, a case of pocket instruments, a small edition of Horace Wiseman's Surgery, and 10 guineas in cash, for which Crabbe took my bond, bearing 5% interest, at the same time giving me a letter to a member of Parliament for our town, which he said would do my business effectually. Chapter 8. I arrive at Newcastle, meet with my old schoolfellow Strap. We determine to walk together to London, set out on our journey, put up at a solitary alehouse, are disturbed by a strange adventure in the night. There is no such convenience as a wagon in this country, and my finances were too weak to support the expense of hiring a horse. I determined therefore to set out with the carriers who transport goods from one place to another on horseback, and this scheme I accordingly put in execution on the 1st day of September 1739, sitting upon a pack saddle between 2 baskets, one of which contained my goods in a knapsack. But by the time we arrived at Newcastle upon Tyne, I was so fatigued with the tediousness of the carriage and benumbed with the coldness of the weather that I resolved to travel the rest of my journey on foot rather than proceed in such a disagreeable manner. The ostler of the inn at which we put up, understanding I was bound for London, advised me to take my passage in a collier, which would be both cheap and expeditious, and withal much easier than to walk upwards of 300 miles through deep roads in the winter time, a journey which he believed I had not strength enough to perform. I was almost persuaded to take his advice when one day, stepping into a barber's shop to be shaved, the young man, while he lathered my face, accosted me thus: "Sir, I presume you are a Scotchman?" I answered in the affirmative. "Pray," continued he, "from what part of Scotland?" I no sooner told him than he discovered great emotion, and not confining his operation to my chin and upper lip, besmeared my whole face with great agitation. I was so offended at this profusion that, starting up, I asked him what the DL he meant by using me so. He begged pardon, telling me his joy at meeting with a countryman had occasioned some confusion in him, and craved my name. But when I declared my name was Random, he exclaimed in rapture, "How? Rory Random?" "The same," I replied, looking at him with astonishment. "What?" cried he, "don't you know your old schoolfellow, you Strap?" At that instant, recollecting his face, I flew into his arms and, in the transport of my joy, gave him back 1/2 of the suds he had so lavishly bestowed on my countenance, so that we made a very ludicrous appearance and furnished a great deal of mirth for his master and shopmates, who were witnesses of this scene. When our mutual caresses were over, I sat down again to be shaved, but the poor fellow's nerves were so discomposed by this unexpected meeting that his hand could scarcely hold the razor, with which, nevertheless, he found means to cut me in 3 places in as many strokes. His master, perceiving his disorder, bade another supply his place, and after the operation was performed, gave Strap leave to pass the rest of the day with me. We retired immediately to my lodgings, where, calling for some beer, I desired to be informed of his adventures, which contained nothing more than that, his master dying before his time was out, he had come to Newcastle about a year ago in expectation of journey work, along with 3 young fellows of his acquaintance who worked in the keels, that he had the good fortune of being employed by a very civil master, with whom he intended to stay till the spring, at which time he proposed to go to London, where he did not doubt of finding encouragement. When I communicated to him my situation and design, he did not approve of my taking a passage by sea, by reason of the danger of a winter voyage, which is very hazardous along that coast, as well as the precariousness of the wind, which might possibly detain me a great while, to the no small detriment of my fortune, whereas, if I would venture by land, he would bear me company, carry my baggage all the way, and if we should be fatigued before we could perform the journey, it would be no hard matter for us to find on the road either return horses or wagons, of which we might take the advantage for a very trifling expense. I was so ravished at this proposal that I embraced him affectionately and assured him he might command my purse to the last farthing, but he gave me to understand he had saved money sufficient to answer his own occasions, and that he had a friend in London who would soon introduce him into business in that capital and possibly have it in his power to serve me also. Having concerted the plan and settled our affairs that night, we departed next morning by daybreak, armed with a good cudgel each, my companion being charged with the furniture of us both crammed into one knapsack and our money sewed between the linings and waistbands of our breeches, except some loose silver for our immediate expenses on the road. We traveled all day at a round pace, but, being ignorant of the proper stages, were benighted at a good distance from any inn, so that we were compelled to take up our lodging at a small hedge alehouse that stood on a byroad about half a mile from the highway. There we found a peddler of our own country, in whose company we regaled ourselves with bacon and eggs and a glass of good ale before a comfortable fire, conversing all the while very sociably with the landlord and his daughter, a hale buxom lass, who entertained us with great good humor and in whose affection I was vain enough to believe I had made some progress. About 8 o'clock we were all three, at our own desire, shown into an apartment furnished with 2 beds, in one of which Strap and I betook ourselves to rest, and the peddler occupied the other, though not before he had prayed a considerable time extempore. Searched into every corner of the room and fastened the door on the inside with a strong iron screw, which he carried about with him for that use. I slept very sound till midnight, when I was disturbed by a violent motion of the bed, which shook under me with a continual tremor. Alarmed at this phenomenon, I jogged my companion, whom, to my no small amazement, I found drenched in sweat and quaking through every limb. He told me, with a low faltering voice, that we were undone, for there was a bloody highwayman, loaded with pistols, in the next room. Then, bidding me make as little noise as possible, he directed me to a small chink in the board partition through which I could see a thick-set, brawny fellow, with a fierce countenance, sitting at a table with our young landlady, having a bottle of ale and a brace of pistols before him. I listened with great attention and heard him say, in a terrible tone, "D.N. that son of a b.h. smacked the coachman, he has served me a fine trick, indeed. But D.I.on sees me, if I don't make him repent it. I'll teach the scoundrel to give intelligence to others while he is under articles with me." Our landlady endeavored to appease this exasperated robber by saying he might be mistaken in Smack, who perhaps kept no correspondence with the other gentleman that robbed his coach, and that, if an accident had disappointed him today, he might soon find opportunities enough to atone for his lost trouble. "I'll tell thee what, my dear Bet," replied he, "I never had, nor ever shall, while my name is Rifle, have such a glorious booty as I missed today. Zs. There was £400 in cash to recruit men for the king's service, besides the jewels, watches, swords, and money belonging to the passengers. Had it been my fortune to have got clear off with so much treasure, I would have purchased a commission in the army and made you an officer's lady, you jade, I would." "Well, well," cries Betty, "we must trust to Providence for that. But did you find nothing worth taking which escaped the other gentlemen of the road?" "Not much, faith," said the lover, "I gleaned a few things, such as a pair of pops, silver mounted, here they are. I took them loaded from the captain who had the charge of the money, together with a gold watch which he had concealed in his breeches. I likewise found 10 Portugal pieces in the shoes of a Quaker, whom the spirit moved to revile me with great bitterness and devotion, but what I value myself mostly for is this here purchase, a gold snuff-box, my girl, with a picture on the inside of the lid, which I untied out of the tail of a pretty lady's smock." Here, as the devil would have it, the peddler snored so loud that the highwayman, snatching his pistols, started up, crying, "Hell and DNN. I am betrayed. Who's that in the next room?" Mrs. Betty told him he need not be uneasy. There were only 3 poor travelers who, missing the road, had taken up their lodgings in the house and were asleep long ago. "Travelers," says he, "spies, UBCH. But no matter, I'll send them all to hell in an instant." He accordingly ran towards our door, when his sweetheart, interposing, assured him there was only a couple of poor young Scotchmen who were too raw and ignorant to give him the least cause of suspicion, and the third was a Presbyterian peddler of the same nation who had often lodged in the house before. This declaration satisfied the thief, who swore he was glad there was a peddler, for he wanted some linen. Then, in a jovial manner, he put About the glass, mingling his discourse to Betty with caresses and familiarities that spoke him very happy in his hours. During that part of the conversation which regarded this, Strap had crept under the bed, where he lay in the agonies of fear, so that it was with great difficulty I persuaded him our danger was over and prevailed on him to awake the peddler and inform him of what he had seen and heard. The itinerant merchant no sooner felt somebody shaking him by the shoulder than he started up, called, as loud as he could, "Thieves! Thieves! Lord have mercy upon us!" And Rifle, alarmed at this exclamation, jumped up, cocked one of his pistols, and turned towards the door to kill the first man that should enter, for he verily believed himself beset. When his Dulcinea, after an immoderate fit of laughter, persuaded him that the poor peddler, dreaming of thieves, had only cried out in his sleep. Meanwhile, my comrade had undeceived our fellow lodger and informed him of his reason for disturbing him, upon which, getting up softly, he peeped through the hole and was so terrified with what he saw that, falling down on his bare knees, he put up a long petition to heaven to deliver him from the hands of that ruffian and promised never to defraud a customer for the future of the value of a pin's point, provided he might be rescued from the present danger. Whether or not his disburthening his conscience afforded him any ease I knew not, but he slipped into bed again and lay very quiet until the robber and his mistress were asleep and snored in concert. Then, rising softly, he untied a rope that was round his pack, which making fast to one end of it, he opened the window with as little noise as possible and lowered his goods into the yard with great dexterity. Then he moved gently to our bedside and bade us farewell, telling us that, as we ran no risk, we might take our rest with great confidence and in the morning assure the landlord that we knew nothing of his escape and, lastly, shaking us by the hands and wishing us all manner of success, he let himself drop from the window without any danger, for the ground was not above a yard from his feet as he hung on the outside. Although I did not think proper to accompany him in his flight, I was not at all free from apprehension when I reflected on what might be the effect of the highwayman's disappointment, as he certainly intended to make free with the peddler's ware. Neither was my companion at more ease in his mind, but on the contrary, so possessed with the dreadful idea of Rifle that he solicited me strongly to follow our countryman's example and so elude the fatal resentment of that terrible adventurer, who would certainly wreak his vengeance on us as accomplices of the peddler's elopement. But I represented to him the danger of giving Rifle cause to think we know his profession and suggested that, if ever he should meet us again on the road, he would look upon us as dangerous acquaintance and find it his interest to put us out of the way. I told him, withal, my confidence in Betty's good nature, in which he acquiesced, and during the remaining part of the night we concerted a proper method of behavior to render us unsuspected in the morning. It was no sooner day than Betty, entering our chamber and perceiving our window open, cried out, "Odds bobs! Sure you Scotchmen must have hot constitutions to lie all night with the window open in such cold weather." I feigned to start out of sleep and, withdrawing the curtain, called, "What's the matter?" When she showed me, I affected surprise and said, "Bless me! The window was shut when we went to bed." "I'll be hanged," said she, "if Sonny Waddle, the peddler, has not got up in a dream and done it, for I heard him very obstropulous in his sleep. Sure I put a chamber pot under his bed." With these words she advanced to the bed in which he lay and, finding the sheets cold, exclaimed, "Good lackadaisy! The rogue is fled." "Fled?" cried I, with feigned amazement, "God forbid! Sure he has not robbed us." Then, springing up, I laid hold of my breeches and emptied all my loose money into my hand, which having reckoned, I said, "Heaven be praised, our money is all safe." Strap, look to the knapsack. He did so and found all was right. Upon which we asked, with seeming concern, if he had stolen nothing belonging to the house. "No, no," replied she. "He has stole nothing but his reckoning, which, it seems, this pious peddler had forgot to discharge in the midst of his devotion." Betty, after a moment's pause, withdrew, and immediately we could hear her waken Rifle, who no sooner heard of Waddle's flight than he jumped out of bed and dressed, venting 1,000 execrations and vowing to murder the peddler if ever he should set eyes on him again. For said He the scoundrel has by this time raised the hue and cry against me. Having dressed himself in a hurry, he mounted his horse and for that time rid us of his company and 1,000 fears that were the consequence of it. While we were at breakfast, Betty endeavored, by all the cunning she was mistress of, to learn whether or no we suspected our fellow lodger, whom we saw take horse, but, as we were on our guard, we answered her sly questions with a simplicity she could not distrust, when, all of a sudden, we heard the trampling of a horse's feet at the door. This noise alarmed Strap so much, whose imagination was wholly engrossed by the image of Rifle, that, with a countenance as pale as milk, he cried, "O Lord! There is the highwayman returned." Our landlady, staring at these words, said, "What highwayman, young man? Do you think any highwayman harbor here?" Though I was very much disconcerted at this piece of indiscretion in Strap, I had presence of mind enough to tell her we had met a horseman the day before, whom Strap had foolishly supposed to be a highwayman because he rode with pistols, and that he had been terrified at the sound of a horse's feet ever since. She forced a smile at the ignorance and timidity of my comrade, but I could perceive, not without great concern, that this account was not at all satisfactory to her. Chapter 9. We proceed on our journey are overtaken by a highwayman who fires at Strap is prevented from shooting me by a company of horsemen who ride in pursuit of him. Strap is put to bed at an inn. Adventures at that inn. After having paid our score and taken leave of our hostess, who embraced me tenderly at parting, we proceeded on our journey, blessing ourselves that we had come off so well. We had not walked above 5 miles when we observed a man on horseback galloping after us, whom we in a short time recognized to be no other than this formidable hero who had already given us so much vexation. He stopped hard by me and asked if I knew who he was. My astonishment had disconcerted me so much that I did not hear his question, which he repeated with a volley of oaths and threats, but I remained as mute as before. Strap, seeing my discomposure, fell upon his knees in the mud, uttering, with a lamentable voice, these words: "For Christ's sake, have mercy upon us, Mr. Rifle. We know you very well." "Oh ho!" cried the thief, "you do. But you never shall be evidence against me in this world, you dog." So saying, he drew a pistol and fired it at the unfortunate shaver, who fell flat upon the ground without speaking one word. My comrade's fate and my own situation riveted me to the place where I stood, deprived of all sense and reflection, so that I did not make the least attempt either to run away or deprecate the wrath of this barbarian, who snapped the second pistol at me, but, before he had time to prime again, perceiving a company of horsemen coming up, he rode off and left me standing motionless as a statue, in which posture I was found by those whose appearance had saved my life. This company consisted of 3 men in livery, well armed, with an officer who, as I afterwards learned, was the person from whom Rifle had taken the pocket pistols the day before and who, making known his misfortune to a nobleman he met on the road and assuring him his non-resistance was altogether owing to his consideration for the ladies in the coach, procured the assistance of his lordship's servants to go in quest of the plunderer. This holiday captain scampered up to me with great address and asked who fired the pistol which he had heard. As I had not yet recovered my reason, he, before I could answer, observed a body lying on the ground, at which sight his color changed. And he pronounced, with a faltering tongue, "Gentlemen, here's murder committed. Let us alight." "No, no," said one of his followers, "let us rather pursue the murderer." "Which way went he, young man?" By this time I had recollected myself so far as to tell them that he could not be a quarter of a mile before, and to beg one of them to assist me in conveying the corpse of my friend to the next house, in order to it being interred. The captain, foreseeing that, in case he should pursue, he must soon come to action, began to curb his horse and gave him the spur at the same time, which treatment making the creature rear up and snort, he called out his horse was frightened and would not proceed, at the same time wheeling him round and round, stroking his neck, whistling and wheedling him with "Sirrah, Sirrah, gently, gently," etc. "ZDS," cried one of the servants, "sure. My lord's sorrel is not resti." With these words he bestowed a lash on his buttocks, and sorrel, disdaining the reins, sprang forward with the captain at a pace that would have soon brought him up with the robber, had not the girdle, happily for him, given way, by which means he landed in the dirt, and two of his attendants continued their pursuit without minding his situation. Meanwhile, one of the three who remained at my desire, turning the body of Strap in order to see the wound which had killed him, found him still warm and breathing. Upon which I immediately let him blood and saw him, with inexpressible joy, recover, he having received no other wound than what his fear had inflicted. Having raised him upon his legs, we walked together to an inn about half a mile from the place where Strap, who was not quite recovered, went to bed, and in a little time the third servant returned with the captain's horse and furniture, leaving him to crawl after as well as he could. This gentleman of the sword, upon his arrival, complained grievously of the bruise occasioned by his fall, and, on the recommendation of the servant who warranted my ability, I was employed to bleed him, for which service he rewarded me with half a crown. The time between this event and dinner I passed in observing a game at cards between two farmers, an exciseman, and a young fellow in a rusty gown and cassock, who, as I afterwards understood, was curate of a neighboring parish. It was easy to perceive that the match was not equal, and that the two farmers, who were partners, had to do with a couple of sharpers who stripped them of all their cash in a very short time. But what surprised me very much was to hear this clergyman reply to one of the countrymen, who seemed to suspect foul play, in these words: "D.N. me, friend, do you question my honor?" I did not at all wonder to find a cheat in canonicals, this being a character frequent in my own country, but I was scandalized at the indecency of his behavior, which appeared in the oaths he swore and the bawdy songs which he sung. At last, to make amends in some sort for the damage he had done to the unwary boors, he pulled out a fiddle from the lining of his gown and, promising to treat them at dinner, began to play most melodiously, singing in concert all the while. This good humor of this parson inspired the company with so much glee that the farmers soon forgot their losses and all present went to dancing in the yard. While we were agreeably amused in this manner, our musician, spying a horseman a-riding towards the inn, stopped all of a sudden, crying out, "Gad so! Gentlemen, I beg your pardon, there's our dog of a doctor coming into the inn." He immediately commended his instrument and ran towards the gate, where he took hold of the vicar's bridle and helped him off, inquiring very cordially into the state of his health. This rosy son of the church, who might be about the age of 50, having alighted and entrusted the curate with his horse, stalked with great solemnity into the kitchen, where, sitting down by the fire, he called for a bottle of ale and a pipe, scarce deigning an answer to the submissive questions of those who inquired about the welfare of his family. While he indulged himself in this state, amidst a profound silence, the curate, approaching him with great reverence, asked him if he would not be pleased to honor him with his company at dinner? To which interrogation he answered in the negative, saying he had been to visit Squire Bumpkin, who had drank himself into a high fever at the last assizes, and that he had, on leaving his own house, told Betty he should dine at home. Accordingly, when he had made an end of his bottle and pipe, he rose and moved with prelatical dignity to the door, where his journeyman stood ready with his nag. He had no sooner mounted than the facetious curate, coming into the kitchen, held forth in this manner: "There the old rascal goes, and the DL go with him. You see how the world wags, gentlemen. By gad, this rogue of a vicar does not deserve to live, and yet he has 2 livings worth £400 per annum, while poor I am fain to do all his drudgery and ride 20 miles every Sunday to preach for what? Why, truly, for £20 a year. I scorn to boast of my own qualifications, but comparisons are odious. I should be glad to know how this wag-bellied doctor deserves to be more at ease than me. He can loll in his elbow chair at home, indulge himself in the best of victuals and wine, and enjoy the conversation of Betty, his housekeeper. You understand me, gentlemen. Betty is the doctor's poor kinswoman, and a pretty girl she is, but no matter for that, and dutiful girl to her parents, whom she visits regularly every year, though I must own I could never learn in what county they live. My service tie, gentlemen." By this time, dinner being ready, I waked my companion, and we ate all together with great cheerfulness. When our meal was ended and every Man's share of the reckoning adjusted, the curate went out on pretense of some necessary occasion and, mounting his house, left the two farmers to satisfy the host in the best manner they could. We were no sooner informed of this piece of finesse than the exciseman, who had been silent hitherto, began to open with a malicious grin. This is an old trick of Shuffle, I could not help smiling when he talked of treating. You must know this is a very curious fellow. He picked up some scraps of learning while he served young Lord Trift at the university. But what he most excels in is pimping. No one knows his talents better than I, for I was valet de chamber to Squire Tattelin, intimate companion of Shuffle's lord. He got himself into a scrape by pawning some of his lordship's clothes, on which account he was turned away, but, as he was acquainted with some particular circumstances of my lord's conduct, he did not care to exasperate him too much and so made interest for his receiving orders and afterwards recommended him to the curacy which he now enjoys. However, the fellow cannot be too much admired for his dexterity in making a comfortable livelihood in spite of such a small allowance. You hear he plays a good stick and is really diverting company. These qualifications make him agreeable wherever he goes, and, as for playing at cards, there is not a man within 3 counties for him. The truth is, he is a d-able cheat and can shift a card with such address that it is impossible to discover him. Here he was interrupted by one of the farmers, who asked why he had not justice enough to acquaint them with these particulars before they engaged in play. The exciseman replied, without any hesitation, that it was none of his business to intermeddle between man and man. Besides, he did not know they were ignorant of Shuffle's character, which was notorious to the whole country. This did not satisfy the other, who taxed him with abetting and assisting the curate's knavery and insisted on having his share of the winnings returned. This demand the exciseman has positively refused, affirming that, whatever slights Shuffle might practice on other occasions, he was very certain that he had played on the square with them and would answer it before any bench in Christendom. So saying, he got up and, having paid his reckoning, sneaked off. The landlord, thrusting his neck into the passage to see if he was gone, shook his head, saying, Lord help us. If every sinner was to have his deserts, well, we victuallers must not disoblige the exciseman. But I know what, if Parson Shuffle and he were weighed together, a straw thrown into either scale would make the balance kick the beam. But, masters, this is under the rose, continued Boniface with a whisper. Chapter 10. The highwayman is taken, we are detained as evidence against him, proceed to the next village, he escapes, we arrive at another inn, where we go to bed in the night, we are awaked by a dreadful adventure, next night we lodge at the house of a schoolmaster, our treatment there. Strap and I were about to depart on our journey when we perceived a crowd on the road coming towards us, shouting and hallooing all the way. As it approached, we could discern a man on horseback in the middle, with his hands tied behind him, whom we soon knew to be Rifle. The highwayman, not being so well mounted as the 2 servants who went in pursuit of him, was soon overtaken and, after having discharged his pistols, made prisoner without any further opposition. They were carrying him in triumph, amidst the acclamations of the country people, to a justice of peace in a neighboring village, but stopped at our inn to join their companions and take refreshment. When Rifle was dismounted and placed in the yard, within a circle of peasants armed with pitchforks, I was amazed to see what a pitiful, dejected fellow he now appeared, who had but a few hours before filled me with such terror and confusion. My companion was so much encouraged by this alteration in his appearance that, going up to the thief, he presented his clenched fists to his nose and declared he would either cudgel or box with the prisoner for a guinea, which he immediately produced and began to strip, but was dissuaded from this adventure by me, who represented to him the folly of the undertaking, as Rifle was now in the hands of justice, which would, no doubt, give us all satisfaction enough. But what made me repent of our impertinent curiosity was our being detained by the captors as evidence against him when we were just going to set forward. However, there was no remedy, we were obliged to comply and accordingly joined in the cavalcade, which luckily took the same road that we had proposed to follow. About the twilight we arrived at the place of our destination, but as the justice was gone to visit a gentleman in the country with whom we understood he would probably stay all night, the robber was confined in an empty garret 3 stories high, from which it seemed impossible for him to escape. This, nevertheless, was the case, for next morning when they went upstairs to bring him before the justice, the bird was flown, having got out at the window upon the roof, from whence he continued his route along the tops of the adjoining houses and entered another garret where he skulked until the family were asleep, at which time he ventured down stairs and let himself out by the street door, which was open. This event was a great disappointment to those that apprehended him, who were flushed with the hopes of the reward, but gave me great joy, as I was permitted now to continue my journey without any further molestation. Resolving to make up for the small progress we had hitherto made, we this day travelled with great vigor and before night reached a market town 20 miles from the place from whence we set out in the morning, without meeting any adventure worth notice. Here, having taken up our lodging at an inn, I found myself so fatigued that I began to despair of performing our journey on foot and desired Strap to inquire if there were any wagon, return horses, or any cheap carriage in this place to depart for London next day. He was informed that the wagon from Newcastle to London had halted there 2 nights ago and that it would be an easy matter to overtake it, if not the next day, at farthest, the day after the next. This piece of news gave us some satisfaction, and, after having made a hearty supper on hashed mutton, we were shown to our room, which contained 2 beds, the one allotted for us and the other for a very honest gentleman who, we were told, was then drinking below. Though we could have very well dispensed with his company, we were glad to submit to this disposition, as there was not another bed empty in the house, and accordingly went to rest after having secured our baggage under the bolster. About 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning I was awaked out of a very profound sleep by a dreadful noise in the chamber, which did not fail to throw me into an agony of consternation when I heard these words pronounced with a terrible voice: "Blood and wounds. Run the halberd into the guts of him that's next you, and I'll blow the other's brains out." Presently, this dreadful salutation had no sooner reached the ears of Strap than, starting out of bed, he ran against somebody in the dark and overturned him in an instant, at the same time bawling out, "Fire! Murder! Fire!" a cry which in a moment alarmed the whole house and filled our chamber with a crowd of naked people. When lights were brought, the occasion of all this disturbance soon appeared, which was no other than a fellow lodger, whom we found lying on the floor, scratching his head, with a look testifying the utmost astonishment at the concourse of apparitions that surrounded him. This honest gentleman was, it seems, a recruiting sergeant who, having listed 2 country fellows overnight, dreaded they had mutinied and threatened to murder him and the drummer who was along with him. This made such an impression on his imagination that he got up in his sleep and expressed himself as above. When our apprehension of danger vanished, the company beheld one another with great surprise and mirth. But what attracted the notice of everyone was our landlady, with nothing on her but her shift and a large pair of buckskin breeches with the backside before, which she had slipped on in the hurry, and her husband with her petticoat about his shoulders. One had wrapped himself in a blanket, another was covered with a sheet, and the drummer, who had given his only shirt to be washed, appeared in cuerpo with a bolster rolled about his middle. When this affair was discussed, everybody retired to his own apartment. The sergeant slipped into bed, and my companion and I slept without any further disturbance till morning, when we got up, went to breakfast, paid our reckoning, and set forward in expectation of overtaking the wagon, in which hope, however, we were disappointed for that day. As we exerted ourselves more than usual, I found myself quite spent with fatigue. When we entered a small village in the twilight, we inquired for a public house and were directed to one of a very sorry appearance. At our entrance, the landlord, who seemed to be a venerable old man with long gray hair, rose from a table placed by a large fire in a very neat paved kitchen, and with a cheerful countenance accosted us in these words: "Salvete, pueri, ingredimini." I was not a little pleased to hear our host speak Latin, because I was in hope of recommending myself to him by my knowledge in that language. I Therefore answered, without hesitation, dissolve frigus, ligna super. Focal large reponens. I had no sooner pronounced these words than the old gentleman, running towards me, shook me by the hand, crying, Fili. Me delictissime. Un Venice? A superis, ni faller? In short, finding we were both read in the classics, he did not know how to testify his regard enough, but ordered his daughter, a jolly rosy-cheeked damsel, who was his sole domestic, to bring us a bottle of his quadrimum. Repeating from Horace at the same time, Deprum quadrimum Sabina, o. Tholiarch, marum deota. This was excellent ale of his own brewing, of which he told us he had always an amphora 4 years old, for the use of himself and friends. In the course of our conversation, which was interlarded with scraps of Latin, we understood that this facetious person was a schoolmaster, whose income being small, he was fain to keep a glass of good liquor for the entertainment of passengers, by which he made shift to make the 2 ends of the year meet. I am this day, said he, the happiest old fellow in his majesty's dominions. My wife, rest her soul, is in heaven. My daughter is to be married next week, but the 2 chief pleasures of my life are these, pointing to the bottle and the large edition of Horace that lay on the table. I am old, 'tis true, what then? The more reason I should enjoy the small share of life that remains, as my friend Flaccus advises. Tuna quaesuris, sire nefas. Quem mihi, quem tibi finem die dederant. Carpe diem, quam minimum. Credula postero. As he was very inquisitive about our affairs, we made no scruple of acquainting him with our situation, which when he had learned, he enriched us with advices how to behave in the world, telling us that he was no stranger to the deceits of mankind. In the meantime he ordered his daughter to lay a fowl to the fire for supper, for he was resolved this night to regale his friends permittens divis catera. While our entertainment was preparing, our host recounted the adventures of his own life, which, as they contained nothing remarkable, I forbear to rehearse. When we had fared sumptuously and drunk several bottles of his, I expressed a desire of going to rest, which was with some difficulty complied with, after he had informed us that we should overtake the wagon by noon next day, and that there was room enough in it for half a dozen, for there were only 4 passengers as yet in that convenience. Before my comrade and I fell asleep, we had some conversation about the good humor of our landlord, which gave Strap such an idea of his benevolence that he positively believed we should pay nothing for our lodging and entertainment. Don't you observe, said he, that he has conceived a particular affection for us, nay, even treated us at supper with extraordinary fare, which, to be sure, we should not of ourselves have called for? I was partly of Strap's opinion, but the experience I had of the world made me suspend my belief till the morning, when, getting up betimes, we breakfasted with our host and his daughter on hasty pudding and ale, and desired to know what we had to pay. Biddy will let you know. Gentlemen, said he, for I never mind these matters. Money matters are beneath the concern of one who lives upon the Horatian plan crescentum. Sequitur cura pecuniam. Meanwhile, Biddy, having consulted a slate that hung in the corner, told us our reckoning came to 8s. 7d. 8 shillings and 7 pence. Cried Strap, 'tis impossible. You must be mistaken, young woman. Reckon again, child, says her father, very deliberately. Perhaps you have miscounted. No, indeed, replied she. I know my business better. I could contain my indignation no longer, but said it was an unconscionable bill and demanded to know the particulars, upon which the old man got up, muttering, let us see the particulars, that's but reasonable. And, taking pen, ink, and paper, wrote the following items. To bread and beer 06, to a fowl and sausages 26, to 4 bottles of quadrum 20, to fire and tobacco 07, to lodging 202. Breakfast 1087. As he had not the appearance of a common publican and had raised a sort of veneration in me by his demeanor the preceding night, it was not in my power to upbraid him as he deserved, therefore, I contented myself with saying I was sure he did not learn to be an extortioner from Horace. He answered, I was but a young man and did not know the world, or I would not tax him with extortion, whose only aim was to live contentus parvo and keep off importuna pauperies. My fellow traveler could not so easily put up with this imposition, but swore he should either take 1/3 of the money or go without. While we were engaged in this dispute, I perceived the daughter go out and, conjecturing the occasion, immediately paid the exorbitant demand. Which was no sooner done than Biddy returned with two stout fellows who came in on pretense of taking their morning draft, but in reality to frighten us into compliance. Just as we departed, Strap, who was half distracted on account of this piece of expense, went up to the schoolmaster and, grinning in his face, pronounced with great emphasis semper avarice egit. To which the pedant replied, with a malicious smile animum rege, qui, nisi paret, impert. Chapter 11. We descry the wagon, get into it, arrive at an inn. Our fellow travelers described a mistake is committed by Strap, which produces strange things. We traveled half a mile without exchanging one word, my thoughts being engrossed by the knavery of the world, to which I must be daily exposed, and the contemplation of my finances, which began sensibly to diminish. At length, Strap, who could hold no longer, addressed me thus: "Well, fools and their money are soon parted. If my advice had been taken, that old skinflint should have been D before he had got more than the third of his demand. 'Tis a sure sign you came easily by your money when you squander it away in this manner. Ah, God help you, how many bristly beards must I have mowed before I earned 4 shillings and 3 pence halfpenny, which is all thrown to the dogs. How many days have I sat weaving hair till my toes were numbed by the cold, my fingers cramped, and my nose as blue as the sign of the periwig that hung over the door. What the devil was you afraid of? I would have engaged to box with any one of those fellows who came in for a guinea. I'm sure I have beat stouter men than either of them. And, indeed, my companion would have fought anybody when his life was in no danger, but he had a mortal aversion to firearms and all instruments of death. In order to appease him, I assured him no part of this extraordinary expense should fall upon his shoulders, at which declaration he was affronted and told me he would have me to know that, although he was a poor barber's boy, yet he had a soul to spend big money with the best squire of the land. Having walked all day at a great pace, without halting for a refreshment, we descried, toward the evening, to our inexpressible joy, the wagon about a quarter of a mile before us, and, by that time we reached it, were both of us so weary that I verily believe it would have been impracticable for us to have walked 1 mile farther. We, therefore, bargained with the driver, whose name was Joey, to give us a cast to the next stage for 1 shilling, at which place we should meet the master of the wagon, with whom we might agree for the rest of the journey. Accordingly, the convenience stopped, and Joey, having placed the ladder strap, being loaded with our baggage, mounted first, but, just as he was getting in, a tremendous voice assailed his ears in these words: "God's fury! There shall no passengers come here." The poor shaver was so disconcerted at this exclamation, which both he and I imagined proceeded from the mouth of a giant, that he descended with great velocity and a countenance as white as paper. Joey, perceiving our astonishment, called, with an arch sneer, "Wounds, Copton, way won't yow suffer the poor wagoner to meek a penny? Coom, young man. Get oop, never mind the Copton, is not afeard of the Copton." This was not encouragement sufficient to Strap, who could not be prevailed upon to venture up again, upon which I attempted, though not without a quaking heart, when I heard the same voice muttering, like distant thunder, "Hell and the devil confound me if I don't make you smart for this." However, I crept in and by accident got an empty place in the straw, which I immediately took possession of, without being able to discern the faces of my fellow travelers in the dark. Strap, following, with the knapsack on his back, chanced to take the other side and, by a jolt of the carriage, pitched directly upon the stomach of the captain, who bellowed out, in a most dreadful manner, "Blood and thunder! Where's my sword?" At these words my frighted comrade started up and, at one spring, bounced against me with such force that I thought he was the supposed son of Anak, who intended to press me to death. In the meantime a female voice cried, "Bless me! What is the matter, my dear?" "The matter," replied the captain, "DN. My blood. My guts are squeezed into a pancake by that Scotchman's hump." Strap, trembling all the while at my back, asked him pardon and laid the blame of what had happened upon the jolting of the wagon and The woman who spoke before went on. My dear, it is our own fault, we may thank ourselves for all the inconveniences we meet with. I thank God I never traveled so before. I am sure if my lady or Sir John were to know where we are they would not sleep this night for vexation. I wish to God we had writ for the chariot, I know we shall never be forgiven. Come, my dear, replied the captain, it don't signify fretting now, we shall laugh it over as a frolic, I hope. You will not suffer in your health. I shall make my lord very merry with our adventures in this diligence. The discourse gave me such a high notion of the captain and his lady that I durst not venture to join in the conversation, but immediately after another female voice began. Some people give themselves a great many needless airs, better folks than any here have traveled in wagons before now. Some of us have rode in coaches and chariots, with 3 footmen behind them, without making so much fuss about it. What then? We are now all upon a footing, therefore let us be sociable and merry. What do you say, Isaac? Is not this a good motion, you doting rogue? Speak, you old cent-per-cent fornicator? What desperate debt are you thinking of? What mortgage are you planning? Well, Isaac, positively you shall never gain my favor till you turn over a new leaf, grow honest, and live like a gentleman. In the meantime give me a kiss, you old fumbler. These words, accompanied with a hearty smack, enlivened the person to whom they were addressed to such a degree that he cried, in transport, though with a faltering voice, "Ah, you wanton baggage upon my credit, you are a waggish girl." He. This laugh introduced a fit of coughing, which almost suffocated the poor usurer. Such we afterwards found was the profession of this our fellow traveler. About this time I fell asleep and enjoyed a comfortable nap till such time as we arrived at the inn where we put up. Here, having alighted from the wagon, I had an opportunity of viewing the passengers in order as they entered. The first who appeared was a brisk, hairy girl, about 20 years old, with a silver-laced hat on her head instead of a cap, a blue stuff riding suit, trimmed with silver very much tarnished, and a whip in her hand. After her came, limping, an old man with a worsted nightcap buttoned under his chin and a broad-brimmed hat slouched over it, an old rusty blue cloak tied about his neck, under which appeared a brown surtout that covered a threadbare coat and waistcoat and, as he afterwards discerned, a dirty flannel jacket. His eyes were hollow, bleared, and gummy, his face was shriveled into 1,000 wrinkles, his gums were destitute of teeth, his nose sharp and drooping, his chin peaked and prominent, so that, when he mumbled or spoke, they approached one another like a pair of nutcrackers. He supported himself on an ivory-headed cane, and his whole figure was a just emblem of winter, famine, and avarice. But how was I surprised when I beheld the formidable captain in the shape of a little thin creature, about the age of 40, with a long withered visage, very much resembling that of a baboon, through the upper part of which 2 little grey eyes peeped. He wore his own hair in a queue that reached to his rump, which immoderate length, I suppose, was the occasion of a baldness that appeared on the crown of his head when he deigned to take off his hat, which was very much of the size and cock of pistols. Having laid aside his greatcoat, I could not help admiring the extraordinary make of this man of war. He was about 5 feet and 3 inches high, 16 inches of which went to his face and long scraggy neck. His thighs were about 6 inches in length, his legs resembling spindles or drumsticks, 5 feet and a half, and his body, which put me in mind of extension without substance, engrossed the remainder. So that on the whole, he appeared like a spider or grasshopper erect, and was almost a voxet praetorian eel. His dress consisted of a frock of what is called bearskin, the skirts of which were about half a foot long, and hussar waistcoat, scarlet breeches reaching halfway down his thighs, worsted stockings rolled up almost to his groin, and shoes with wooden heels at least 2 inches high. He carried a sword very near as long as himself in one hand, and with the other conducted his lady, who seemed to be a woman of his own age and still retained some remains of an agreeable person, but so ridiculously affected that, had I not been a novice in the world, I might have easily perceived in her the deplorable vanity and second-hand airs of a lady's woman. We were all assembled in the kitchen when Captain Weasel, for that was His name, desired a room with a fire for himself and spouse, and told the landlord they would up by themselves. The innkeeper replied that he could not afford them a room by themselves, and as for supping, he had prepared victuals for the passengers in the wagon, without respect of persons, but if he could prevail on the rest to let him have his choice in a separate manner, he should be very well pleased. This was no sooner said than all of us declared against a proposal, and Miss Jenny, our other female passenger, observed that if Captain Weasel and his lady had a mind to sup by themselves, they might wait until we should have done. At this hint the captain put on a martial frown and looked very big, without speaking, while his Eucephallo, with a disdainful toss of her nose, muttered something about creature, which Miss Jenny, overhearing, stepped up to her, saying, "None of your names. Good Mrs. Abigail. Creature, quotha, I'll assure you no such creature as you, neither no 10-pound sneaker, no quality coupler." Here the captain interposed, with a D, "Madam, what do you mean by that? DNU. Sir, who are you?" replied Miss Jenny. "Who made you a captain, you pitiful, trencher scraping, pimping curler? Steeth. The army is come to a fine pass when such fellows as you get commissions. What, I suppose you think I don't know you? Egad, you and your helpmate are well met. A cast-off mistress and a bald valet de chamber are well yocked together. Blood and wounds," cried Weasel. "Do you question the honor of my wife, madam? Hell and dion. No man in England durst say so. Much I would flay him, carbonado him. Fury and destruction. I would have his liver for my supper." So saying, he drew his sword and flourished with it, to the great terror of Strap, while Miss Jenny, snapping her fingers, told him she did not value his resentment a louse. In the midst of this quarrel the master of the wagon alighted, who, understanding the cause of the disturbance and fearing the captain and his lady would take umbrage and leave his carriage, was at great pains to have everything made up, which he at last accomplished, and we sat down to supper altogether. At bedtime we were shown to our apartments. The old usurer, Strap, and I, to one room, the captain, his wife, and Miss Jenny, to another. About midnight, my companion's bowels being disordered, he got up in order to go backward, but in his return, mistaking one door for another, entered Weasel's chamber and without any hesitation went to bed to his wife, who was fast asleep, the captain being at another end of the room groping for some empty vessel in lieu of his own chamber pot, which was leaky. As he did not perceive Strap coming in, he went towards his own bed after having found a convenience, but no sooner did he feel a rough head covered with a cotton nightcap than it came into his mind that he had mistaken Miss Jenny's bed instead of his own, and that the head he felt was that of some gallant with whom she had made an assignation. Full of his conjecture and scandalized at the prostitution of his apartment, he snatched up the vessel he had just before filled and emptied it at once on the astonished barber and his own wife, who, waking at that instant, broke forth into lamentable cries, which not only alarmed the husband beyond measure, but frighted poor Strap almost out of his senses, for he verily believed himself bewitched, especially when the incensed captain seized him by the throat with a volley of oaths, asking him how he durst have the presumption to attempt the chastity of his wife. Poor Strap was so amazed and confounded that he could say nothing but, "I take God to witness she's a virgin for me." Mrs. Weasel, enraged to find herself in such a pickle through the precipitation of her husband, arose in her shift and with the heel of her shoe, which she found by the bedside, bellabered the captain's bald pate till he roared murder. "I'll teach you to empty your stink pots on me," cried she, "you pitiful hop o' my thumb coxcomb. What, I warrant you're jealous, you man of lath. Was it for this I condescended to take you to my bed, you poor, withered, sapless twig?" The noise occasioned by this adventure had brought the master of the wagon and me to the door, where we overheard all that passed with great satisfaction. In the meantime we were alarmed with the cry of "Rape! Murder! Rape!" which Jenny pronounced with great vociferation. "Oh, you vile abominable old villain," said she, "would you rob me of my virtue? But I'll be revenged of you, you old goat. I will. Help. For heaven's sake. Help. I shall be ravished. Ruined. Help." Some servants of the inn, hearing this cry, came running upstairs with lights and Such weapons as chance afforded when we beheld a very diverting scene. In one corner stood the poor captain shivering in his shirt, which was all torn to rags, with a woeful visage, scratched all over by his wife, who had by this time wrapped the counterpane about her and sat sobbing on the side of her bed. At the other end lay the old usurer, sprawling on Miss Jenny's bed, with his flannel jacket over his shirt and his tawny meager limbs exposed to the air, while she held him fast by the 2 ears and loaded him with execrations. When he asked what was the matter, she affected to weep, told us she was afraid that wicked rogue had ruined her in her sleep, and bade us take notice of what we saw, for she intended to make use of our evidence against him. The poor wretch looked like one more dead than alive and begged to be released, a favor which he had no sooner obtained than he protested she was no woman, but a devil incarnate, that she had first seduced his flesh to rebel and then betrayed him. Yes, cockatrice, continued he, you know you laid this snare for me, but you shan't succeed, for I will hang myself before you shall get a farthing of me. So saying, he crawled to his own bed, groaning all the way. We then advanced to the captain, who told us, gentlemen, here has been a d.d. mistake, but I'll be revenged on him who was the cause of it. That Scotchman who carries the knapsack shall not breathe this vital air another day, if my name be Weasel. My dear, I ask you 10,000 pardons, you are sensible, I could mean no harm to you. I know not what you meant, replied she, sighing, but I know I have got enough to send me to my grave. At length they were reconciled. The wife was complimented with a share of Miss Jenny's bed, her own being overflowed, and the master of the wagon invited Weasel to sleep the remaining part of the night with him. I retired to mine, where I found Strap mortally afraid, he having stolen away in the dark, while the captain and his lady were at loggerheads. Chapter 12. Captain Weasel challenges Strap, who declines the combat. An affair between the captain and me. The usurer is fain to give Miss Jenny 5 guineas for a release. We are in danger of losing a meal. The behavior of Weasel, Jenny, and Joey on that occasion. An account of Captain Weasel and his lady. The captain's courage tried Isaac's mirth at the captain's expense. Next morning I agreed to give the master of the wagon 10 shillings for my passage to London, provided Strap should be allowed to take my place when I should be disposed to walk. At the same time I desired him to appease the incensed captain, who had entered the kitchen with a drawn sword in his hand and threatened with many oaths to sacrifice the villain who attempted to violate his bed, but it was to no purpose for the master to explain the mistake and assure him of the poor lad's innocence, who stood trembling behind me all the while. The more submission that appeared in Strap, the more implacable seemed the resentment of Weasel, who swore he must either fight him or he would instantly put him to death. I was extremely provoked at this insolence and told him it could not be supposed that a poor barber lad would engage a man of the sort at his own weapon, but I was persuaded he would wrestle or box with him, to which proposal Strap immediately gave assent by saying he would box with him for a guinea. Weasel replied with a look of disdain that it was beneath any gentleman of his character to fight like a porter or even to put himself on a footing in any respect with such a fellow as Strap. Odds bodikins, cries Joey, sure, Copton, yaw, would not commit murder. Here's a poor lad that is willing to make atonement for his offense, and in that won't satisfy yaw, offers to fight yaw fairly. And yaw won't box, I dare say, he will cudgel with yaw. Won't yaw, my lad? Strap, after some hesitation, answered, yes, I'll cudgel with him. But this expedient being also rejected by the captain, I began to smell his character and, tipping Strap the wink, told the captain that I had always heard it said, the person who receives a challenge should have the choice of the weapons, this therefore being the rule in point of honor, I would venture to promise on the head of my companion that he would even fight Captain Weasel at sharps, but it should be with such sharps as Strap was best acquainted with, namely, razors. At my mentioning razors, I could perceive the captain's color change, while Strap, pulling me by the sleeve, whispered with great eagerness, no, for the love of God, don't make any such bargain. At length, Weasel, recovering himself, turned towards me and with a ferocious countenance asked, who the devil are you? Will you fight me? With These words, putting himself in a posture, I was grievously alarmed at. Seeing the point of a sword within half a foot of my breast, and springing to one side, snatched up a spit that stood in the chimney corner, with which I kept my formidable adversary at bay, who made a great many half lunges, skipping backward at every push, till at last I pinned him up in a corner, to the no small diversion of the company. While he was in this situation, his wife entered and, seeing her husband in these dangerous circumstances, uttered a dreadful scream. In this emergency, Weasel demanded a cessation, which was immediately granted, and at last was contented with the submission of Strap, who, falling on his knees before him, protested the innocence of his intention and asked pardon for the mistake he had committed. This affair being ended without bloodshed, we went to breakfast but missed two of our company, namely, Miss Jenny and the usurer. As for the first, Mrs. Weasel informed us that she had kept her awake all night with her groans, and that when she rose in the morning, Miss Jenny was so much indisposed that she could not proceed on her journey. At that instant, a message came from her to the master of the wagon, who immediately went into her chamber, followed by us all. She told him in a lamentable tone that she was afraid of a miscarriage owing to the fright she received last night from the brutality of Isaac and, as the event was uncertain, desired the usurer might be detained to answer for the consequence. Accordingly, this ancient Tarquin was found in the wagon, whither he had retired to avoid the shame of last night's disgrace, and brought by force into her presence. He no sooner appeared than she began to weep and sigh most piteously and told us if she died, she would leave her blood upon the head of that ravisher. Poor Isaac turned up his eyes and hands to heaven, prayed that God would deliver him from the machinations of that Jezebel, and assured us, with tears in his eyes, that his being found in bed with her was the result of her own invitation. The wagoner, understanding the case, advised Isaac to make it up by giving her a sum of money. To which advice he replied with great vehemence, a sum of money? A halter for the cockatrice. Oh, 'tis very well said, Miss Jenny, I see it is in vain to attempt that flinty heart of his by fair means. Joey, be so good as to go to the justice and tell him there is a sick person here who wants to see him on an affair of consequence. At the name of Justice, Isaac trembled and, bidding Joey stay, asked with a quavering voice what she would have. She told him that, as he had not perpetrated his wicked purpose, she would be satisfied with a small matter. And though the damage she might sustain in her health might be irreparable, she would give him a release for 100 guineas. 100 guineas? Cried he in an ecstasy. 100 furies. Where should a poor old wretch like me have 100 guineas? If I had so much money, d'ye think I should be found traveling in a wagon at this season of the year? Come, replied Jenny, none of your miserly artifice here. You think I don't know Isaac Rappin, the money broker in the Minories? Ah, you old rogue. Many a pawn have you had of me and my acquaintance, which was never redeemed. Isaac, finding it was in vain to disguise himself, offered 20 shillings for a discharge, which she absolutely refused under £50. At last, however, she was brought down to 5, which he paid with great reluctancy rather than be prosecuted for a rape. After which accommodation, the sick person made a shift to get into the wagon, and we set forward in great tranquility, Strap being accommodated with Joey's horse, the driver himself choosing to walk. The morning and forenoon we were entertained with an account of the valor of Captain Weasel, who told us he had once knocked down a soldier that made game of him, tweaked a drawer by the nose, who found fault with his picking his teeth with a fork at another time, and that he had moreover challenged a cheesemonger who had the presumption to be his rival. For the truth of which exploits he appealed to his wife. She confirmed whatever he said and observed the last affair happened that very day, on which I received a love letter from Squire Gobble, and don't you remember, my dear, I was prodigiously sick that very night with eating ortolans when my Lord Diddle took notice of my complexion's being altered, and my lady was so alarmed that she had well nigh fainted? Yes, my dear, replied the captain, you know my lord said to me, with a sneer, Billy, Mrs. Weasel is certainly breeding. And I answered cavalierly, my lord, I wish I could return the compliment. Upon which The whole company broke out into an immoderate fit of laughter, and my lord, who loves a repartee dearly, came round and bussed me. We travelled in this manner 5 days, without interruption or meeting. Anything worth notice? Miss Jenny, who soon recovered her spirits, entertaining us every day with diverting songs, of which she could sing a great number, and rallying her own gallant, who, notwithstanding, would never be reconciled to her. On the 6th day, while we were about to sit down to dinner, the innkeeper came and told us that 3 gentlemen, just arrived, had ordered the victuals to be carried to their apartment, although he had informed them that they were bespoke by the passengers in the wagon. To which information they had replied, the passengers in the wagon might be DD, their betters must be served before them. They supposed it would be no hardship on such travelers to dine upon bread and cheese for 1 day. This was a terrible disappointment to us all, and we laid our heads together how to remedy it, when Miss Jenny observed that Captain Weasel, being by profession a soldier, ought in this case to protect and prevent us from being insulted. But the captain excused himself, saying he would not for all the world be known to have travelled in a wagon, swearing at the same time that could he appear with honor, they should eat his sword sooner than his provision. Upon this declaration, Miss Jenny, snatching his weapon, drew it and ran immediately into the kitchen, where she threatened to put the cook to death if he did not send the victuals into our chamber immediately. The noise she made brought the 3 strangers down, one of whom no sooner perceived her than he cried, "Ha! Jenny Ramper! What the devil brought thee hither?" "My dear Jack Rattle," replied she, running into his arms, "is it you? Then Weasel may go to hell for a dinner, I shall dine with you." They consented to this proposal with a great deal of joy, and we were on the point of being reduced to a very uncomfortable meal when Joey, understanding the whole affair, entered the kitchen with a pitchfork in his hand and swore he would be the death of any man who should pretend to seize the victuals prepared for the wagon. The menace had like to have produced fatal consequences, the 3 strangers drawing their swords and being joined by their servants, and we ranging ourselves on the side of Joey, when the landlord, interposing, offered to part with his own dinner to keep the peace, which was accepted by the strangers. And we sat down at table without any further molestation. In the afternoon, I chose to walk along with Joey, and Strap took my place. Having entered into a conversation with this driver, I soon found him to be a merry, facetious, good-natured fellow, and withal very arch. He informed me that Miss Jenny was a common girl upon the town, who, falling into company with a recruiting officer, he carried her down in the stagecoach from London to Newcastle, where he had been arrested for debt and was now in prison, upon which he was fain to return to her former way of life by this conveyance. He told me likewise that one of the gentleman's servants, who were left at the inn, having accidentally seen Weasel, immediately knew him and acquainted Joey with some particulars of his character, that he had served my lord Frizzle in quality of valet de chamber many years while he lived separate from his lady, but, upon their reconciliation, she expressly insisted upon Weasel's being turned off, as well as the woman he kept. When his lordship, to get rid of them both with a good grace, proposed that he should marry his mistress and he would procure a commission for him in the army. This expedient was agreed to, and Weasel is now, by his lordship's interest, ensigned in S regiment. I found he and I had the same sentiments with regard to Weasel's courage, which he resolved to put to the trial by alarming the passengers with the cry of a highwayman as soon as a horseman should appear. This scheme we put in practice towards the dusk when we descried a man on horseback approaching us. Joey had no sooner intimated to the people in the wagon that he was afraid we should be all robbed than a general consternation arose. Strap jumped out of the wagon and hid himself behind a hedge. The usurer put forth ejaculations and made a rustling among the straw, which made us conjecture he had hid something under it. Mrs. Weasel, wringing her hands, uttered lamentable cries. And the captain, to our great amazement, began to snore, but this artifice did not succeed, for Miss Jenny, shaking him by the shoulder, bawled out, "Steeth! Captain, is this a time to snore when we are going to be robbed? Get up for shame and behave like a soldier and man of honor." Weasel pretended to be in a great passion for being disturbed and Swore he would have his nap out if all the highwaymen in England surrounded him. "DN my blood. What are you afraid of?" continued he, at the same time trembling with such agitation that the whole carriage shook. This singular piece of behavior incensed Miss Ramper so much that she cried, "DN your pitiful soul, you are as errant a poltroon as ever was drummed out of a regiment. Stop the wagon, Joey, let me out, and by GD, if I have rhetoric enough, the thief shall not only take your purse, but your skin also." So saying, she leaped out with great agility. By this time the horseman came up and happened to be a gentleman's servant well known to Joey, who communicated the scheme and desired him to carry it on a little further by going into the wagon and questioning those within. The stranger, consenting for the sake of diversion, approached it and in a terrible tone demanded, "Who have we got here?" Isaac replied, with a lamentable voice, "Here's a poor miserable sinner who has got a small family to maintain and nothing in the world wherewithal but these 15 shillings which if you rob me of we must all starve together." "Who's that sobbing in the other corner?" said the supposed highwayman. "A poor unfortunate woman," answered Mrs. Weasel, "upon whom I beg you, for Christ's sake, to have compassion." "Are you maid or wife?" said he. "Wife, to my sorrow," said she. "Who or where is your husband?" continued he. "My husband," replied Mrs. Weasel, "is an officer in the army and was left sick at the last inn where we dined." "You must be mistaken, madam," said he, "for I myself saw him get into the wagon this afternoon." "But pray what smell is that? Sure your lapdog has befuddled himself, let me catch hold of the nasty cur, I'll teach him better manners." Here he laid hold of one of Weasel's legs and pulled him out from under his wife's petticoat where he had concealed himself. The poor trembling captain, being detected in his inglorious situation, rubbed his eyes and, affecting to wake out of sleep, cried, "What's the matter?" "What's the matter? The matter is not much," answered the horseman. "I only called in to inquire after your health, and so adieu, most noble captain." He clapped spurs to his horse and was out of sight in a moment. It was some time before Weasel could recollect himself, but at length, reassuming the big look, he said, "DN the fellow. Why did he ride away before I had time to ask him how his lord and lady do? Don't you remember Tom, my dear?" addressing himself to his wife. "Yes," replied she, "I think I do remember something of the fellow, but you know I seldom converse with people of his station." "Hey day!" cried Joey, "do yon aw the young mon, Copton?" "Know him," said Weasel, "many a time. Has he filled a glass of burgundy for me at my Lord Trippett's table?" "And what may his name be, Copton?" said Joey. His name, replied Weasel, "is Tom Rinser." "Wounds," cried Joey, "I has changed his own name then. For is lay a wager he was christened John Trotter." This observation raised a laugh against the captain, who seemed very much disconcerted when Isaac broke silence and said, "It is no matter who or what he was, since he has not proved the robber we suspected, and we ought to bless God for our narrow escape." "Bless God," said Weasel, "bless the devil. For what? Had he been a highwayman, I should have eaten his blood, body, and guts before he had robbed me or anyone in this diligence." "Ha, ha, ha," cried Miss Jenny, "I believe you will eat all you kill, indeed, Captain." The usurer was so well pleased at the event of this adventure that he could not refrain from being severe and took notice that Captain Weasel seemed to be a good Christian, for he had armed himself with patience and resignation instead of carnal weapons and worked out his salvation with fear and trembling. This piece of satire occasioned a great deal of mirth at Weasel's expense, who muttered a great many oaths and threatened to cut Isaac's throat. The usurer, taking hold of this menace, said, "Gentlemen and ladies, I take you all to witness that my life is in danger from this bloody-minded officer. I'll have him bound over to the peace." This second sneer produced another laugh against him, and he remained crestfallen during the remaining part of our journey. Chapter 13. Strap and I are terrified by an apparition. Strap's conjecture the mystery explained by Joey. We arrive in London. Our dress and appearance described. We are insulted in the street. An adventure in an alehouse. We are imposed upon by a waggish footman. Set to rights by a tobacconist. Take lodgings. Dive for a dinner. An accident at our ordinary We arrived at our inn, supped, and went to bed, but Strap's distemper continuing, he was obliged to rise in the middle of the night and, taking the candle in his hand, which he had left burning for the purpose, he went down to the house of office, whence in a short time he returned in a great hurry, with his hair standing on end and a look beckoning horror and astonishment. Without speaking a word, he set down the light and jumped into bed behind me, where he lay and trembled with great violence. When I asked him what was the matter, he replied with a broken accent, "God have mercy on us. I have seen the devil." Though my prejudice was not quite so strong as his, I was not a little alarmed at this exclamation, and much more so when I heard the sound of bells approaching our chamber and felt my bedfellow cling close to me. Uttering these words, "Christ have mercy upon us, there he comes." At that instant a monstrous overgrown raven entered our chamber with bells at his feet and made directly towards our bed. As this creature is reckoned in our country a common vehicle for the devil and witches to play their pranks in, I verily believed we were haunted and, in a violent fright, shrank under the bedclothes. This terrible apparition leaped upon the bed and after giving us several severe dabs with its beak through the blankets, hopped away and vanished. Strap and I recommended ourselves to the protection of heaven with great devotion. And, when we no longer heard the noise, ventured to peep up and take breath. But we had not been long freed from this phantom when another appeared that had well nigh deprived us both of our senses. We perceived an old man enter the room with a long white beard that reached to his middle. There was a certain wild peculiarity in his eyes and countenance that did not savor of this world, and his dress consisted of a brown stuff coat buttoned behind and at the wrists, with an odd-fashioned cap of the same stuff upon his head. I was so amazed that I had not power to move my eyes from such a ghastly object, but lay motionless and saw him come straight up to me. When he reached the bed, he wrung his hands and cried, with a voice that did not seem to belong to a human creature, "Where is Ralph?" I made no reply. Upon which he repeated, in an accent still more preternatural, "Where is Ralpho?" He had no sooner pronounced these words than I heard the sound of the bells at a distance, which the apparition, having listened to, tripped away and left me almost petrified with fear. It was a good while before I could recover myself so far as to speak, and, when at length I turned to Strap, I found him in a fit, which, however, did not last long. When he came to himself, I asked his opinion of what had happened, and he assured me that the first must certainly be the soul of some person damned, which appeared by the chain about his legs, for his fears had magnified the creature to the bigness of a horse, and the sound of small Maurice bells to the clanking of massy chains. As for the old man, he took it to be the spirit of somebody murdered long ago in this place, which had power granted to form in the assassin in the shape of a raven, and that Ralpho was the name of the said murderer. Although I had not much faith in this interpretation, I was too much troubled to enjoy any sleep, and in all my future adventures never passed a night so ill. In the morning Strap imparted the whole affair to Joey, who, after an immoderate fit of laughter, explained the matter by telling him that the old man was the landlord's father, who had been an idiot some years and diverted himself with a tame raven, which, it seems, had hopped away from his apartment in the night and induced him to follow it to our chamber, where he had inquired after it under the name of Ralpho. Nothing remarkable happened during the remaining part of our journey, which continued 6 or 7 days longer. At length we entered the great city and lodged all night at the inn where the wagon put up. Next morning all the passengers parted different ways, while my companion and I sallied out to inquire for the Member of Parliament, to whom I had a letter of recommendation from Mr. Crabbe. As we had discharged our lodging at the inn, Strap took up our baggage and marched behind me in the street with the knapsack on his back, as usual, so that we made a very whimsical appearance. I had dressed myself to the greatest advantage, that is, put on a clean ruffled shirt and my best thread stockings. My hair, which was of the deepest red, hung down upon my shoulders, as lank and straight as a pound of candles, and the skirts of my coat reached to the middle of my leg. My waistcoat and breeches were of the same piece and cut in the same taste, and my hat very much resembled a barber's basin in the shallowness of the crown and narrowness of the brim. Strap was habited in a much less awkward manner. But a short crop-eared wig that very much resembled Scrubs in the play, and the knapsack on his back added to what is called a queer fizz, occasioned by a long chin, a hook nose, and high cheekbones, rendered him, on the whole, a very fit subject of mirth and pleasantry. As he walked along, Strap, at my desire, inquired of a carman whom we met whereabouts Mr. Cringer lived, and was answered by a stare, accompanied with the word "an." Upon which I came up in order to explain the question, but had the misfortune to be unintelligible likewise, the carman damning us for a lousy Scotch guard, whipping his horses with a gee-ho, which nettled me to the quick and roused the indignation of Strap so far that, after the fellow was gone a good way, he told me he would fight him for a farthing. While we were deliberating upon what was to be done, a hackney coachman, driving softly along and perceiving us standing by the kennel, came up close to us and calling, "A coach, master." By a dexterous management of the reins made his horses stumble in the wet and bedaub us all over with mud, after which exploit he drove on, applauding himself with a hearty laugh, in which several people joined. To my great mortification, but one, more compassionate than the rest, seeing us strangers, advised me to go into an alehouse and dry myself. I thanked him for his advice, which I immediately complied with, and going into the house he pointed out, called for a pot of beer and sat down by a fire in the public room where we cleaned ourselves as well as we could. In the meantime, a wag, who sat in a box, smoking his pipe, understanding, by our dialect, that we were from Scotland, came up to me and, with a grave countenance, asked how long I had been caught. As I did not know the meaning of this question, I made no answer, and he went on, saying it could not be a great while, for my tail was not yet cut, at the same time taking hold of my hair and tipping the wink to the rest of the company, who seemed highly entertained with his wit. I was incensed at this usage, but afraid of resenting it, because I happened to be in a strange place and perceived the person who spoke to me was a brawny fellow, for whom I thought myself by no means a match. However, Strap, having either more courage or less caution, could not put up with the insults I suffered, but told him in a peremptory tone he was an uncivil fellow for making so free with his betters. Then the wit, going toward him, asked him what he had got in his knapsack. "Is it oatmeal or brimstone, sonnet?" said he, seizing him by the chin, which he shook, to the inexpressible diversion of all present. My companion, feeling himself assaulted in such an opprobrious manner, disengaged himself in a trice and lent his antagonist such a box on the ear as made him stagger to the other side of the room, and in a moment a ring was formed for the combatants. Seeing Strap beginning to strip and my blood being heated with indignation, which banished all other thoughts, I undressed myself to the skin in an instant and declared that as the affront that occasioned the quarrel was offered to me, I would fight it out myself, upon which one or two cried out, "That's a brave Scotch boy, you shall have fair play." His assurance gave me fresh spirits, and, going up to my adversary, who by his pale countenance did not seem much inclined to the battle, I struck him so hard on the stomach that he reeled over a bench and fell to the ground. Then I attempted to keep him down in order to improve my success according to the manner of my own country, but was restrained by the spectators, one of whom endeavored to raise up my opponent, but in vain, for he protested he would not fight, for he was not quite recovered of a late illness. I was very well pleased with this excuse and immediately dressed myself, having acquired the good opinion of the company for my bravery, as well as of my comrade Strap, who shook me by the hand and wished me joy of the victory. After having drunk our pot and dried our clothes, we inquired of the landlord if he knew Mr. Cringer, the Member of Parliament, and were amazed at his replying in the negative, for we imagined he must be altogether as conspicuous here as in the borough he represented, but he told us we might possibly hear of him as we passed along. We betook ourselves therefore to the street, where seeing a footman standing at the door, we made up to him and asked if he knew where our patron lived. This member of the particulared fraternity, surveying us both very minutely, said he knew Mr. Cringer very well and bade us turn down the first street on our left, then turn to the right, and then to The left again, after which perambulation we would observe a lane through which we must pass, and at the other end we should find an alley that leads to another street where we should see the sign of the Thistle and 3 peddlers, and there he lodged. We thanked him for his information and went forwards, Strap telling me that he knew this person to be an honest friendly man by his countenance before he opened his mouth, in which opinion I acquiesced, ascribing his good manners to the company he daily saw in the house where he served. We followed his directions punctually, in turning to the left and to the right and to the left again, but instead of seeing a lane before us, found ourselves at the side of the river, a circumstance that perplexed us not a little, and my fellow traveler ventured to pronounce that we had certainly missed our way. By this time we were pretty much fatigued with our walk, and not knowing how to proceed, I went into a small snuff shop hard by, encouraged by the sign of the Highlander, where I found, to my inexpressible satisfaction, the shopkeeper was my countryman. He was no sooner informed of our peregrination and the directions we had received from the footman than he informed us we had been imposed upon, telling us Mr. Cringer lived in the other end of the town and that it would be to no purpose for us to go thither today, for by that time he was gone to the house. I then asked if he could recommend us a lodging. He really gave us a line to one of his acquaintance who kept a chandler's shop not far from St. Martin's Lane. There we hired a bedroom, up 2 pair of stairs, at the rate of 2 shillings per week, so very small that when the bed was let down, we were obliged to carry out every other piece of furniture that belonged to the apartment and use the bedstead by way of chairs. About dinner time, our landlord asked how we proposed to live, to which interrogation we answered that we would be directed by him. Well, then, says he, there are 2 ways of eating in this town. For people of your condition, the one more creditable and expensive than the other. The first is to dine at an eating house frequented by well-dressed people only, and the other is called diving, practiced by those who are either obliged or inclined to live frugally. I gave him to understand that, provided the last was not infamous, it would suit much better with our circumstances than the other. Infamous? Cried he. Not at all, there are many creditable people, rich people, and fine people, that dive every day. I have seen many a pretty gentleman with a laced waistcoat dine in that manner very comfortably for 3 pence halfpenny and go afterwards to the coffee house where he made a figure with the best lord in the land, but your own eyes shall bear witness I will go along with you today and introduce you. He accordingly conducted us to a certain lane where, stopping, he bade us observe him and do as he did, and, walking a few paces, dived into the cellar and disappeared in an instant. I followed his example and, descending very successfully, found myself in the middle of a cook's shop, almost suffocated with the steams of boiled beef and surrounded by a company of hackney coachmen, chairmen, draymen, and a few footmen out of place or on board wages, who sat eating shin of beef, tripe, cow heel, or sausages at separate boards covered with cloths, which turned my stomach while I stood in a maze, undetermined whether to sit down or walk upwards again. Strap, in his descent, missing one of the stops, tumbled headlong into this infernal ordinary and overturned the cook as she carried a porringer of soup to one of the guests. In her fall, she dashed the whole mess against the legs of a drummer belonging to the foot guards, who happened to be in her way, and scalded him so miserably that he started up and danced up and down, uttering a volley of execrations that made my hair stand on end. While he entertained the company in this manner, with an eloquence peculiar to himself, the cook got up and, after a hearty curse on the poor author of this mischance, who lay under the table with a woeful countenance, emptied a salt cellar in her hand and, stripping down the patient's stocking, which brought the skin along with it, applied the contents to the sore. This poultice was scarce laid on when the drummer, who had begun to abate of his exclamations, broke forth into such a hideous yell as made the whole company tremble, then, seizing a pewter pint pot that stood by him, squeezed the sides of it together as if it had been made of pliant leather, grinding his teeth at the same time with a most horrible grin. Guessing the cause of this violent transport, I bade the woman wash off the salt and bathe the part with oil, which she did, and procured him immediate ease. But here another difficulty occurred, which was no other than the landlady's insisting On his paying for the pot he had rendered useless. He said he would pay for nothing but what he had eaten and bade her be thankful for his moderation, or else he would prosecute her for damages. Strap, foreseeing the whole affair would lie at his door, promised to satisfy the cook and called for a dram of gin to treat the drummer, which entirely appeased him and compassed all animosities. After this accommodation, our landlord and we sat down at a board and dined upon shin of beef most deliciously, our reckoning amounting to 2 pence. Halfpenny each, bread and small beer included. Chapter 14. We visit Strap's friend. A description of him. His advice. We go to Mr. Cringer's house, are denied admittance. An accident befalls Strap. His behavior thereupon. An extraordinary adventure occurs, in the course of which I lose all my money. In the afternoon my companion proposed to call at his friend's house, which, we were informed, was in the neighborhood, whither we accordingly went and were so lucky as to find him at home. This gentleman, who had come from Scotland 3 or 4 years before, kept a school in town where he taught the Latin, French and Italian languages, but what he chiefly professed was the pronunciation of the English tongue, after a method more speedy and uncommon than any practiced heretofore, and, indeed, if his scholars spoke like their master, the latter part of his undertaking was certainly performed to a tittle. For although I could easily understand every word of what I had heard hitherto since I entered England, 3 parts in 4 of his dialect were as unintelligible to me as if he had spoken in Arabic or Irish. He was a middle-sized man and stooped very much, though not above the age of 40. His face was frightfully pitted with the smallpox and his mouth extended from ear to ear. He was dressed in a nightgown of plaid, fastened about his middle with a sergeant's old sash, and a tight periwig with a foretop 3 inches high, in the fashion of King Charles II's reign. After he had received Strap, who was related to him, very courteously, he inquired of him who I was, and being informed, he took me by the hand, telling me he was at school with my father. When he understood my situation, he assured me that he would do me all the service in his power, both by his advice and otherwise, and while he spoke these words, eyed me with great attention, walking round me several times, and muttering, "Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Fata Sade is here." I soon guessed the reason of his ejaculation and said, "I suppose, sir, you are not pleased with my dress." "Dress," answered he, "you may call it fat you please in your country, but I vow to gad 'tis a masquerade here. No Christian will admit such a figure into his house. Upon my conscience. I wonder the dogs did not hunt you. Did you pass through St. James Market? Bless my eyesight. You are like a cousin german of an orangutan." I began to be a little serious at this discourse and asked him if he thought I should obtain entrance tomorrow at the house of Mr. Cringer, on whom I chiefly depended for an introduction into business. Mr. Cringer, replied he, scratching his cheek, may be a very honest gentleman, I know nothing to the contrary. But is your sole dependence upon him? Who recommended you to him? I pulled out Mr. Crabbe's letter and told him the foundation of my hopes. At which he stared at me and repeated, "Oh dear. Oh dear." I began to conceive bad omens from this behavior of his and begged he would assist me with his advice, which he promised to give very frankly, and, as a specimen, directed us to a periwig warehouse in the neighborhood. In order to be accommodated, laying strong injunctions on me not to appear before Mr. Cringer till I had parted with my carroty locks, which, he said, were sufficient to beget an antipathy against me in all mankind. And as we were going to pursue this advice, he called me back and bade me be sure to deliver my letter into Mr. Cringer's own hand. As we walked along, Strap triumphed greatly in our reception with his friend, who, it seems, had assured him he would in a day or 2 provide for him with some good master. And now, says he, you will see how I will fit you with a wig. There's ne'er a barber in London, and that's a bold word, can palm a rotten caul or a pennyweight of dead hair upon me. And, indeed, this zealous adherent did wrangle so long with the merchant that he was desired 20 times to leave the shop and see if he could get one cheaper elsewhere. At length I made choice. If a good handsome bob, for which I paid 10 shillings, and returned to our lodging, where Strap in a moment rid me of that hair which had given the schoolmaster so much offense. We got up next day bedams, having been informed that Mr. Cringer gave audience by candlelight to all his dependents, he himself being obliged to attend the levee of my Lord Terrier at break of day because his lordship made one at the minister's between 8 and 9 o'clock. When we came to Mr. Cringer's door, Strap, to give me all instance of his politeness, ran to the knocker, which he employed so loud and so long that he alarmed the whole street, and a window opening in the second story of the next house, a vessel was discharged upon him so successfully that the poor barber was wet to the skin, while I, being luckily at some distance, escaped the unsavory deluge. In the meantime, a footman opening the door and seeing nobody in the street but us, asked, with a stern countenance, if it was I who made such a noise and what I wanted. I told him I had business with his master, whom I desired to see. Upon which he slapped the door in my face, telling me I must learn better manners before I could have access to his master. Vexed at this disappointment, I turned my resentment against Strap, whom I sharply reprimanded for his presumption, but he, not in the least regarding what I said, wrung the wet out of his periwig and lifting up a large stone, flung it with such force against the street door of that house from whence he had been bedewed that the lock giving way, it flew wide open and he took to his heels, leaving me to follow him as I could. Indeed, there was no time for deliberation. I therefore pursued him with all the speed I could exert until we found ourselves about the dawn in a street we did not know. Here, as we wandered along gaping about, a very decent sort of a man passing by me stopped of a sudden and took up something, which having examined, he turned and presented to me with these words: "Sir, you have dropped half a crown." I was not a little surprised at this instance of honesty and told him it did not belong to me, but he bade me recollect and see if all my money was safe, upon which I pulled out my purse, for I had bought one since I came to town, and, reckoning my money in my hand, which was now reduced to 5 guineas 7 shillings and 2 pence, assured him I had lost nothing. "Well, then," says he, "so much the better, this is a godsend, and as you two were present when I picked it up, you are entitled to equal shares with me." I was astonished at these words and looked upon this person to be a prodigy of integrity, but absolutely refused to take any part of the sum. "Come, gentlemen," said he, "you are too modest, I see you are strangers, but you shall give me leave to treat you with a wet this cold raw morning." I would have declined the invitation, but Strap whispered to me that the gentleman would be affronted, and I complied. "Where shall we go?" said the stranger. "I am quite ignorant of this part of the town." I informed him that we were in the same situation. Upon which he proposed to go into the first public house we should find open, and as we walked together, he began in this manner: "I find by your tongues you are from Scotland, gentlemen. My grandmother by the father's side was of your country, and I am so prepossessed in its favor that I never meet a Scotchman, but my heart warms. The Scots are very brave people. There is scarce a great family in the kingdom that cannot boast of some exploits performed by its ancestors many hundred years ago. There's your Douglases, Gordons, Campbells, Hamiltons. We have no such ancient families here in England. Then you are all very well educated. I have known a peddler talk in Greek and Hebrew as well as if they had been his mother tongue. And for honesty I once had a servant, his name was Gregor McGregor. I would have trusted him with untold gold. This eulogium of my native country gained my affections so strongly that I believe I could have gone to death to serve the author, and Strap's eyes swam in tears. At length, as we passed through a dark, narrow lane, we perceived a public house, which we entered and found a man sitting by the fire, smoking a pipe, with a pint of purl before him. Our new acquaintance asked us if ever we had drunk egg flip. To which question we answering in the negative, he assured us of a regale and ordered a quart to be prepared, calling for pipes and tobacco at the same time. We found this composition very palatable and drank heartily the conversation, which was introduced by the gentleman, turning upon the snares that young inexperienced people are exposed to in this metropolis. He described 1,000 cheats that are daily practiced upon the ignorant and unwary, and warned us of them with so much good nature and concern that we blessed the opportunity which threw us in his way. After we had put the can about for some time, our new friend began to yawn, telling us he had been up all night with a sick person and proposed we should have recourse to some diversion to keep him awake. Suppose, said he, we should take a hand at whist for pastime? But let me see. That won't do, there's only 3 of us, and I cannot play at any other game. The truth is, I seldom or never play. But out of complaisance, or at such a time as this, when I am in danger of falling asleep. Although I was not much inclined to gaming, I felt no aversion to pass an hour or 2 at cards with a friend, and knowing that Strap understood as much of the matter as I, made no scruple of saying, I wish we could find a 4th hand. While we were in this perplexity, the person whom we found in the house at our entrance, overhearing our discourse, took the pipe from his mouth very gravely and accosted us thus: "Gentlemen, my pipe is out, you see, shaking the ashes into the fire, and rather than you should be balked, I don't care if I take a hand with you for a trifle, but remember I won't play for anything of consequence." We accepted his proffer with pleasure. Having cut 4 partners, it fell to my lot to play with him against our friend and Strap for 3 pence a game. We were so successful that in a short time I was half a crown gainer when the gentleman whom we had met in the street, observing he had no luck today, proposed to leave off or change partners. By this time I was inflamed with my good fortune and the expectation of improving it, as I perceived the 2 strangers played but indifferently, therefore I voted for giving him his revenge. And cutting again, Strap and I, to our mutual satisfaction, happened to be partners. My good fortune attended me still, and in less than an hour we had got 30 shillings of their money, for as they lost they grew the keener and doubled stakes every time. At last the inconstant goddess began to veer about, and we were very soon stripped of all our gains and about 40 shillings of our own money. This loss mortified me extremely and had a visible effect on the muscles of Strap's face, which lengthened apace, but our antagonists, perceiving our condition, kindly permitted us to retrieve our loss and console ourselves with a new acquisition. Then my companion wisely suggested it was time to be gone, upon which the person who had joined us in the house began to curse the cards and muttered that we were indebted to fortune only for what we had got, no part of our success being owing to our good play. This insinuation nettled me so much that I challenged him to a game at piquet for a crown, and he was with difficulty persuaded to accept the invitation. This contest ended in less than an hour to my inexpressible affliction, who lost every shilling of my own money, Strap absolutely refusing to supply me with a 6 pence. The gentleman at whose request we had come in, perceiving by my disconsolate looks the situation of my heart, which well nigh burst with grief and resentment when the other stranger got up and went away with my money, began in this manner: "I am truly afflicted at your bad luck and would willingly repair it were it in my power. But what in the name of goodness could provoke you to tempt your fate so long? It is always a maxim with gamesters to pursue success as far as it will go and to stop whenever fortune shifts about. You are a young man and your passions are too impetuous, you must learn to govern them better. However, there is no experience like that which is bought, you will be the better for this the longest day you have to live. As for the fellow who has got your money, I don't half like him. Did not you see me tip you the wink to leave off in time?" I answered, "No. No," continued he, "you was too eager to mind anything but the game. But, hark ye," said he in a whisper, "are you satisfied of that young man's honesty? His looks are a little suspicious, but I may be mistaken, he made a great many grimaces while he stood behind you. This is a very wicked town." I told him I was very well convinced of my comrade's integrity and that the grimaces he mentioned were doubtless owing to his anxiety of my loss. "Oh ho! If that be the case, I ask his pardon. Landlord, see what's to pay." The reckoning amounted to 18 pence, which, having discharged, the gentleman shook us both by the hand and, saying he should be very glad to see us again, departed. Chapter 15. Strap moralizes, presents his purse to me. We inform our landlord of our misfortune. He unravels the mystery. I present myself to Cringer. He recommends and turns me over to Mr. Stateup. I become acquainted with a fellow dependent who explains the character of Cringer and Stateup and informs me of the method to be pursued at the Navy office and Surgeon's Hall. Strap is employed In our way to our lodging, after a profound silence on both sides, Strap, with a hideous groan, observed that we had brought our pigs to a fine market. To this observation I made no reply, and he went on. God send us well out of this place, we have not been in London 8 and 40 hours, and I believe we have met with 48,000 misfortunes. We have been jeered, reproached, buffeted, and at last stripped of our money, and I suppose by and by we shall be stripped of our skins. Indeed, as to the money part of it, that was owing to our own folly. Solomon says, "Bray a fool in a mortar, and he will never be wise." Ah! God help us, an ounce of prudence is worth a pound of gold. This was no time for him to tamper with my disposition, already mad with my loss and inflamed with resentment against him for having refused me a little money to attempt to retrieve it. I therefore turned towards him with a stern countenance and asked who he called fool. Being altogether unaccustomed to such looks from me, he stood still and stared in my face for some time, then, with some confusion, uttered, "Fool. I called nobody fool but myself. I am sure I am the greatest fool of the two for being so much concerned at other people's misfortunes, but nemo omnibus horis sapit, that's all. Upon which a silence ensued, which brought us to our lodging, where I threw myself upon the bed in an agony of despair, resolved to perish rather than apply to my companion or any other body for relief. But Strap, who knew my temper and whose heart bled within him for my distress, after some pause came to the bedside and, putting a leathern purse into my hand, burst into tears, crying, "I know what you think. But I scorn your thought. There's all I have in the world, take it, and I'll perhaps get more for you before that be done. If not, I'll beg for you, steal for you, go through the wide world with you, and stay with you, for though I be a poor cobbler's son, I am no scout." I was so much touched with the generous passion of this poor creature that I could not refrain from weeping also, and we mingled our tears together for some time. Upon examining the purse, I found in it 2 half-guineas and half a crown, which I would have returned to him, saying he knew better than I how to manage it, but he absolutely refused my proposal and told me it was more reasonable and decent that he should depend upon me, who was a gentleman, than that I should be controlled by him. After this friendly contest was over and our minds more at ease, we informed our landlord of what had happened to us, taking care to conceal the extremity to which we were reduced. He no sooner heard the story than he assured us we had been grievously imposed upon by a couple of sharpers who were associates, and that this polite, honest, friendly, humane person who had treated us so civilly was no other than a rascally money dropper who made it his business to decoy strangers in that manner to one of his own haunts, where an accomplice or two were always waiting to assist in pillaging the prey he had run down. Here the good man recounted a great many stories of people who has been seduced, cheated, pilfered, beat, nay, even murdered by such villains. I was confounded at the artifice and wickedness of mankind. And Strap, lifting up his eyes and hands to heaven, prayed that God would deliver him from such scenes of iniquity, for surely the devil had set up his throne in London. Our landlord, being curious to know what reception we had met with at Mr. Cringer's, we acquainted him with the particulars, at which he shook his head and told us we had not gone the right way to work, that there was nothing to be done with a member of parliament without a bribe, that the servant was commonly infected with the master's disease and expected to be paid for his work as well as his betters. He therefore advised me to give the footman a shilling the next time I should desire admittance to my patron, or else I should scarce find an opportunity to deliver my letter. Accordingly, next morning, when the door was opened, I slipped a shilling into his hand and told him I had a letter for his master. I found the good effect of my liberality, for the fellow let me in immediately and, taking the letter out of my hand, desired me to wait in a kind of passage for an answer. In this place I continued standing for 3/4 of an hour, during which time I saw a great many young fellows whom I formerly knew in Scotland pass and repass, with an air of familiarity, in their way to and from the audience chamber, while I was fain to stand shivering in the cold and turn my back to them that they might not perceive the lowness of my condition. At length, Mr. Cringer came out to see a young gentleman to the door, who was no other than Squire Gawky, dressed in a very gay suit of clothes. At parting, Mr. Cringer shook him by the hand and told him he hoped to have the pleasure of his company at dinner. Then turning about towards me, asked what were my commands? When he understood I was the person who had brought the letter from Mr. Crabbe, he affected to recollect my name, which, however, he pretended he could not do till he had consulted the letter again. To save him the trouble, I told him my name was Random. Upon which he went on, Random, I think I remember the name. And very well he might, for this very individual, Mr. Cringer, had many a time rode before my grandfather's cloak bag in quality of a footman. Well, says he, you propose to go on board a man of war as surgeon's mate. I replied by a low bow. I believe it will be a difficult matter, continued he, to procure a warrant, there being already such a swarm of Scotch surgeons at the Navy Office in expectation of the next vacancy that the commissioners are afraid of being torn to pieces and have actually applied for a guard to protect them. However, some ships will soon be put in commission and then we shall see what's to be done. So saying, he left me, exceedingly mortified at the different reception Mr. Gawky and I had met with from this upstart, proud, mean member who, I imagined, would have been glad of an opportunity to be grateful for the obligations he owed to my family. At my return, I was surprised with the agreeable news of Strap's being employed, on the recommendation of his friend, the schoolmaster, by a periwig maker in the neighborhood who allowed him 5 shillings per week besides bed and board. I continued to dance attendance every other morning at the levee of Mr. Cringer during a fortnight, in which time I became acquainted with a young fellow of my own country and profession who also depended on the member's interest but was treated with much more respect than I, both by the servants and master, and often admitted into a parlor where there was a fire for the convenience of the better sort of those who waited for him. Thither I was never permitted to penetrate on account of my appearance, which was not at all fashionable, but was obliged to stand blowing my fingers in a cold lobby and take the first opportunity of Mr. Cringer's going to the door to speak with him. One day, while I enjoyed this occasion, a person was introduced whom Mr. Cringer no sooner saw than, running towards him, he saluted him with a low bow to the very ground and afterwards shaking him by the hand with great heartiness and familiarity, called him his good friend and asked very kindly after Mrs. Stateup and the young ladies. Then, after a whisper which continued some minutes, wherein I overheard the word honor repeated several times with great emphasis, Mr. Cringer introduced me to this gentleman as to a person whose advice and assistance I might depend upon, and having given me his direction, followed me to the door, where he told me I need not give myself the trouble to call at his house any more, for Mr. Stateup would do my business. At that instant my fellow dependent, coming out after me, overheard the discourse of Mr. Cringer and, making up to me in the street, accosted me very civilly. This address I looked upon as no small honor, considering the figure he made, for he was dressed in a blue frock with a button, a green silk waistcoat trimmed with gold, black velvet breeches, white silk stockings, silver buckles, a gold-laced hat, a Spencer wig, and a silver-hilted hanger, with a fine clouded can in his hand. I perceive, says he, you are but lately come from Scotland. Pray, what may your business with Mr. Cringer be? I suppose it is no secret, and I may possibly give you some advice that will be serviceable, for I have been surgeon's second mate on board of a 70-gun ship and consequently know a good deal of the world. I made no scruple to disclose my situation, which, when he had learned, he shook his head and told me he had been pretty much in the same circumstances about a year ago, that he had relied on Cringer's promises until his money, which was considerable, as well as his credit, was quite exhausted, and when he wrote to his relations for a fresh supply, instead of money he received nothing but reproaches and the epithets of idle, debauched fellow. That after he had waited at the Navy Office many months for a warrant to no purpose, he was fain to pawn some of his clothes, which raised a small sum wherewith he bribed the secretary, who soon procured a warrant for him, notwithstanding he had affirmed the same day that there was not one vacancy, that he had gone on board, where he remained 9 months, at the end of which the ship was put out of commission, and he said the company were to be paid off in Broad Street the very next day. that relations being reconciled to him had charged him to pay his devoirs regularly to Mr. Cringer, who had informed them by letter that his interest alone had procured the warrant, in obedience to which command he came to his levee every morning, as I saw, though he looked upon him to be a very pitiful scoundrel. In conclusion, he asked me if I had yet passed at Surgeon's Hall, to which question I answered I did not so much as know it was necessary. Necessary? Cried he, oh then I find I must instruct you. Come along with me, and I'll give you information about that matter. So saying, he carried me into an ale-house, where I called for some beer and bread and cheese, on which we breakfasted. While we sat in this place, he told me I must first go to the Navy office and write to the board, desiring them to order a letter for me to Surgeon's Hall, that I might be examined, touching my skill in surgery. That the surgeons, after having examined me, would give me my qualification, sealed up in form of a letter directed to the commissioners, which qualification I must deliver to the secretary of the board, who would open it in my presence and read the contents, after which I must employ my interest to be provided for as soon as possible. That the expense of his qualification for second mate of a third rate amounted to 13 shillings, exclusive of the warrant, which cost him half a guinea and half a crown, besides a present to the secretary, which consisted of a £3 12 piece. This calculation was like a thunderbolt to me, whose whole fortune did not amount to 12 shillings. I accordingly made him acquainted with this part of my distress. After having thanked him for his information and advice, he condoled me on this occasion, but bade me be of good cheer, for he had conceived a friendship for me and would make all things easy. He ran out at present, but tomorrow or next day, he was certain of receiving a considerable sum, of which he would lend me what would be sufficient to answer my exigencies. This frank declaration pleased me so much that I pulled out my purse and emptied it before him, begging him to take what he pleased for pocket expense until he should receive his own money. With a good deal of pressing, he was prevailed upon to take 5 shillings, telling me that he might have what money he wanted at any time for the trouble of going into the city, but as he had met with me, he would defer his going thither till tomorrow, when I should go along with him, and he would put me in the way of acting for myself without a servile dependence on that rascal Cringer, much less on the tailor to whom he heard him turn me over. How? Cried I, is Mr. Stateup a tailor? No less, I assure you, answered he, and, I confess, more likely to serve you than the member, for, provided you can entertain him with politics and conundrums, you may have credit with him for as many and as rich clothes as you please. I told him I was utterly ignorant of both, and so incensed at Cringer's usage that I would never set foot within his door again. After a good deal more conversation, my new acquaintance and I parted, having made an appointment to meet next day at the same place, in order to set out for the city. I went immediately to Strap and related everything which had happened, but he did not at all approve of my being so forward to lend money to a stranger, especially as we had already been so much imposed upon by appearances. However, said he, if you are sure he is a Scotchman, I believe you are safe. Chapter 16. My new acquaintance breaks an appointment. I proceed, by myself, to the Navy office, address me to a person there, who assists me with advice, write to the board, they grant me a letter to the surgeons at the hall, am informed of the beau's name and character, find him, he makes me his confidant, and in a hour desires me to pawn my linen for his occasions, recover what I lent him, some curious observations on Strap on that occasion, his vanity. In the morning I rose and went to the place of rendezvous, where I waited 2 hours in vain and was so exasperated against him for breaking his appointment that I set out for the city by myself, in hope of finding the villain and being revenged on him for his breach of promise. At length I found myself at the Navy office, which I entered and saw crowds of young fellows walking below, many of whom made no better appearance than myself. I consulted the physiognomy of each and at last made up to one whose countenance I liked and asked if he could instruct me in the form of the letter which was to be sent to the board to obtain an order for examination. He answered me in broad Scotch that he would show me the copy of what he had writ for himself by direction of another who know the form, and accordingly pulled it out of his pocket for my perusal and told me that, if I was Expeditious, I might send it into the board before dinner, for they did no business in the afternoon. He then went with me to coffee house hard by, where I wrote the letter, which was immediately delivered to the messenger, who told me I might expect an order tomorrow about the same time. Having transacted this piece of business, my mind was a good deal compassed, and as I had met with so much civility from the stranger, I desired further acquaintance with him, fully resolved, however, not to be deceived by him so much to my prejudice as I had been by the beau. He agreed to dine with me at the cook's shop which I frequented, and on our way thither carried me to Change, where I was in hopes of finding Mr. Jackson, for that was the name of the person who had broke his appointment. I sought him there to no purpose, and on our way towards the other end of the town imparted to my companion his behavior towards me, upon which he gave me to understand that he was no stranger to the name of Bean Jackson, so he was called at the Navy office, although he did not know him personally, that he had the character of a good-natured careless fellow who made no scruple of borrowing from any that would lend, that most people who knew him believed he had a good principle at bottom, but his extravagance was such, he would probably never have it in his power to manifest the honesty of his intention. This made me sweat for my 5 shillings, which I nevertheless did not altogether despair of recovering, provided I could find out the debtor. This young man likewise added another circumstance of Squire Jackson's history, which was that being destitute of all means to equip himself for sea, when he received his last warrant, he had been recommended to a person who lent him a little money after he had signed a will entitling that person to lift his wages when they should become due, as also to inherit his effects in case of his death. That he was still under the tutorage and direction of that gentleman, who advanced him small sums from time to time upon the security at the rate of 50%. But at present his credit was very low because his funds would do little more than pay what he had already received, this moderate interest included. After the stranger, whose name was Thompson, had entertained me with this account of Jackson, he informed me that he himself had passed for third mate of a third rate about 4 months ago, since which time he had constantly attended at the Navy office in hope of a warrant, having been assured from the beginning, both by a Scotch member and one of the commissioners to whom the member recommended him, that he should be put into the first vacancy, notwithstanding which promise, he had the mortification to see 6 or 7 appointed in the same station almost every week, that now, being utterly impoverished, his sole hope consisted in the promise of a friend lately come to town to lend him a small matter for a present to the secretary, without which he was persuaded he might wait 1,000 years to no purpose. I conceived a mighty liking for this young fellow, which, I believe, proceeded from the similitude of our fortunes. We spent the whole day together, and as he lived at Wapping, I desired him to take a share of my bed. Next day we returned to the Navy office, where, after being called before the board and questioned about the place of my nativity and education, they ordered a letter to be made out for me, which, upon paying half a crown to the clerk, I received and delivered into the hands of the clerk at Surgeons' Hall, together with a shilling for his trouble in registering my name. By this time my whole stock was diminished to 2 shillings, and I saw not the least prospect of relief, even for present subsistence, much less to enable me to pay the fees at Surgeons' Hall for my examination, which would come on in a fortnight. In this state of perplexity, I consulted Strap, who assured me he would pawn everything he had in the world, even to his razors, before I should want. But this expedient I absolutely rejected, telling him I would 1,000 times rather list for a soldier, of which I had some thoughts, than be any longer a burden to him. At the word soldier, he grew pale as death and begged on his knees I would think no more of that scheme. God preserve us all in our right wits. Cried he, would you turn soldier and perhaps be sent abroad against the Spaniards, where you must stand and be shot at like a woodcock? Heaven keep cold. Let out of my carcass and let me die in a bed like a Christian, as all my forefathers have done. What signifies all earthly riches and honor if one enjoys not content? And, hereafter, there is no respect of persons. Better be a poor honest barber with a good conscience and time to repent of my sins upon my deathbed than be cut off, God bless us. by a musket shot, as it were in the very flower of one's age, in the pursuit of riches and fame. What signify riches, my dear friend? Do they not make unto themselves wings and fly away? As the wise man saith. I could also mention many other sayings in contempt of riches, both from the Bible and other good books, but I know you are not very fond of those things. I shall only assure you that if you take on to be a soldier, I will do the same, and then if we should both be slain, you will not only have your own blood to answer for, but mine also, and peradventure the lives of all those whom we shall kill in battle. Therefore I pray you, consider whether you will sit down contented with small things and share the fruits of my industry in peace, till Providence shall send better tidings, or, by your despair, plunge both our souls and bodies into everlasting perdition, which God of his infinite mercy forbid. I could not help smiling at this harangue, which was delivered with great earnestness, the tears standing in his eyes all the time, and promised to do nothing of that sort without his consent and concurrence. He was much comforted with this declaration and told me in a few days he should receive a week's wages, which should be at my service, but advised me in the meantime to go in quest of Jackson and recover, if possible, what he had borrowed of me. I accordingly trudged about from one end of the town to the other for several days without being able to learn anything certain concerning him, and one day being extremely hungry and allured by the steams that regaled my nostrils from a boiling cellar, I went down with an intention to gratify my appetite with a twopennyworth of beef, when to my no small surprise found Mr. Jackson sitting at dinner with a footman. He no sooner perceived me than he got up and shook me by the hand, saying he was glad to see me, for he intended to have called at my lodgings in the afternoon. I was so well pleased at this rencounter and the apologies he made for not keeping his appointment that I forgot my resentment and sat down to dinner with the happy expectation of not only recovering my own money before we should part, but also of reaping the benefit of his promise to lend me wherewithal to pass examination, and this hope my sanguine complexion suggested, though the account Thompson gave me of him ought to have moderated my expectation. When we had feasted sumptuously, he took his leave of the footman and adjourned with me to an ale-house hard by, where, after shaking me by the hand again, he began thus: I suppose you think me a sad dog, Mr. Random, and I do confess that appearances are against me. But I dare say you will forgive me when I tell you my not coming at the time appointed was owing to a peremptory message I received from a certain lady whom, hark ye, but this is a great secret, I am to marry very soon. You think this strange, perhaps, but it is not less true for all that a 5,000-pounder, I'll assure you, besides expectations. For my own part, devil take me if I know what any woman can see engaging about me but a whim, you know, and then one would not balk one's good fortune. You saw that footman who dined with us, he's one of the honestest fellows that ever wore livery. You must know it was by his means I was introduced to her, for he made me first acquainted with her woman, who is his mistress. Many a crown has he and his sweetheart had of my money, but what of that? Things are now brought to a bearing. I have come a little this way, I have proposed marriage, and the day is fixed. She's a charming creature and writes like an angel. She can repeat all the English tragedies as well as ever a player in Drury Lane, and, indeed, is so fond of plays that to be near the stage she has taken lodgings in a court hard by the theatre. But you shall see, here's the last letter she sent me. With these words, he put it into my hand, and I read, to the best of my remembrance, as follows: Dear Creator, as you are the inimitable hopjack of my contemplations, your aider is infernally skimming before my chimerical fancy when Murphy sends his puppies to the haze of slipping mortals, and when Phoebus shines from his merry dying throne, whereupon I shall can see fold time has lost his pinners, as also Cupid his harrows, until thou enjoy sweet propose in the loaf seek harms of thy very faithful to commend. Clarendar, Winger Yard, Drury Lane, January 12. While I was reading, he seemed to be in an ecstasy, rubbing his hands and bursting out into fits of laughter. At last he caught hold of my hand and, squeezing it, cried, "There is style for you. What do you think of this billet doux?" I answered, it might be sublime for aught I knew, for it was altogether above my comprehension. "Oh, ho," said he. "I believe it is both tender and sublime, she's a divine creature. And so dotes upon me. Let me see, what shall I do with this money when I have once got it into my hands? In the first place, I shall do for you. I'm a man of few words but say no more, that's determined. Whether would you advise me to purchase some post by which I may rise in the state or lay out my wife's fortune and land and retire to the country at once?" I gave my opinion without hesitation that he could not do better than buy an estate and improve, especially since he had already seen so much of the world. Then I launched out into the praises of a country life as described by the poets whose works I had read. He seemed to relish my advice, but withal told me that although he had seen a great deal of the world both at land and sea, having cruised 3 whole months in the Channel, yet he should not be satisfied until he had visited France, which he proposed to do before he should settle, and to carry his wife along with him. I had nothing to object to his proposal and asked how soon he hoped to be happy. As to that, he replied, "Nothing obstructs my happiness but the want of a little ready cash, for you must know, my friend in the city has gone out of town for a week or 2, but I unfortunately missed my pay at Broad Street by being detained too long by the dear charmer, but there will be a recall at Chatham next week, whither the ship's books are sent, and I have commissioned a friend in that place to receive the money. If that be all," said I, "there's no great harm in deferring your marriage a few days." "Yes, faith, but there is," said he, "you don't know how many rivals I have who would take all advantages against me. I would not balk the impatience of her passion for the world, the least appearance of coldness or indifference would ruin all, and such offers don't occur every day." I acquiesced in this observation and inquired how he intended to proceed. At this question he rubbed his chin and said, "Why, truly, I must be obliged to some friend or other. Do you know nobody that would lend me a small sum for a day or 2? I assured him I was such an utter stranger in London that I did not believe I could borrow a guinea if my life depended upon it. "No," said he, "that's hard, that's hard. I wish I had anything to pawn upon my soul. You have got excellent linen," feeling the sleeve of my shirt. "How many shirts of that kind have you got?" I answered, 6 ruffled and 6 plain. At which he testified great surprise and declared that no gentleman ought to have more than 4. "How many do you think I have got?" continued he. "But this and another, as I hope to be saved. And I dare say we shall be able to raise a good sum out of your superfluity. Let me see, each of these shirts is worth 16 shillings at a moderate computation. Now, suppose we pawn them for half price. 8 times 8 is 64, that's £3 4, that will do. Give me your hand." Softly, Mr. Jackson," said I, "don't dispose of my linen without my consent. First pay me the crown you owe me, and then we shall talk of other matters." He protested that he had not above 1 shilling in his pocket, but that he would pay me out of the first of the money raised from the shirts. This piece of assurance incensed me so much that I swore I would not part with him until I had received satisfaction for what I had lent him, and as for the shirts, I would not pawn one of them to save him from the gallows. At this expression he laughed aloud and then complained it was very hard that I should refuse him a trifle that would infallibly enable him not only to make his own fortune, but mine also. "You talk of pawning my shirts," said I. "Suppose you should sell this hanger, Mr. Jackson. I believe it would fetch a good round sum." "No, hang it," said he, "I can't appear decently without my hanger, lest it should go." However, seeing me inflexible with regard to my linen, he at length unbuckled his hanger and, showing me the 3 blue balls, desired me to carry it thither and pawn it for 2 guineas. This office I would by no means have performed had I seen any likelihood of having my money otherwise. But not willing, out of a piece of false delicacy, to neglect the only opportunity I should perhaps ever have, I ventured into a pawnbroker's shop, where I demanded 2 guineas on the pledge, in the name of Thomas Williams. 2 guineas, said the pawnbroker, looking at the hanger. "This piece of goods has been here several times before for 30 shillings. However, since I believe the gentleman to whom it belongs will redeem it, he shall have what he wants," and accordingly he paid me the money, which I carried to the house where I had left Jackson, and Calling for change, counted out to him 7 and 30 shillings. Reserving the other 5 for myself. After looking at the money some time, he said, "Well, it don't signify, this won't do my business, so you may as well take half a guinea, or a whole one, as the 5 shillings you have kept." I thanked him kindly, but refused to accept of any more than was my due, because I had no prospect of repaying it. Upon which declaration, he stared in my face and told me I was excessively raw or I would not talk in that manner. "Upon my word," cried he, "I have a very bad opinion of a young fellow who won't borrow of his friend when he is in want. 'Tis the sign of a sneaking spirit. Come, Random, give me back the 5 shillings and take this half guinea, and if ever you are able to pay me, I believe you will. If not, I shall never ask it." When I reflected upon my present necessity, I suffered myself to be persuaded, and after making my acknowledgements to Mr. Jackson, who offered to treat me with a play, I returned to my lodgings with a much better opinion of this gentleman than I had in the morning, and at night imparted my day's adventure to Strap, who rejoiced at my good luck, saying, "I told you if he was a Scotchman you was safe enough, and who knows but this marriage may make us all. You have heard, I suppose, as how a countryman of ours, a journeyman baker, ran away with a great lady of this town and now keeps his coach. I say nothing, but yesterday morning as I was shaving a gentleman at his own house, there was a young lady in the room and she threw so many sheep's eyes at a certain person whom I shall not name that my heart went knock, knock, knock like a fulling mill and my hand shsh shook so much that I sliced a piece of skin off the gentleman's nose, whereby he uttered a deadly oath and was going to horsewhip me when she prevented him and made my peace. Is not a journeyman barber as good as a journeyman baker? The only difference is the baker uses flour for the belly and the barber rises it for the head. And as the head is a more noble member than the belly, so is a barber more noble than a baker, for what's the belly without the head? Besides, I am told he could neither read nor write. Now you know I can do both and moreover speak Latin, but I will say no more, for I despise vanity. Nothing is more vain than vanity." With these words, he pulled out of his pocket a wax candle's end, which he applied to his forehead, and upon examination, I found had combed his own hair over the toupee of his wig and was, indeed, in his whole dress, become a very smart shaver. I congratulated him on his prospect with a satirical smile, which he understood very well and, shaking his head, observed, I had very little faith, but the truth would come to light in spite of my incredulity. Chapter 17. I go to Surgeon's Hall. When I meet Mr. Jackson am examined. A fierce dispute arises between 2 of the examiners. Jackson disguises himself to attract respect, arises himself to attract respect, is detected in hazard of being sent to Bridewell. He treats us at a tavern, carries us to a night house, a troublesome adventure. There we are committed to the round house, carried before a justice. His behavior with the assistance of this faithful adherent, who gave me almost all the money he earned, I preserved my half guinea entire till the day of examination, when I went with a quaking heart to Surgeon's Hall in order to undergo that ceremony. Among a crowd of young fellows who walked in the outward hall, I perceived Mr. Jackson, to whom I immediately went up and, inquiring into the state of his love affair, understood it was still undetermined by reason of his friend's absence and the delay of the recall at Chatham, which put it out of his power to bring it to a conclusion. I then asked what his business was in this place. He replied he was resolved to have 2 strings to his bow, that in case the one failed, he might use the other, and, with this view, he was to pass that night for a higher qualification. At that instant, a young fellow came out from the place of examination with a pale countenance, his lip quivering, and his looks as wild as if he had seen a ghost. He no sooner appeared than we all flocked about him with the utmost eagerness to know what reception he had met with, which, after some pause, he described, recounting all the questions they had asked, with the answers he made. In this manner we obliged no less than 12 to recapitulate, which, now the danger was past, they did with pleasure, before it fell to my lot. At length the beadle called my name with a voice that made me tremble. However, there was no remedy. I was conducted into a large hall where I saw about a dozen of grim faces sitting at the long table, one of whom bade me come forward in such an imperious tone that I was actually for a minute or two bereft of my senses. The first question he put to me was, "Where was you born?" To which I answered, "In Scotland." And Scotland said he, "I know that very well, we have scarce any other countryman to examine here. You Scotchmen have overspread us of late as the locusts." Did Egypt, I ask you, in what part of Scotland was you born? I named the place of my nativity, which he had never heard of. He then proceeded to interrogate me about my age, the town where I served my time, with the term of my apprenticeship, and when I informed him that I served 3 years only, he fell into a violent passion, swore it was a shame and a scandal to send such raw boys into the world as surgeons, that it was great presumption in me and an affront upon the English to pretend sufficient skill in my business, having served so short a time, when every apprentice in England was bound 7 years at least. That my friends would have done better if they had made me a weaver or shoemaker, but their pride would have me a gentleman, he supposed, at any rate, and their poverty could not afford the necessary education. This exordium did not at all contribute to the recovery of my spirits, but on the contrary, reduced me to such a situation that I was scarcely able to stand, which being perceived by a plump gentleman who sat opposite to me with a skull before him, he said, Mr. Snarler was too severe upon the young man, and, turning towards me, told me I need not be afraid, for nobody would do me any harm. Then, bidding me take time to recollect myself, he examined me, touching the operation of the trepan, and was very well satisfied with my answers. The next person who questioned me was a wag, who began by asking if I had ever seen amputation performed, and I replying in the affirmative, he shook his head and said, "What? Upon a dead subject, I suppose?" If continued he, during an engagement at sea, a man should be brought to you with his head shot off, how would you behave? After some hesitation, I owned such a case had never come under my observation, neither did I remember to have seen any method of care proposed for such an accident in any of the systems of surgery I had perused. Whether it was owing to the simplicity of my answer or the archness of the question, I know not, but every member at the board deigned to smile, except Mr. Snarler, who seemed to have very little of the animal risible in his constitution. The facetious member, encouraged by the success of his last joke, went on thus. "Suppose you was called to a patient of a plethoric habit who has been bruised by a fall, what would you do?" I answered, "I would bleed him immediately." "What?" said he, "before you had tied up his arm?" But this stroke of wit not answering his expectation, he desired me to advance to the gentleman who sat next him and who, with a pert air, asked what method of cure I would follow in wounds of the intestines. I repeated the method of care as it is prescribed by the best chirurgical writers, which he heard to an end, and then said with a supercilious smile, "So you think with such treatment the patient might recover?" I told him I saw nothing to make me think otherwise. "That may be," resumed he, "I won't answer for your foresight, but did you ever know a case of this kind succeed?" I acknowledged I did not and was about to tell him I had never seen a wounded intestine, but he stopped me by saying, with some precipitation, "Nor never will. I affirm that all wounds of the intestines, whether great or small, are mortal." "Pardon me, brother," says the fat gentleman, "there is very good authority here." He was interrupted by the other with, "Sir, excuse me, I despise all authority, nullius in verbo, I stand on my own bottom." "But sir," replied his antagonist, "the reason of the thing shows a fig for reason," cries this sufficient member, "I laugh at treason, give me ocular demonstratio." The corpulent gentleman began to wax warm and observed that no man acquainted with the anatomy of the parts would advance such an extravagant assertion. This innuendo enraged the other so much that he started up and in a furious tone exclaimed, "What? Sir? Do you question my knowledge in anatomy?" By this time, all the examiners had espoused the opinion of one or other of the disputants and raised their voices altogether when the chairman commanded silence and ordered me to withdraw. In less than a quarter of an hour, I was called in again, received my qualification scaled up, and was ordered to pay 5 shillings. I laid down my half-guinea upon the table and stood some time until one of them bade Me beggin', to this I replied, I will when I have got my change. Upon which another threw me 5 shillings and sixpence, saying, I should not be a true Scotchman if I went away without my change. I was afterwards obliged to give 3 shillings and sixpence to the beadles and a shilling to an old woman who swept the hall. This disbursement sank my finances to 13 pence halfpenny, with which I was sneaking off when Jackson, perceiving it, came up to me and begged I would tarry for him and he would accompany me to the other end of the town as soon as his examination should be over. I could not refuse this to a person that was so much my friend, but I was astonished at the change of his dress, which was varied in half an hour from what I have already described to a very grotesque fashion. His head was covered with an old smoked tie wig that did not boast one crooked hair and a slouched hat over it, which would have very well become a chimney sweeper or a dustman. His neck was adorned with a black crape, the ends of which he had twisted and fixed in the buttonhole of a shabby greatcoat that wrapped up his whole body. His white silk stockings were converted into black worsted hose, and his countenance was rendered venerable by wrinkles and a beard of his own painting. When I expressed my surprise at this metamorphosis, he laughed and told me it was done by the advice and assistance of a friend who lived over the way and would certainly produce something very much to his advantage, for it gave him the appearance of age, which never fails of attracting respect. I applauded his sagacity and waited with impatience for the effects of it. At length he was called in, but whether the oddness of his appearance excited a curiosity more than small in the board or his behavior was not suitable to his figure, I know not. He was discovered to be an impostor and put into the hands of the beadle in order to be sent to Bridewell, so that instead of seeing him come out with a cheerful countenance and a surgeon's qualification in his hand, I perceived him led through the outer hall as a prisoner and was very much alarmed and anxious to know the occasion when he called with a lamentable voice and a piteous aspect to me and some others who know him, for God's sake, gentlemen, bear witness that I am the same individual John Jackson who served as surgeon's second mate on board the Elizabeth, or else I shall go to Bridewell. It would have been impossible for the most austere hermit that ever lived to have refrained from laughing at his appearance and address. We therefore indulged ourselves a good while at his expense and afterwards pleaded his cause so effectually with the beadle, who was gratified with half a crown, that the prisoner was dismissed and in a few moments renewed his former gaiety, swearing, since the board had refused his money, he would spend every shilling before he went to bed, entreating his friends, at the same time inviting us all to favor him with our company. It was now 10 o'clock at night and, as I had a great way to walk through streets that were utterly unknown to me, I was prevailed on to be of their party in hopes he would afterwards accompany me to my lodgings, according to his promise. He conducted me to his friend's house, who kept a tavern over the way, where we continued drinking punch until the liquor mounted up to our heads and made us all extremely frolicsome. I, in particular, was so much elevated that nothing would serve me but a wench, at which demand Jackson expressed much joy and assured me I should have my desire. Before we parted accordingly, when he had paid the reckoning, we sallied out, roaring and singing, and were conducted by our leader to a place of nocturnal entertainment where Mr. Jackson's dress attracted the assiduities of 2 or 3 nymphs who loaded him with caresses in return for the Eric punch with which he treated them, till at length sleep began to exert his power over us all, and our conductor called to pay. When the bill was brought, which amounted to 12 shillings, he put his hand in his pocket but might have saved himself the trouble, for his purse was gone. This accident disconcerted him a good deal at first, but after some recollection, he seized the 2 ladies who sat by him, one in each hand, and swore if they did not immediately restore his money he would charge a constable with them. The good lady at the bar, seeing what passed, whispered something to the drawer, who went out and then with great composure asked what was the matter. Jackson told her he was robbed and swore if she refused him satisfaction, he would have her and her female friends committed to Bridewell. "Robbed?" cried she. "Robbed in my house? Gentlemen and ladies, I take you all to witness, this person has scandalized my reputation." At that instant, seeing the constable and watch enter, she proceeded, "What you must not only endeavor by your false aspersions to ruin my character, but even commit an assault upon my family. Mr. Constable, I charge you with this uncivil person who has been guilty of a riot here. I shall take care and bring an action against him for defamation." While I was reflecting on this melancholy event, which had made me quite sober, one of the ladies, being piqued at some repartee that passed between us, cried, "They are all concerned," and desired the constable to take us all into custody, an arrest which was performed instantly, to the utter astonishment and despair of us all, except Jackson, who, having been often in such scrapes, was very little concerned and charged the constable, in his turn, with the landlady and her whole bevy, upon which we were carried altogether prisoners to the round house, where Jackson, after a word of comfort to us, informed the constable of his being robbed, to which he said he would swear next morning before the justice. In a little time the constable, calling Jackson into another room, spoke to him thus: "I perceive that you and your company are strangers, and am very sorry for your being involved in such an ugly business. I have known this woman a great while. She has kept a notorious house in the neighborhood this many years, and, although often complained of as a nuisance, still escapes through her interest with the justices, to whom she and all of her employment pay contribution quarterly for protection. As she charged me with you first, her complaint will have the preference, and she can procure evidence to swear whatsoever she shall please to desire of them, so that, unless you can make it up before morning, you and your companions may think yourselves happily quit for a month's hard labor in Bridewell. Nay, if she should swear a robbery or an assault against you, you will be committed to Newgate and tried at the next session at the Old Bailey for your life." This last piece of information had such an effect upon Jackson that he agreed to make it up, provided his money might be restored. The constable told him that, instead of retrieving what he had lost, he was pretty certain it would cost him some more before they could come to any composition. But, however, he had compassion on him and would, if he pleased, sound them about a mutual release. The unfortunate both thanked him for his friendship and, returning to us, acquainted us with the substance of this dialogue. While the constable, desiring to speak in private with our adversary, carried her into the next room and pleaded our cause so effectually that she condescended to make him umpire. He accordingly proposed an arbitration, to which we gave our assent, and he fined each party in 3 shillings, to be laid out in a bowl of punch, wherein we drowned all animosities, to the inexpressible joy of my 2 late acquaintances and me, who had been extremely uneasy ever since Jackson mentioned Bridewell and Newgate. By the time we had finished our bowl, to which, by the by, I had contributed my last shilling, it was morning, and I proposed to move homeward, when the constable gave me to understand he could discharge no prisoners but by order of the justice before whom we must appear. This renewed my chagrin, and I cursed the hour in which I had yielded to Jackson's invitation. About 9 o'clock, we were escorted to the house of a certain justice not many miles distant from Covent Garden, who no sooner saw the constable enter with a train of prisoners at his heels than he saluted him as follows: "So, Mr. Constable, you are a diligent man. What den of rogues have you been scouring?" Then, looking at us, who appeared very much dejected, he continued, Thieves. I see, old offenders. Oh, your humble servant, Mrs. Harridan. I suppose these fellows have been taken robbing your house." Yes, here's an old acquaintance of mine. "You have used expedition," said he to me, "in returning from transportation, but we shall save you that trouble for the future. The surgeons will fetch you from your next transportation at their expense." I assured his worship he was mistaken in me, for he had never seen me in his life before. To this declaration he replied, "How? You impudent rascal, dare you say so to my face? Do you think I am to be imposed upon by that northern accent which you have assumed? But it shan't avail you, you shall find me too far north for you. Here, clerk, write this fellow's mittimus. His name is Patrick Gaggigan." Here Mr. Jackson interposed and told him I was a Scotchman lately come to town, descended of a good family, and that my name was Random. The justice looked upon this assertion as an outrage upon his memory, on which he valued himself exceedingly, and strutting up to Jackson with a fierce countenance, put his hands in his side and said, Who are you, sir? Do you give me the lie? Take notice, gentlemen, here's a fellow who affronts me upon the bench, but I'll lay you fast, sirrah, I will, for notwithstanding your lace jacket, I believe you are a notorious felon. My friend was so much abashed at this menace, which was thundered out with great vociferation, that he changed color and remained speechless. This confusion his worship took for a symptom of guilt and, to complete the discovery, continued his threats. Now, I am convinced you are a thief, your face discovers it, you tremble all over, your conscience won't lie still, you'll be hanged, sirrah. Raising his voice, you'll be hanged, and happy had it been for the world, as well as for your own miserable soul, if you had been detected and cut off in the beginning of your career. Come hither, clerk, and take this man's confession. I was in an agony of consternation when the constable, going into another room with his worship, acquainted him with the truth of the story, which having learned, he returned with a smiling countenance and, addressing himself to us all, said it was always his way to terrify young people when they came before him, that his threats might make a strong impression on their minds and deter them from engaging in scenes of riot and debauchery, which commonly ended before the judge. Thus, having cloaked his own want of discernment under the disguise of paternal care, we were dismissed, and I found myself as much lightened as if a mountain had been lifted off my breast. Chapter 18. I carry my qualification to the Navy Office. The nature of it, the behavior of the secretary straps concern for my absence of battle. Betwixt him a blacksmith, the troublesome consequences of it, his harangue to me, his friend the schoolmaster recommends me to a French apothecary, who entertains me as a journeyman. I would most willingly have gone home to sleep, but was told by my companions that we must deliver our letters of qualification at the Navy Office before 1 o'clock. Accordingly, we went thither and gave them to the secretary, who opened and read them, and I was mightily pleased to find myself qualified for second mate of a third rate. When he had stuck them all together on a file, one of our company asked if there were any vacancies, to which interrogation he answered no. Then I ventured to inquire if many ships were to be put in commission soon. At which question he surveyed me with a look of ineffable contempt and, pushing us out of his office, locked the door without deigning us another word. We went downstairs and conferred together on our expectations, when I understood that each of them had been recommended to one or other of the commissioners, and each of them promised the first vacancy that should fall, but that none of them relied solely upon that interest, without a present to the secretary, with whom some of the commissioners went snacks. For which reason, each of them had provided a small purse, and I was asked what I proposed to give. This was a vexatious question to me, who, far from being in a capacity to gratify a ravenous secretary, had not wherewithal to purchase a dinner. I therefore answered I had not yet determined what to give, and sneaked off toward my own lodging, lamenting my fate all the way, and inveighing with much bitterness against a barbarity of my grandfather and the sordid avarice of my relations, who left me a prey to contempt and indigence. Full of these disagreeable reflections, I arrived at the house where I lodged and relieved my landlord from great anxiety on my account, for this honest man believed I had met with some dismal accident and that he never should see me again. Strap, who had come to visit me in the morning, understanding I had been abroad all night, was almost distracted, and after having obtained leave of his master, had gone in quest of me, though he was even more ignorant of the town than I. Not being willing to inform the landlord of my adventure, I told him I had met an acquaintance at Surgeon's Hall, with whom I spent the evening and night, but being very much infested with bugs, I had not slept much and therefore intended to take a little repose. So saying, I went to bed and desired to be awakened if Strap should happen to come while I should be asleep. I was accordingly roused by my friend himself, who entered my chamber about 3 o'clock in the afternoon and presented a figure to my eyes that I could scarce believe real. In short, this affectionate shaver, setting out towards Surgeon's Hall, had inquired for me there to no purpose, from whence he found his way to the Navy Office, where he could hear no tidings of me, because I was unknown to everybody then present. He afterwards went upon 'Change, in hopes of seeing me upon the Scotch walk, but without success. At last, being almost in despair of finding me, he resolved to ask everybody he met in the street, if perchance anyone could give him information about me, and actually put his resolution in practice, in spite of the scoffs, curses, and reproaches with which he was answered. Until a blacksmith's prentice, seeing him stop a porter with a burden on his back and hearing his question, for which he received a hearty curse, called to him and asked if the person he inquired after was not a Scotchman. Strap replied with great eagerness, yes, and had on a brown coat with long skirts. The same, said the blacksmith. I saw him pass by an hour ago, did you so? Cried Strap, rubbing his hands. Odd. I am very glad of that. Which way went he? Towards Tyburn in a cart, said he. If you make good speed, you may get thither time enough to see him hanged. This piece of wit incensed my friend to such a degree that he called the blacksmith scoundrel and protested he would fight him for half a farthing. No, no, said the other. Stripping, I'll have none of your money. You Scotchmen seldom carry anything about you, but I'll fight you for love. There was a ring immediately formed by the mob, and Strap, finding he could not get off honorably without fighting, at the same time burning with resentment against his adversary, quitted his clothes to the care of the multitude, and the battle began with great violence on the side of Strap, who in a few minutes exhausted his breath and spirits on his patient antagonist, who sustained the assault with great coolness, till, finding the barber quite spent, he returned the blows he had lent him with such interest that Strap, after having received 3 falls on the hard stones, gave out and allowed the blacksmith to be the better man. The victory being thus decided, it was proposed to adjourn to a cellar hard by and drink friends. But when my friend began to gather up his clothes, he perceived that some honest person or other had made free with his shirt, neckcloth, hat, and wig, which were carried off, and probably his coat and waistcoat would have met with the same fate had they been worth stealing. It was in vain for him to make a noise, which only yielded mirth to the spectators. He was fain to get off in this manner, which he accomplished with much difficulty and appeared before me all besmeared with blood and dirt. Notwithstanding this misfortune, such was his transport at finding me safe and sound that he had almost stifled and stunk me to death with his embraces. After he had cleaned himself and put on one of my shirts and a woolen nightcap, I recounted to him the particulars of my night's campaign, which filled him with admiration and made him repeat with great energy an observation which was often in his mouth, namely, that surely London is the devil's drawing room. As neither of us had dined, he desired me to get up, and the milkwoman coming round at that instant, he went downstairs and brought up a quart with a penny loaf, on which we made a comfortable meal. He then shared his money with me, which amounted to 18 pence, and left me with an intention to borrow an old wig and hat of his friend the schoolmaster. He was no sooner gone than I began to consider my situation with great uneasiness and revolved all the schemes my imagination could suggest in order to choose and pursue some one that would procure me bread, for it is impossible to express the pangs I felt when I reflected on the miserable dependence in which I lived at the expense of a poor barber's boy. My pride took the alarm, and having no hopes of succeeding at the Navy Office, I came to a resolution of enlisting in the Foot Guards. Next day, be the event what it would, this extravagant design, by flattering my disposition, gave great satisfaction, and I was charging the enemy at the head of my own regiment when Strap's return interrupted my reverie. The schoolmaster had made him a present of the tie wig which he wore when I was introduced to him, together with an old hat whose brims would have overshadowed a colossus. Though Strap had ventured to wear them in the dusk, he did not choose to entertain the mob by day, therefore went to work immediately and reduced them both to a moderate size. While he was employed in this office, he addressed me thus: "To be sure, Mr. Random, you are born a gentleman and have a great deal of learning and, indeed, look like a gentleman. For, as to person, you may hold up your head with the best of them. On the other hand, I am a poor but honest cobbler's son. My mother was as industrious a woman as ever broke bread till such time as she took to drinking, which you very well know, but everybody has failings humanum est error. Now myself, I am a poor journeyman barber, tolerably well made and understand some Latin and have a smattering of Greek, but what of that? Perhaps I might also say that I know a little of the world, but that is to no purpose though you be gentle, and I simple. It does not follow, but that I who am simple may do a good office to you who are gentle. Now this is the case. My kinsman, the schoolmaster, perhaps you did not know how nearly he is related to me. I'll satisfy you in that presently, his mother and my grandmother's sister's nephew. No, that's not it. My grandfather's brother's daughter. Rabbit it. I have forgot the degree. But this I know, he and I are cousins 7 times removed. My impatience to know the good office he had done me got the better of my temper, and I interrupted him at this place with the exclamation, "If the schoolmaster or you can be of any advantage to me, why don't you tell me without all this preamble?" When I pronounced these words with some vehemence, Strap looked at me for some time with a grave countenance and then went on. "I'm very sorry to see such an alteration in your temper of late. You were always fiery, but now you are grown as crabbed as old Periwinkle the drunken tinker, on whom you and I, God forgive us, played so many unlucky tricks while we were at school. But I will no longer detain you in suspense, because, doubtless, nothing is more uneasy than doubt. Dubio procul dubio nil dubius. My friend or relation, or which you will, or both, the schoolmaster, being informed of the regard I have for you. For you may be sure I did not fail to let him know of your good qualities. By the by, he has undertaken to teach you the pronunciation of the English tongue, without which, he says, you will be unfit for business in this country. I say my relation has spoken your behalf to a French apothecary who wants a journeyman, and on his recommendation you may have £15 a year, bed and board, whenever you please. I was too much interested in this piece of news to entertain it with indifference, but, jumping up, insisted on Straps immediately accompanying me to the house of his friend, that I might not lose this opportunity through the least delay or neglect on my part. We were informed that the schoolmaster was in company at a public house in the neighborhood, whither we repaired and found him drinking with the very individual apothecary in question. When he was called to the door at our desire and observed my impatience, he broke out into his usual term of admiration. "Oh, I suppose, when you heard of this offer, you did not take leisure enough to come downstairs, but leaped out of the window. Did you overturn no porter nor oyster woman in your way? It was a mercy of God you did not knock your brains out against some post in your career. Oh, my conscience. I believe, had I been in the inmost recesses of my habitation, the very penetralia your eagerness would have surmounted bolts, bars, decency, and everything. The den of Cacus, or sanctum sanctorum, could not have hid me from you. But come along, the gentleman of whom I spoke is in the house. I will present you to him forthwith." When I entered the room, I perceived 4 or 5 people smoking, one of whom the schoolmaster accosted thus: "Mr. Lavement, here's the young man of whom I spoke to you." The apothecary, who was a little old withered man, with a forehead about an inch high, a nose turned up at the end, large cheekbones that helped to form a pit for his little gray eyes, a great bag of loose skin hanging down on each side in wrinkles like the alforjos of a baboon, and a mouth so much accustomed to that contraction which produces grinning that he could not pronounce a syllable without discovering the remains of his teeth, which consisted of 4 yellow fangs, not improperly, by anatomists, called canine. This person, I say, after having eyed me some time, said, "Oh, 'tis ver well, Monsieur Concordance, young man, you are ver welcome. Take 1 coup of bière and come to mine house tomorrow morning. Monsieur Concordance will show you the way." Upon this I made my bow, and as I went out of the room could hear him say, "Ma foi. Say. Un beau garcon, say un gaillard." As I had by my own application, while I served crab, acquired the French tongue well enough to read authors written in that language and understand anything that occurred in conversation, I determined to pretend ignorance to my new master that he and his family, whom I supposed to be of the same country, not being on the reserve before me, I might possibly discover something in discourse which would either yield me amusement or advantage. Next morning Mr. Concordance carried me to the apothecary's house, where the bargain was made and orders given to provide an apartment for me immediately. But before I entered upon business, the schoolmaster recommended me to his tailor, who gave me credit for a suit of clothes to be paid out of the first moiety of my wages, and they were begun upon that very day. He afterwards accommodated me with a new hat on the same term. So that in a few days I hope to make a very fashionable appearance. In the meantime, Strap conveyed my baggage to the place allotted for me, which was a back room. Up 2 pair of stairs, furnished with a pallet for me to lie upon, a chair without a back, a bottle by way of candlestick, and a triangular piece of glass instead of a mirror, the rest of its ornaments having been lately removed to one of the garrets for the convenience of the servant of an Irish captain who lodged in the first floor. Chapter 19. The character of Mr. Lavement, his wife and daughter. Some anecdotes of the family. The mother and daughter rivals. I am guilty of a mistake that gives me present satisfaction but is attended with troublesome consequences. Next day, while I was at work in the shop, a bouncing damsel well dressed came on pretense of finding a vial for some use or other, and taking an opportunity, when she thought I did not mind her, of observing me narrowly, went away with a silent look of disdain. I easily guessed her sentiments, and my pride took the resolution of entertaining the same indifference and neglect towards her. At dinner, the maids, with whom I dined in the kitchen, gave me to understand that this was my master's only daughter, who would have a very handsome fortune, on account of which, and her beauty, a great many young gentlemen made their addresses to her. That she had been twice on the brink of marriage, but disappointed by the stinginess of her father, who refused to part with a shilling to promote the match, for which reason the young lady did not behave to her father with all the filial veneration that might be expected. In particular, she harbored the most perfect hatred for his countrymen, in which disposition she resembled her mother, who was an English woman, and, by the hints they dropped, I learned the grey mare was the better horse, that she was a matron of a high spirit, which was often manifested at the expense of her dependents, that she loved diversions and looked upon Miss as her rival in all parties, which was indeed the true cause of her disappointments, for had the mother been hearty in her interest, the father would not have ventured to refuse her demands. Over and above this intelligence, I, of myself, soon made more discoveries. Mr. Lavement's significant grins at his wife, while she looked another way, convinced me that he was not at all content with his lot, and his behavior in presence of the captain made me believe his chief torment was jealousy. As for my own part, I was considered in no other light than that of a menial servant, and had been already 6 days in the house without being honored with one word from either mother or daughter, the latter, as I understood from the maids, having at table one day expressed some surprise that her papa should entertain such an awkward, mean-looking journeyman. I was nettled at this piece of information, and next Sunday, it being my turn to take my diversion, dressed myself in my new clothes to the greatest advantage, and, vanity apart, made no contemptible figure. After having spent most part of the day in company with Strap and some of his acquaintance, I came home in the afternoon and was led in by Miss, who, not knowing me, dropped a low curtsy as I advanced, which I returned with a profound bow and shut the door. By the time I had turned about, she had perceived her mistake and changed color, but did not withdraw. The passage being narrow, I could not get away without jolting her, so I was forced to remain where I was with my eyes fixed to the ground and my face glowing with blushes. At length, her vanity coming to her assistance, she went away tittering, and I could hear her pronounce the word creature. From this day forward, she came into the shop 50 times every day upon various pretenses and put in practice so many ridiculous airs that I could easily perceive her opinion of me was changed and that she did not think me altogether an unworthy conquest. But my heart was so steeled against her charms by pride and resentment, which were 2 chief ingredients in my disposition, that I remained insensible to all her arts and, notwithstanding some advances she made, could not be prevailed upon to yield her the least attention. This neglect soon banished all the favorable impressions she felt for me, and the rage of a slighted woman took place in her heart. This she manifested not only in all the suggestions her malice could invent to my prejudice with her father, but also in procuring for me such servile employments as she hoped would sufficiently humble my spirit. One day in particular, she ordered me to brush my master's coat, but I refusing, a smart dialogue ensued, which ended in her bursting into tears of rage when her mother, interposing and examining into the merits of the cause, determined it in my favor. And this good office I owed not to any esteem or consideration she had for me, but solely to the desire of mortifying her daughter, who on this occasion observed that let people be never so much in the right, there were some folks who would never do them justice, but, to be sure, they had their reasons for it, which some people were ignorant of, although they despised their little arts. This insinuation of some people and some folks put me upon observing the behavior of my mistress more narrowly for the future. And it was not long before I had reason to believe that she looked upon her daughter as a rival in the affections of Captain O'Donnell, who lodged in the house. In the meantime, my industry and knowledge gained me the goodwill of my master, who would often say in French, "Marty, c'est un bon garçon." He had a great deal of business, but he was mostly employed among his fellow refugees. His profits were small. However, his expense for medicines was not great, for he was the most expert man at a succedaneum of any apothecary in London, so that I have been sometimes amazed to see him, without the least hesitation, make up a physician's prescription, though he had not in his shop one medicine mentioned in it. Oyster shells he could convert into crab's eyes, common oil into oil of sweet almonds, syrup of sugar into balsamic syrup, Thames water into aqua cinnamoni, and 100 more costly preparations were produced in an instant from the cheapest and coarsest drugs of the materia medica. And when any common thing was ordered for a patient, he always took care to disguise it in color or taste, or both, in such a manner that it could not possibly be known, for which purpose cochineal and oil of cloves were of great service. Mr. Lavement had attempted more than once to introduce a vegetable diet into his family by launching out into the praise of roots and greens and decrying the use of flesh, both as a physician and philosopher, but all his rhetoric could not make one proselyte to his opinion, and even the wife of his bosom declared against the proposal. One afternoon, when her husband was abroad and his daughter gone to visit, this lady ordered me to call a hackney coach, in which she and the captain drove towards Covent Garden. Miss came home in the evening and, supping at her usual hour, went to bed. About 11 o'clock my master entered and asked if his wife was gone to sleep. Upon which I told him my mistress went out in the afternoon and was not yet returned. This was like a clap of thunder to the poor apothecary, who, starting back, cried, "Mort de ma vie. That you tellin' me? My wife not at home?" At that instant a patient's servant arrived with a prescription for a draught, which my master taking, went into the shop to make it up with his own hand. While he rubbed the ingredients in a glass mortar, he inquired of me whether or no his wife went out alone. And no sooner heard that she was in company with the captain than with one blow he split the mortar into 1,000 pieces and, grinning like the head of a bass viol, exclaimed, "Ah, traitress! It would have been impossible for me to have preserved my gravity a minute longer." When I was happily relieved by a rap at the door, which I opened, and perceived my mistress coming out of the coach, she flounced immediately into the shop and addressed her husband thus: "I suppose you thought I was lost, my dear. Captain O'Donnell has been so good as to treat me with a play." The reply, it may be supposed, was anything but courteous. But the captain, who had been all the time at the door discharging the coach, entered, and Mr. Lavement, changing his tone, saluted him with all the usual politesse of a Frenchman. Shortly after this event, by the knowledge which I acquired of the family secrets, my life became much more agreeable, and as I every day improved in my knowledge of the town, I shook off my awkward air by degrees and acquired the character of a polite journeyman apothecary. Chapter 20. I am assaulted and dangerously wounded. Suspect O'Donnell and am confirmed in my opinion. Concert a scheme of revenge and put it into execution. O'Donnell robs his own servant and disappears. Make my addresses to a lady and am miraculously delivered from her snare. One night at about 12 o'clock, as I returned from visiting a patient at Chelsea, I received a blow on my head from an unseen hand that stretched me senseless on the ground and was left for dead with 3 stabs of a sword in my body. The groans I uttered when I recovered the use of my reason alarmed the people of a solitary alehouse that stood near the spot where I lay, and they were humane enough to take me in and send for a surgeon, who dressed my wounds and assured me they were not mortal. One of them penetrated through the skin and muscles of one side of my belly in such a manner that doubtless the assassin imagined he had run me through the entrails. The second slanted along one of my ribs, and the last, which was intended for the finishing stroke, having been directed to my heart, the sword snapped upon my breastbone, and the point remained sticking in the skin. When I reflected upon this event, I could not persuade myself that I had been assaulted by a common footpad, because it is not usual for such people to murder though they rob, especially when they meet with no resistance, and I found my money and everything else about me, but my carcass safe. I concluded, therefore, that I must either have been mistaken for another or obliged to the private resentment of some secret enemy for what had happened, and as I could remember nobody who had the least cause of complaint against me except Captain O'Donnell and my master's daughter, my suspicion settled upon them, though I took care to conceal it, that I might the sooner arrive at confirmation. With this view, I went home in the chair about 10 o'clock in the morning, and as the chairman supported me into the house, met the captain in the passage, who no sooner saw me than he started back and gave evident signs of guilty confusion, which he would have accounted for from surprise occasioned by the seeing me in such a condition. My master, having heard my story, condoled me with a good deal of sympathy, and when he understood my wounds were not dangerous, ordered me to be carried upstairs to bed, though not without some opposition from his wife, who was of opinion that it would be better for me to go to an hospital, where I should be more carefully attended. My meditation was employed in concerting with myself some method of revenge against Squire O'Donnell and his inamorata, whom I looked upon as the author of my misfortune, when Miss, who was not at home at my arrival, entered my chamber and, saying she was sorry for the accident that had befallen me, asked if I suspected anybody to be the assassin, upon which I fixed my eyes steadfastly upon her and answered, yes. She discovered no symptom of confusion, but replied hastily, if that be the case, why don't you take out a warrant to have him apprehended? It will cost but a trifle. If you have no money, I'll lend you. This frankness not only cured me of my suspicion with respect to her, but even staggered my belief with regard to the captain, of whose guilt I resolved to have further proof before I should enterprise anything in the way of revenge. I thanked her kindly for her generous offer, which, however, I had no occasion to accept, being determined to do nothing rashly. For though I could plainly perceive the person who attacked me to be a soldier, whose face I thought was familiar to me, I could not swear with a safe conscience to any particular man, and, granting I could, my prosecution of him would not much avail. This uncertainty I pretended, lest the captain, hearing from her that I knew the person who wounded me, might think proper to withdraw before I could be in a condition to requite him. In 2 days I was up and able to do a little business, so that Mr. Lavement made shift to carry on his practice without hiring another journeyman in my room. The first thing I attempted towards a certain discovery of my secret enemy was to get into O'Donnell's apartment while he was abroad in an undress and examine his sword, the point of which being broken off, I applied the fragment that was found sticking in my body and found it answered the fractured part exactly. There was no room left for doubt, and all that remained was to fix upon a scheme of revenge, which almost solely engrossed my thoughts during the space of 8 nights and days. Sometimes I was tempted to fall upon him in the same manner as he had practiced upon me and kill him outright. But this assault my honor opposed as a piece of barbarous cowardice in which he was not to be imitated. At other times I entertained thoughts of demanding satisfaction in an honorable way, but was diverted from this undertaking by considering the uncertainty of the event and the nature of the injury he had done me, which did not entitle him to such easy terms. At last I determined to pursue a middle course and actually put my design in execution after this manner. Having secured the assistance of Strap and 2 of his acquaintance whom he could depend upon, we provided ourselves with disguises, and I caused the following letter to be delivered to him by one of our associates in livery, one Sunday evening. Sir, if I may be allowed to judge from appearance, it will not be disagreeable for you to hear that my husband is gone to Bagshot to visit a patient and will not return till tomorrow night, so that, if you have anything to propose to me, as your behavior on many occasions has seemed to insinuate, you will do well to embrace the present Opportunity of seeing. Yours, etc. This letter was signed with the name of an apothecary's wife who lived in Chelsea, of whom I had heard O'Donnell was an admirer. Everything succeeded to our wish. The hero hastened towards the place of appointment and was encountered by us in the very place where he had assaulted me. We rushed upon him all at once, secured his sword, stripped off his clothes even to the skin, which was scourged with nettles till he was blistered from head to foot, notwithstanding all the eloquence of his tears and supplications. When I was satisfied with the stripes I had bestowed, we carried off his clothes, which we hid in a hedge near the place, and left him stark naked to find his way home in the best manner he could, while I took care to be there before him. I afterwards understood that, in his way to the lodgings of a friend who lived in the skirts of the town, he was picked up by the watch, who carried him to the round house, from whence he sent for clothes to his lodgings, and next morning arrived at the door in a chair, wrapped up in a blanket he had borrowed, for his body was so sore and swelled that he could not bear to be confined in his wearing apparel. He was treated with the utmost tenderness by my mistress and her daughter, who vied with each other in their care and attendance of him, but Lavement himself could not forbear expressing his joy by several malicious grins, while he ordered me to prepare an unguent for his sores. As to myself, nobody can doubt my gratification when I had every day an opportunity of seeing my revenge protracted on the body of my adversary, by the ulcers of which I had been the cause, and, indeed, I not only enjoyed the satisfaction of having fleed him alive, but another also which I had not foreseen. The story of his being attacked and stripped in such a place having been inserted in the news, gave information to those who found his clothes next day, whither to bring them, and accordingly he retrieved everything he had lost except a few letters, among which was that which I had writ to him in the name of the apothecary's wife. This and the others, which were all on the subject of love, for this Hibernian hero was one of those people who are called fortune hunters, fell into the hands of a certain female author, famous for the scandal she has published, who, after having embellished them with some ornaments of her own invention, gave them to the town in print. I was very much shocked on reflection that I might possibly be the occasion of a whole family's unhappiness on account of the letter I had written, but was eased of that apprehension when I understood that the Chelsea apothecary had commenced a lawsuit against a printer for defamation and looked upon the whole as a piece of forgery committed by the author, who had disappeared. But whatever might be his opinion of the matter, our two ladies seemed to entertain a different idea of it, for as soon as the pamphlet appeared, I could perceive their care of their patient considerably diminish till at last it ended in a total neglect. It was impossible for him to be ignorant of this change any more than of the occasion of it, but as he was conscious to himself of having deserved worse than contempt at their hands, he was glad to come off so cheaply and contented himself with muttering curses and threats against the apothecary, who, as he imagined, having got an inkling of the appointment with his wife, had taken revenge of him in the manner described. By the time he had got a new scarf skin, his character was become so notorious that he thought it high time for him to decamp. And his retreat he performed in one night, without beat of drum, after having robbed his own servant of everything that belonged to him except the clothes he had on his back. A few days after he disappeared, Mr. Lavement, for his own security, took into his custody a large old trunk which he had left, and as it was very heavy, made no question that the contents were sufficient to indemnify him for what O'Donnell owed in lodging. But a month being elapsed without hearing any tidings of this adventurer, and my master being impatient to know what the trunk contained, he ordered me to break it open in his presence, which task I performed with the pestle of our great mortar, and discovered, to his inexpressible astonishment and mortification, a heap of stones. About this time, my friend Strap informed me of an offer he had to go abroad with a gentleman in quality of valet de chamber, and at the same time assured me that, whatever advantage he might propose to himself from this prospect, he could not bear the thoughts of parting from me. So much was he attached to my fortune. In spite of all the obligations I owed to this poor honest fellow, ingratitude is so natural to the heart of man that I began to be tired of his acquaintance. And now that I had contracted other friendships which appeared more creditable, Was even ashamed to see a journeyman barber inquiring after me with the familiarity of a companion. I therefore, on pretense of consulting his welfare, insisted upon his accepting the proposal, which he at last determined to embrace with great reluctance and in a few days took his leave of me, shedding a flood of tears which I could not behold without emotion. I now began to look upon me as of a gentleman in reality, learned to dance, frequented plays during the holidays, became the oracle of an alehouse where every dispute was referred to my decision, and at length contracted an acquaintance with a young lady who found means to make a conquest of my heart and upon whom I prevailed, after much attendance and solicitation, to give me a promise of marriage. As this beautiful creature passed for a rich heiress, I blessed my good fortune and was actually on the point of crowning all my wishes by matrimony when I made such a discovery as effectually turned me from my design, and I abandoned all thoughts of marriage for the future. Chapter 21. Squire Gawky comes to lodge with my master is involved in a troublesome affair, out of which he is extricated by me. He marries my master's daughter. They conspire against me. I am found guilty of theft. Discharged, deserted by my friends. I hire a room in St. Giles where, by accident, I find the lady to whom I paid my addresses in a miserable condition. I relieve her. When I enjoyed myself at large in this temper of mind, Lavement let his first floor to my countryman and acquaintance, Squire Gawky, who by this time had got a lieutenancy in the army and such a martial ferocity in his appearance that I was afraid he would remember what happened between us in Scotland and atone for his breach of appointment then by his punctuality now, but whether he had actually forgot me or was willing to make me believe so, he betrayed not the least symptom of recognition at sight of me, and I remained quite cured of my apprehension, though I had occasion not long after to be convinced that howsoever his externals might be altered, he was at bottom the same individual Gawky whom I have already described. 4. Coming home late one night from the house of a patient, I heard a noise in the street and as I approached, perceived 2 gentlemen in custody of 3 watchmen. The prisoners, who were miserable, disfigured with dirt, complained bitterly of the loss of their hats and wigs, and one of them, whom by his tongue I know to be a Scotchman, lamented most piteously, offering a guinea for his liberty, which the watchman refused, alleging that one of his companions was wounded grievously and that he must stand to the consequence. My prejudice in favor of my native country was so strong that I could not bear to see anybody belonging to it in distress, and therefore, with one blow of my faithful cudgel, knocked down the watchman who had hold of the person for whom I was chiefly concerned. He was no sooner disengaged than he betook himself to his heels and left me to maintain the dispute as I should think proper, and, indeed, I came off but scurvily, for, before I could avail myself of my speed, I received a blow on the eye from one of the other 2 that had well nigh deprived me of the use of that organ. However, I made shift to get home, where I was informed of Captain Gawky's being robbed and abused by a company of footpads, and was ordered by my master to prepare an emollient blister and paregoric draught in order to allay and compose the ferment of his spirits occasioned by the barbarous treatment he had undergone, while he took 12 ounces of blood from him immediately. When I inquired into the particulars of this adventure and understood by the servant that he came in just before me, without hat and wig, I made no scruple of believing him to be the person I had released and was confirmed in my belief upon hearing his voice, to which, before that event, I had long been a stranger. My eye being considerably swelled and inflamed, I could not reflect upon my enterprise without cursing my own folly and even resolving to declare the truth of the whole story in order to be revenged on the cowardly wretch for whom I had suffered. Accordingly, next day after he had told, in presence of my master, his wife and daughter, who came to him, 1,000 lies concerning the prowess he had shown in making his escape, I ventured to explain the mystery and, calling in the evidence of my conscience, I upbraided him with cowardice and ingratitude. Gawky was so astonished at this that he could not answer one word, and the rest of the company stared at one another till at length my mistress reprimanded me for my insolent behavior and threatened to turn me away for my presumption. Upon which Gawky, having recollected himself, observed, as the young man might have mistaken another person for him, He could forgive his insinuations, more especially as he seemed to have suffered for his incivility, but advised me to be more certain in my conjectures for the future before I ventured to publish them to the prejudice of any man. Miss applauded the captain's generosity in pardoning one who had so villainously aspersed him, and I began to imagine her praise was not at all disinterested. But the apothecary, who perhaps had more penetration or less partiality than his wife and daughter, differed from them in their sentiments of the matter and expressed himself to me in the shop in this manner. "Ah, mon pauvre Roderick, you have more of de vericite than of de prudence but mine. Vie fondateur be diablement sage, and monsieur le capitaine un fanfron, pardieu." This eulogium on his wife and daughter, though spoken ironically by him, was nevertheless literally just by espousing the cause of Gawky. The one obliged a valuable lodger, and the other acquired a husband at a juncture when one was absolutely necessary. The young lady insinuated herself so artfully into the affection of this new lodger that in less than a fortnight, on pretense of going to the play, they drove away together to the Fleet, where they were married, and in the morning came home, where they asked her father's and mother's blessing. The prudent parents, notwithstanding the precipitation with which the match was carried on, did not think fit to refuse their approbation, for the apothecary was not ill pleased to find his daughter married to a young man of a good prospect who had not mentioned one syllable on the article of her dowry, and his wife was rejoiced at being rid of a rival and a spy upon her. Whatever face Gawky put on the matter, my discovery of the adventure before related and the reproaches I vented against him had stung him to the soul and cherished the seeds of enmity so strongly in his breast that he imparted his indignation to his wife, who, being as desirous as himself to accomplish the ruin of one that not only slighted her caresses but was able on any occasion to discover particulars not at all advantageous to her character, readily joined in a conspiracy against me, which, had it taken effect as they expected, would infallibly have brought me to an ignominious death. My master, having several times missed large quantities of medicines, of which I could give no account, at last lost all patience and in plain terms taxed me with having embezzled them for my own use. As I could only oppose my single asseveration to his suspicion, he told me one day, "Your vord not be give me dissatisfaction me find necessaire to churcher for my medicine, pardonnez-moi il for a churcher me demand la clef of your coffer is set your." Then raising his voice to conceal the fright he was in lest I should make any opposition, he went on. "Oui. I charge you rendes la clef of your coffer moi qui vous peril." I was fired with so much resentment and disdain at this accusation that I burst into tears, which he took for a sign of guilt, and pulling out my key, told him he might satisfy himself immediately, though he would not find it so easy to satisfy me for the injury my reputation had suffered from his unjust suspicion. He took the key and mounted up to my chamber, attended by the whole family, saying, "Eh bien, nous verrons." But what was my horror and amazement when, opening my chest, he pulled out a handful of the very things that were missing and pronounced, "Ah, ha, vous êtes bienvenu mardi, mons Roderick, you be fort innocent." I had not power to utter one word in my own vindication, but stood motionless and silent while everybody present made their respective remarks on what appeared against me. The servants said they were sorry for my misfortune and went away, repeating, "Who would have thought it?" My mistress took occasion from this detection to rail against a practice of employing strangers in general, and Mrs. Gawky, after having observed that she never had a good opinion of my fidelity, proposed to have me carried before the justice and committed to Newgate immediately. Her husband was actually upon the stairs in his way for a constable when Mr. Lavement, knowing the cost and trouble of a prosecution to which he must bind himself, and at the same time dreading lest some particulars of my confession might affect his practice, called out, "Restes, mon fils. Restes, it be veritablement one grand crime which dis pauvre diable have committed, bot peut être de good God give him to penitence, and me vil not have upon mine head the blood of one sinner." The captain and his lady used all the Christian arguments their zeal could suggest to prevail upon the apothecary to pursue me to destruction, and represented the injustice he did to the community of which he was a member in letting a villain escape who would not fail of doing more Mischief in the world when he should reflect on his coming off so easily now, but their eloquence made no impression on my master, who, turning to me, said, "Go, miserable, go from mine house quick. Quick. And make reparation for your mauvais actions." By this time my indignation had roused me from the stupefaction in which I had hitherto remained, and I began in this manner. "Sir, appearances I own condemn me, but you are imposed upon as much as I am abused. I have fallen a sacrifice to the rancor of that scoundrel," pointing to Gawky, "who has found means to convey your goods hither, that the detection of them might blast my reputation and accomplish my destruction. His hatred to me is owing to a consciousness of his having wronged me in my own country, for which injury he in a cowardly manner refused me the satisfaction of a gentleman. He knows, moreover, that I am no stranger to his dastardly behavior in this town, which I have recounted before. And he is unwilling that such a testimony of his ingratitude and pusillanimity should live upon the earth. For this reason he is guilty of the most infernal malice to bring about my ruin. And I am afraid, madam," turning to Mrs. Gawky, "you have too easily entered into the sentiments of your husband. I have often found you my enemy and am well acquainted with the occasion of your being so, which I don't at present think proper to declare, but I would advise you, for your own sake, not to drive me to extremity." This address enraged her so much that, with a face as red as scarlet and the eyes of a fury, she strutted up to me and, putting her hands in her side, spat in my face, saying I was a scandalous villain, but she defied my malice, and that unless her papa would not prosecute me like a thief as I was, she would not stay another night under his roof. At the same time, Gawky, assuming a big look, told me he scorned what lies I could invent against him, but that, if I pretended to asperse his wife, he would put me to death. To this threat I answered, "I wish I could meet with thee in a desert, that I might have an opportunity of punishing thee for thy perfidy towards me, and rid the world of such a rascal. What hinders me this moment," said I, seizing an old bottle that stood by, "from doing myself that justice? I had no sooner armed myself in this manner than Gawky and his father-in-law retired in such a hurry that the one overturned the other, and they rolled together downstairs, while my mistress swooned away with fear, and her daughter asked if I intended to murder her. I gave her to understand that nothing was farther from my intention, that I would leave her to the stings of her own conscience, but was firmly resolved to slit her husband's nose whenever fortune should offer a convenient opportunity. Then, going down stairs, I met Lavement coming up trembling with the pestle in his hand, and Gawky behind armed with his sword, pushing him forward. I demanded a parley? And having assured him of my pacific disposition, Gawky exclaimed, "Ah, villain! You have killed my dear wife." And the apothecary cried, "Ah, Coquin! Where is my child?" "The lady," said I, "is above stairs, unhurt by me, and will, a few months hence, I believe, reward your concern." Here she called to them and desired they would let the wretch go and trouble themselves no further about him. To which request her father consented, observing, nevertheless, that my conversation was very mysterious. Finding it impossible to vindicate my innocence, I left the house immediately and went to the schoolmaster with an intention of clearing myself to him and asking his advice with regard to my future conduct, but, to my inexpressible vexation, he was gone to the country, where he would stay 2 or 3 days. I returned with the design of consulting some acquaintance I had acquired in the neighborhood, but my story had taken air through the officiousness of the servants, and not one of my friends would vouchsafe me a hearing. Thus I found myself, by the iniquity of mankind, in a much more deplorable condition than ever. For though I had been formerly as poor, my reputation was without blemish and my health unimpaired till now, but at present my good name was lost, my money gone, my friends were alienated, my body was infected by an odious distemper, and my faithful Strap, who alone could yield me pity and assistance, absent I knew not where. The first resolution I could take in this melancholy conjuncture was to remove my clothes to the house of the person with whom I had formerly lodged, where I remained 2 days in hopes of getting another place by the interest of Mr. Concordance, to whom I made no doubt of being able to vindicate my character, but in this supposition I reckoned without my best, for Lavement took care to be beforehand with me, and when I attempted to explain the whole affair to the schoolmaster, I found him so prepossessed against me that he would scarce hear me to an end, but when I had finished my justification, shook his head and beginning with his usual exclamation said, "That won't go down with me. I am very sorry I should have the misfortune of being concerned in the affair, but, however, shall be more cautious for the future. I will trust no man from henceforward, no, not my father who begat me, nor the brother who lay with me in my mother's womb. Should Daniel rise from the dead, I would think him an impostor, and were the genius of truth to appear, would question its veracity." I told him that one day it was possible he might be convinced of the injury I had suffered and repent of his premature determination. To which remark he answered, "The proof of my innocence would make his bowels vibrate with joy, but till that shall happen," continued he, "I must beg to have no manner of connection with you. My reputation is at stake. I shall be looked upon as your accomplice and a better people will say Jonathan Wild was but a type of me. Boys will hoot at me as I pass along, and the cinder wenches belch forth reproaches wafted in a gale impregnated with gin. I shall be notorious, the very butt of slander and sink of infamy." I was not in a humor to relish the climax of expressions upon which this gentleman valued himself and all his discourses, but, without any ceremony, took my leave, cursed with every sentiment of horror which my situation could suggest. I considered, however, in the intervals of my despondence, that I must, in some shape, suit my expense to my calamitous circumstances, and with that view hired an apartment in a garret near St. Giles, at the rate of 9 pence per week. I one day, when I sat in this solitary retreat musing upon the unhappiness of my fate, was alarmed by a groan that issued from a chamber contiguous to mine, into which I immediately ran and found a woman stretched on a miserable truckle bed without any visible signs of life. Having applied a smelling bottle to her nose, the blood began to revisit her cheeks and she opened her eyes, but, good heaven! What were the emotions of my soul when I discovered her to be the same individual lady who had triumphed over my heart and to whose fate I had almost been inseparably joined. Her deplorable situation filled my breast with compassion. She knew me immediately and, straining me gently in her arms, shed a torrent of tears which I could not help increasing. At length, casting a languishing look at me, she pronounced with a feeble voice, "Dear Mr. Random, I do not deserve this concern at your hands. I am a vile creature who had a base design upon your person. Suffer me to expiate that and all my other crimes by a miserable death which will not fail to overtake me in a few hours." I encouraged her as much as I could, told her I forgave all her intentions with regard to me, and that, although my circumstances were extremely low, I would share my last farthing with her. I begged in the meantime to know the immediate cause of that fit from which she had just recovered and said I would endeavor by my skill to prevent any more such attacks. She seemed very much affected with this expression, took my hand and pressed it to her lips, saying, "You are too generous. I wish I could live to express my gratitude, but alas, I perish for want." Then shutting her eyes, she relapsed into another swoon. Such extremity of distress must have waked the most obdurate heart to sympathy and compassion. What effect then must it have had on mine that was naturally prone to every tender passion? I ran downstairs and sent my landlady to a chemist's shop for some cinnamon water, while I, returning to this unfortunate creature's chamber, used all the means in my power to bring her to herself. This aim with much difficulty I accomplished and made her drink a glass of the cordial to recruit her spirits. Then I prepared a little mulled red wine in a toast, which having taken, she found herself thoroughly revived and informed me that she had not tasted food for 48 hours before. As I was impatient to know the occasion and nature of her calamity, she gave me to understand that she was a woman of the town by profession, that in the course of her adventures she found herself dangerously infected with a distemper to which all of her class are particularly subject, that her malady gaining ground every day, she became loathsome to herself and offensive to others, when she resolved to retire to some obscure corner where she might be cured with as little noise and expense as possible, that she had accordingly chosen this place of retreat and put herself into the hands of an advertising doctor, who having fleeced her of all the money she had or could procure, left her 3 days ago in a worse condition than that in which he found her, that except the clothes on her back, she had pawned or sold everything that belonged to her to satisfy that rapacious quack and quiet the clamor of her landlady, who still persisted in her threats to turn her out into the street. After having moralized upon these particulars, I proposed that she should lodge in the same room with me, an expedient that would save some money, and assured her I would undertake to cure her as well as my own, during which she should partake of all the conveniences that I could afford to myself. She embraced my offer with unfeigned acknowledgement, and I began to put it in practice immediately. I found her not only an agreeable companion, whose conversation greatly alleviated my chagrin, but also a careful nurse, who served me with the utmost fidelity and affection. One day, while I testified my surprise that a woman of her beauty, good sense, and education, for she had a large portion of each, could be reduced to such an infamous and miserable way of life, she answered with a sigh, these very advantages were the cause of my undoing. This remarkable reply inflamed my curiosity to such a degree that I begged she would favor me with the particulars of her story, and she complied. In these words. Chapter 22. The History of Miss Williams. My father was an eminent merchant in the city who, having, in the course of trade, suffered very considerable losses, retired in his old age with his wife to a small estate in the country, which he had purchased with the remains of his fortune. At that time, I being but 8 years of age, was left in town for the convenience of education. Boarded with an aunt who was a rigid Presbyterian and confined me so closely to what she called the duties of religion that in time I grew weary of her doctrines and by degrees received an aversion for the good books she daily recommended to my perusal. As I increased in age and appeared with a person not disagreeable, I contracted a good deal of acquaintance among my own sex, one of whom, after having lamented the restraint I was under from the narrowness of my aunt's sentiments, told me I must now throw off the prejudices of opinion imbibed under her influence and example and learn to think for myself, for which purpose she advised me to read Shaftesbury, Tyndall, Hobbes, and all the authors that are remarkable for their deviation from the old way of thinking, and by comparing one with the other, I should soon be able to form a system of my own. I followed her advice, and whether it was owing to my prepossession against what I had formerly read, or the clearness of argument in these my new instructors, I know not, but I studied them with pleasure and in a short time became a professed freethinker. Proud of my improvement, I argued in all companies, and that with such success that I soon acquired the reputation of a philosopher, and few people durst undertake me in a dispute. I grew vain upon my good fortune and at length pretended to make my aunt a proselyte to my opinion, but she no sooner perceived my drift than, taking the alarm, she wrote to my father an account of my heresy and conjured him, as he tendered the good of my soul, to remove me immediately from the dangerous place where I had contracted such sinful principles. Accordingly, my father ordered me into the country, where I arrived in the 15th year of my age and, by his command, gave him a detail of all the articles of my faith, which he did not find so unreasonable as they had been represented. Finding myself suddenly deprived of the company and pleasures of the town, I grew melancholy. And it was some time before I could relish my situation. But solitude became every day more and more familiar to me, and I consoled myself in my retreat with the enjoyment of a good library at such times as were not employed in the management of the family, for my mother had been dead 3 years, in visiting or some other party of rural diversion. Having more imagination than judgment, I addicted myself too much to poetry and romance and, in short, was looked upon as a very extraordinary person by everybody in the country where I resided. I had one evening strayed, with a book in my hand, into a wood that bordered on the high road at a little distance from my father's house. When a certain drunken squire, riding by, perceived me and crying, "Holloa, there's a charming creature," alighted in a moment, caught me in his arms and treated me so rudely that I shrieked as loud as I could, and in the meantime opposed his violence with all the strength that rage and resentment could inspire. During this struggle, another horseman came up, who, seeing a lady so unworthily used, dismounted and flew to my assistance. The squire, mad with disappointment, or provoked with the reproaches of the other gentleman, quitted me and, running to his horse, drew a pistol from the saddle and fired it at my protector, who, happily receiving no damage, went up and, with the butt end of his whip, laid him prostrate on the ground before he could use the other, which his antagonist immediately seized and, clapping to the squire's breast, threatened to put him to death for his cowardice and treachery. In this dilemma I interposed and begged his life, which was granted to my request after he had asked pardon and swore his intention was only to obtain a kiss. However, my defender thought proper to unload the other pistol and throw away the flints before he gave him his liberty. This courteous stranger conducted me home, where my father, having learned the signal service he had done me, loaded him with caresses and insisted on his lodging that night at our house. If the obligation he had conferred upon me justly inspired me with sentiments of gratitude, his appearance and conversation seemed to entitle him to somewhat more. He was about the age of 22. Among the tallest of the middle size, had chestnut-colored hair, which he wore tied up in a ribbon, a high polished forehead, a nose inclining to the aquiline, lively blue eyes, red pouting lips, teeth as white as snow, and a certain openness of countenance. But why need I describe any more particulars of his person? I hope you will do me the justice to believe I do not flatter when I say he was the exact resemblance of you, and if I had not been well acquainted with his family and degree, I should have made no scruple of concluding that you was his brother. He spoke and seemed to have no reserve, for what he said was ingenuous, sensible, and uncommon. In short, said she, bursting into tears, he was formed for the ruin of our sex. His behavior was modest and respectful, but his looks were so significant that I could easily observe he secretly blessed the occasion that introduced him to my acquaintance. We learned from his discourse that he was the eldest son of a wealthy gentleman in the neighborhood, to whose name we were no strangers, that he had been to visit an acquaintance in the country, from whose house he was returning home when my shrieks brought him to my rescue. All night long my imagination formed 1,000 ridiculous expectations. There was so much of knight-errantry in this gentleman's coming to the relief of a damsel in distress, with whom he immediately became enamored, that all I had read of love and chivalry recurred to my fancy, and I looked upon myself as a princess in some region of romance, who, being delivered from the power of some brutal giant or satyr by a generous Orondates, was bound in gratitude, as well as led by inclination, to yield up my affections to him without reserve. In vain did I endeavor to chastise these foolish conceits by reflections more reasonable and severe. The amusing images took full possession of my mind, and my dreams represented my hero sighing at my feet in the language of a despairing lover. Next morning after breakfast he took his leave, when my father begged the favor of further acquaintance with him, to which request he replied by a compliment to him, and a look to me so full of eloquence and tenderness that my whole soul received the soft impression. In a short time he repeated his visit, and as a recital of the particular steps he pursued to ruin me would be tedious and impertinent, let it suffice to say, he made it his business to insinuate himself into my esteem by convincing me of his own good sense and at the same time flattering my understanding. This task he performed in the most artful manner by seeming to contradict me often, through misapprehension that I might have an opportunity of clearing myself the more to my own honor. Having thus secured my good opinion, he began to give me some tokens of a particular passion, founded on a veneration of the qualities of my mind and, as an accidental ornament, admired the beauties of my person, till it being fully persuaded of his conquest, he chose a proper season for the theme and disclosed his love in terms so ardent and sincere that it was impossible for me to disguise the sentiments of my heart, and he received my approbation with the most lively transport. After this mutual declaration, we contrived to meet more frequently in private interviews, where we enjoyed the conversation of one another in all the elevation of fancy and impatience of hope that reciprocal adoration can inspire. He professed his honorable intentions, of which I made no question, lamented the avaricious disposition of his father, who had destined him for the arms of another, and vowed eternal fidelity with such an appearance of candor and devotion that I became a dupe to his deceit. Cursed be the day on which I gave away my innocence and peace. Cursed be my beauty that first attracted the attention of the seducer. Cursed be my education that, by refining my sentiments, made my heart the more susceptible. Cursed be my good sense that fixed me to one object and taught me the preference I enjoyed was but my due. Had I been ugly, nobody would have tempted me. Had I been ignorant, the charms of my person would not have atoned for the coarseness of my conversation. Had I been giddy, my vanity would have divided my inclinations, and my ideas would have been so diffused that I should never have listened to the enchantments of one alone. But to return to my unfortunate story. After some months, the visits of my lover became less frequent and his behavior less warm. I perceived his coldness, my heart took the alarm, my tears reproached him, and I insisted upon the performance of his promise to espouse me. That, whatever should happen, my reputation might be safe. He seemed to acquiesce in my proposal and left me on pretense of finding a proper clergyman to unite us in the bands of wedlock. But alas, the inconstant had no intention to return. I waited a whole week with the utmost impatience, sometimes doubting his honor, at other times inventing excuses for him and condemning myself for harboring suspicions of his faith. At length I understood from a gentleman who dined at our house that this perfidious wretch was on the point of setting out for London with his bride to buy clothes for their approaching nuptials. This information distracted me. Rage took possession of my soul. I denounced 1,000 imprecations and formed as many schemes of revenge against the traitor who had undone me. Then my resentment would subside to silent sorrow. I recalled the tranquility I lost, I wept over my infatuation, and sometimes a ray of hope would intervene, and for a moment cheer my drooping heart. I would revolve all the favorable circumstances of his character, repeat the vows he made, ascribe his absence to the vigilance of a suspicious father who compelled him to a match his soul abhorred, and comfort myself with the expectation of seeing him before the thing should be brought to any terms of agreement. But how vain was my imagination! That villain left me without remorse, and in a few days the news of his marriage were spread all over the country. My horror was then inconceivable, and had not the desire of revenge diverted the resolution, I should infallibly have put an end to my miserable life. My father observed the symptoms of my despair, and though I have good reason to believe he guessed the cause, was at a great deal of pains to seem ignorant of my affliction, while he endeavored with parental fondness to alleviate my distress. I saw his concern, which increased my anguish and raised my fury against the author of my calamity to an implacable degree. Having furnished myself with a little money, I made an elopement from this unhappy parent in the night time, and about break of day arrived at a small town, from whence a stage-coach set out for London, in which I embarked, and next day alighted in town, the spirit of revenge having supported me all the way against every other reflection. My first care was to hire a lodging, in which I kept myself very retired, assumed a feigned name, that my character and situation might be better concealed. It was not long before I found out the house of my lover, whither I immediately repaired in a transport of rage, determined to act some desperate deed for the satisfaction of my despair, though the hurry of my spirits would not permit me to concert or resolve upon a particular plan. When I demanded admission to Lothario, so let me call him, I was desired to send up my name and business, but this I refused, telling the porter I had business for his master's private ear, upon which I was conducted into a parlor until he should be informed of my request. There I remained about a quarter of an hour, when a servant entered and told me his master was engaged with company and begged to be excused at that time. My temper could hold out no longer. I pulled out a poniard from my bosom, where I had concealed it, and rushing out flew upstairs like a fury, exclaiming, "Where's this perfidious villain? Could I plunge this dagger into his false heart, I should then die satisfied." The noise I made alarmed not only the servants, but the company also, who hearing my threats came forward to the staircase to see what was the matter. I was seized, disarmed, and withheld by 2 footmen, and in this situation felt the most exquisite torture in beholding my undoer approach with his young wife. I could not endure the sight, was deprived of my senses, and fell into a severe fit, during which I know not how I was treated, but when I recovered, The use of reflection found myself on a bed in a paltry apartment, where I was attended by an old woman who asked 1,000 impertinent questions relating to my condition and informed me that my behavior had thrown the whole family into confusion, that Lothario affirmed I was mad and proposed to have me sent to Bedlam, but my lady persuaded herself there was more in my conduct than he cared should be known and had taken to her bed on bare suspicion, having first ordered that I should be narrowly looked to. I heard all she said without making any other reply than desiring she would do me the favor to call a chair. But this she told me could not be done without her master's consent, which, however, was easily procured, and I was conveyed to my lodgings in a state of mind that baffles all description. The agitation of my thoughts produced a fever which brought on a miscarriage, and I believe it is well for my conscience that heaven thus disposed of my burden, for let me own to you with penitence and horror, if I had brought a living child into the world, my frenzy would have prompted me to sacrifice the little innocent to my resentment of the father's infidelity. After this event my rage abated and my hate became more deliberate and calm. When one day my landlady informed me that there was a gentleman below who desired to see me, he having something of consequence to impart, which he was sure would contribute to my peace of mind. I was exceedingly alarmed at this declaration, which I attempted to interpret 1,000 ways, and before I came to any determination he entered my room with an apology for intruding without my knowledge or consent. I surveyed him some time and not being able to recollect his face, demanded, with a faltering accent, what his business was with me? Upon which he desired I would give him a particular audience, and he did not doubt of communicating something that would conduce to my satisfaction and repose. As I thought myself sufficiently guarded against any violence, I granted his request and bade the woman withdraw. The stranger, then advancing, gave me to understand that he was well acquainted with the particulars of my story, having been informed of them from Lothario's own mouth that from the time he knew my misfortunes he had entertained a detestation for the author of them, which had of late been increased and inflamed to a desire of revenge by a piece of dishonorable conduct towards him that, hearing of my melancholy situation, he had come with an intention of offering his assistance and comfort and was ready to espouse my quarrel and forthwith take vengeance on my seducer, provided I would grant him one consideration, which, he hoped, I should see no reason to refuse. Had all the artifice of hell been employed in compassing a persuasive, it could not have had a more instantaneous or favorable effect than this discourse had upon me. I was transported with a delirium of gloomy joy. The contract was made, he devoted himself to my revenge, undertook to murder Lothario that very night and to bring me an account of his death before morning. Accordingly, about 2 o'clock, he was introduced to my chamber and assured me that my perfidious lover was no more. That although he was not entitled to such an honorable proceeding, he had fairly challenged him to the field, where he upbraided him with his treachery towards me, for whom, he told me, his sword was drawn, and after a few passes left him weltering in his blood. I was so savage by my wrongs that I delighted in the recital of this adventure, made him repeat the particulars and feasted my eyes on the blood that remained on his clothes and sword. My imagination was so engrossed by these ideas that in my sleep I dreamed Lothario appeared before me pale, mangled, and bloody, blamed my rashness, protested his innocence, and pleaded his cause so pathetically that I was convinced of his fidelity and waked in a fit of horror and remorse. I dropped asleep again, and the same apparition recurred to my fancy. In short, I passed the night in great misery and looked upon my avenger with such abhorrence that in the morning, perceiving my aversion, he insinuated there was still a possibility of Lothario's recovery. It was quite true he left him wounded on the ground, but not quite dead, and perhaps his hurts might not be mortal. At these words I started up, bade him fly for intelligence, and if he could not bring me tidings of Lothario's safety, at least consult his own, and never return, for I was resolved to surrender myself to justice and declare all I knew of the affair, that, if possible I might expiate my own guilt by incurring the rigors of a sincere repentance and ignominious death. He very coolly represented the unreasonableness of my prejudice against him, who had done nothing but What his love of me inspired and honor justified. That now he had, at the risk of his life, been subservient to my revenge, I was about to discard him as an infamous agent, occasionally necessary, and that even if he should be so lucky as to bring news of Lothario's safety, it was probable my former resentment might revive and I would upbraid him with having failed in his undertaking. I assured him that on the contrary, he should be dearer to me than ever, as I then should be. Convinced he acted more on the principles of a man of honor than on those of a mercenary assassin, and scorned to take away the life of an adversary, how inveterate soever, which fortune had put in his power. Well, then, madam, said he, whatever may have happened, I shall find it no difficult matter to acquit myself in point of honor, and took his leave in order to inquire into the consequences of his duel. I was now more sensible than ever of the degrees of guilt and misery. All the affliction I had suffered hitherto was owing to my own credulity and weakness, and my conscience could only accuse me of venial crimes, but now that I looked upon myself as a murderer, it is impossible to express the terrors of my imagination, which was incessantly haunted by the image of the deceased, and my bosom stung with the most exquisite agonies, of which I saw no end. At length, Horatio, for so I shall call my new friend, returned, and telling me I had nothing to fear, delivered into my hands a billet containing these words: Madam, as I understand it is of consequence to your peace, I take this liberty to inform you that the wounds I received from Horatio are not mortal. This satisfaction my humanity could not deny, even to a person who has endeavored to disturb the repose as well as the life of Lothario. Being well acquainted with this hand, I had no reason to suspect an imposition in this letter, which I read over and over with a transport of joy, and caressed Horatio so much that he appeared the happiest man alive. Thus was I won from despair by the menaces of a greater misfortune than that which depressed me. Griefs are like usurpers, the most powerful deposes all the rest. But my raptures were not lasting. That very letter which in a manner re-established my tranquility, in a little time banished my peace. His unjust reproaches, while they waked my resentment, recalled my former happiness and filled my soul with rage and sorrow. Horatio, perceiving the situation of my mind, endeavored to divert my chagrin by treating me with all the amusements and entertainments of the town. I was gratified with every indulgence I could desire, introduced into the company of women in my own situation, by whom an uncommon deference was paid to me, and I began to lose all remembrance of my former condition when an accident brought it back to my view with all its interesting circumstances. Diverting myself one day with some newspapers, which I had not before perused, the following advertisement attracted my attention. Whereas a young gentlewoman disappeared from her father's house in the county of about the end of September on account, as is supposed, of some uneasiness of mind, and has not been as yet heard of. Whoever will give any information about her to Mr. of Gray's Inn shall be handsomely rewarded, or if she will return to the arms of her disconsolate parent, she will be received with the utmost tenderness. Whatever reason she may have to think otherwise, and may be the means of prolonging the life of a father already weighed down almost to the grave with age and sorrow. This pathetic remonstrance had such an effect on me that I was fully resolved to return, like the prodigal son, and implore the forgiveness of him who gave me life, but, alas! Upon inquiry, I found he had paid his debt to nature a month before, lamenting my absence to his last hour, having left his fortune to a stranger as a mark of his resentment of my unkind and undutiful behavior. Penetrated with remorse on this occasion, I sank into the most profound melancholy and considered myself as the immediate cause of his death. I lost all relish for company, and, indeed, most of my acquaintances no sooner perceived my change of temper than they abandoned me. Horatio, disgusted at my insensibility or from some other cause, became colder and colder every day, till at last he left me altogether, without making any apology for his conduct or securing me against the miseries of want, as a man of honor ought to have done, considering the share he had in my ruin, for I afterwards learned that the quarrel between Lothario and him was a story trumped up to rid the one of my importunities and give the other a recommendation to me, which, it seems, he desired upon seeing me at the house of my seducer. Reduced To this extremity, I cursed my own simplicity, uttered horrid imprecations against the treachery of Horatio, and, as I became every day more and more familiarized to the loss of innocence, resolved to be revenged on the sex in general by practicing their own arts upon themselves. Nor was an opportunity long wanting. An old gentlewoman, under pretense of sympathizing, visited me, and after having condoled me on my misfortunes and professed a disinterested friendship, began to display the art of her occupation in encomiums on my beauty and invectives against a wretch who had forsaken me, insinuating withal that it would be my own fault if I did not still make my fortune by the extraordinary qualifications with which nature had endowed me. I soon understood her drift and gave her such encouragement to explain herself that we came to an agreement immediately to divide whatever profits might accrue from such gallants as she should introduce to my acquaintance. The first stroke of my dissimulation was practiced upon a certain judge, to whom I was recommended by this matron as an innocent creature just arrived from the country. Chapter 23. Miss Williams interrupted by a bailiff who carries her to the Marshalsea. I accompany her, prove she is not the person named in the writ. The bailiff is fain to discharge her. We shift our lodging. Her story and my reflections thereupon progressive. A common woman of the town resolves to quit that way of life. Her story was here interrupted by a rap at the door, which I no sooner opened than 3 or 4 terrible fellows rushed in, one of whom accosted my fellow lodger thus: "Madam, your servant, you must do me the favor to come along with me, I have a writ against you." While the bailiff, for so he was, spoke thus, his followers surrounded the prisoner and began to handle her very roughly. This treatment incensed me so much that I snatched up the poker and would certainly have used it in defense of the lady, without any regard to the strength and number of her adversaries, had she not begged me, with a composure of countenance for which I could not account, to use no violence on her behalf, which could be of no service to her, but might be very detrimental to myself. Then turning to the leader of this formidable troop, she desired to see the writ, and having perused it, said with a faltering voice, "I am not the person whose name is here mentioned. Arrest me at your peril." Madam," replied the catchpole. "We shall prove your identity. In the meantime, whither will you be pleased to be carried, to my house or to jail?" "If I must be confined," said she, "I would rather be in your house than in a common jail." Well, answered he, "if you have money enough in your pocket, you shall be entertained like a princess." But when she acquainted him with her poverty, he swore he never gave credit and ordered one of his myrmidons to call a coach to carry her to the Marshalsea at once. While they waited for the convenience, she took me aside and bade me be under no concern on her account, for she knew how to extricate herself from this difficulty very soon and perhaps gain something by the occasion. Although her discourse was a mystery to me, I was very well pleased with her assurance, and when the coach came to the door, I offered to accompany her to prison, to which proposal, after much entreaty, she consented. When we arrived at the gate of the Marshalsea, our conductor alighted and, having demanded entrance, presented the writ to the turnkey, who no sooner perceived the name of Elizabeth Carey than he cried, my old acquaintance Bet. I'm glad to see thee with all my heart." So saying, he opened the coach door and helped her to dismount, but when he observed her face, he started back, saying, "Who have we got here?" The bailiff, alarmed at this interrogation, cried with some emotion, "Who should it be but the prisoner Elizabeth Carey?" The turnkey replied that Elizabeth Carey. "I'll be hanged if that's Elizabeth Carey. More than my grandmother." Here the lady thought fit to interpose and tell the catchpole if he had taken her word for it at first, he might have saved himself and her a great deal of trouble. "It may be so," answered he, "but I'll have further evidence that you are not the person before you and I part." Yes, said she, "you shall have further evidence, to your cost." Then we adjourned into the lodge and called for a bottle of wine, where my companion wrote a direction to 2 of her acquaintance and begged the favor of me to go to their lodgings and request them to come to her immediately. I found them together at a house in Bridges Street, Drury Lane, and as they were luckily unengaged, they set out with me in a hackney coach without hesitation, after I had related the circumstances of the affair, which flattered them with the hopes of seeing a bailiff trounced for their is an antipathy as natural between women of that class and bailiffs as that subsisting between mice and cats. Accordingly, when they entered the lodge, they embraced the prisoner very affectionately by the name of Nancy Williams and asked how long she had been nabbed and for what. On hearing the particulars of her adventure repeated, they offered to swear before a justice of peace that she was not the person mentioned in the writ, whom, it seems, they all knew, but the bailiff, who was by the time convinced of his mistake, told them he would not put them to that trouble. "Ladies," said he, "there's no harm done you. She'll give me leave to treat you with another bottle, and then we'll part friends." This proposal was not at all relished by the sisterhood. And Miss Williams told him, sure he did not imagine her such a fool as to be satisfied with a paltry glass of sour wine. Here the turnkey interrupted her by affirming with an oath that the wine was as good as ever was tipped over tongue. "Well," continued she, "that may be, but were it the best of champagne, it is no recompense for the damage I have suffered both in character and health by being wrongfully dragged to jail. At this rate, no innocent person is safe, since an officer of justice, out of malice, private pique, or mistake, may injure and oppress the subject with impunity, but, thank heaven, I live under the protection of laws that will not suffer such insults to pass unpunished, and I know very well how to procure redress." Mr. Vulture, for that was the bailiff's name, finding he had to deal with one who would not be imposed upon, began to look very sullen and perplexed. And, leaning his forehead on his hand, entered into a deliberation with himself, which lasted a few minutes, and then broke out in a volley of dreadful curses against the old jade, our landlady, as he called her, for having misinformed him. After much wrangling and swearing, the matter was referred to the decision of the turnkey, who, calling for the other bottle, mulcted the bailiff in all the liquor that had been drunk, coach hire, and a couple of guineas for the use of the plaintiff. The money was immediately deposited, Miss Williams gratified the two evidences with one half and putting the other in her pocket, drove home with me, leaving the catchpole grumbling over his loss, yet pleased in the main for having so cheaply got clear of a business that might have cost him 10 times the sum and his place to boot. This guinea was a very seasonable relief to us, who were reduced to great necessity. 6 of my shirts and almost all my clothes, except those on my back, having been either pawned or sold for our maintenance before this happened. As we resented the behavior of our landlady, our first care was to provide ourselves with another lodging, whither we removed next day, with an intention to keep ourselves as retired as possible until our cure should be completed. When we were fixed in our new habitation, I entreated her to finish the story of her life, which she pursued in this manner. The success of our experiment on the judge encouraged us to practice the same deceit on others, but this harvest lasted not long, my character taking air and my directress deserting me for some new game. Then I took lodgings near Charing Cross at 2 guineas a week and began to entertain company in a public manner, but my income being too small to defray my expenses, I was obliged to retrench and enter into articles with the porters of certain taverns, who undertook to find employment enough for me, provided I would share my profits with them. Accordingly, I was almost every night engaged with company, among whom I was exposed to every mortification, danger, and abuse that flow from drunkenness and brutality. As my spirit was not sufficiently humbled to the will, nor my temper calculated for the conversation of my gallants, it was impossible for me to overcome an aversion I felt for my profession, which manifested itself in a settled gloom on my countenance and disgusted those sons of mirth and riot so much that I was frequently used in a shocking manner and kicked downstairs with disgrace. The messengers, seeing me disagreeable to their benefactors and employers, seldom troubled me with a call, and I began to find myself almost totally neglected. To contribute towards my support, I was fain to sell my watch, rings, trinkets, with the best part of my clothes, and I was one evening musing by myself on misery before me when I received a message from a tavern, whither I repaired in a chair and was introduced to a gentleman dressed like an officer, with whom I supped in a sumptuous manner. In the morning, when I woke, I found my gallant had got up and, drawing aside the curtain, could not perceive him in the room. I waited a full hour for his return and then, in the greatest perplexity, rose up and rang the bell. When the waiter came to the door, he found it locked and desired admittance, which I granted after observing with great surprise that the key remained on the inside, as when we went to bed. I no sooner inquired for the captain than the fellow, staring with a distracted look, cried, "How, madam, is he not abed?" And when he was satisfied as to that particular, ran into a closet adjoining to the chamber, the window of which he found open. Through this the adventurer had got upon a wall front whence he dropped down into a court and escaped, leaving me to be answerable not only for the reckoning, but also for a large silver tankard and posset bowl, which he had carried off with him. It is impossible to describe the consternation I was under when I saw myself detained as a thief's accomplice, for I was looked upon in that light and carried before a justice who, mistaking my confusion for a sign of guilt, committed me, after a short examination, to Bridewell, having admonished me, as the only means to save my life, to turn evidence and impeach my confederate. I now concluded the vengeance of heaven had overtaken me and that I must soon finish my career by an ignominious death. This reflection sank so deep into my soul that I was for some days deprived of my reason and actually believed myself in hell, tormented by fiends. Indeed, there needs not a very extravagant imagination to form that idea, for of all the scenes on earth that of Bridewell approaches nearest the notion I had always entertained of the regions. Here I saw nothing but rage, anguish and impiety, and heard nothing but groans, curses, and blasphemy. In the midst of this hellish crew, I was subjected to the tyranny of a barbarian who imposed upon me tasks that I could not possibly perform, and then punished my incapacity with the utmost rigor and inhumanity. I was often whipped into a swoon and lashed out of it, during which miserable interval I was robbed by my fellow prisoners of everything about me, even to my cap, shoes, and stockings. I was not only destitute of necessaries, but even of food, so that my wretchedness was extreme. Not one of my acquaintance to whom I imparted my situation would grant me the least succor or regard, on pretense of my being committed for theft, and my landlord refused to part with some of my own clothes which I sent for, because I was indebted to him for a week's lodging. Overwhelmed with calamity, I grew desperate and resolved to put an end to my grievances and life together. For this purpose I got up in the middle of the night, when I thought everybody around me asleep, and fixing one end of a large hook in the ceiling that supported the scales on which the hemp is weighed, I stood upon a chair and, making a noose on the other end, put my neck into it with an intention to hang myself, but before I could adjust the knot I was surprised and prevented by two women who had been awake all the while and suspected my design. In the morning, my attempt was published among the prisoners and punished with 30 stripes, the pain of which, cooperating with my disappointment and disgrace, bereft me of my senses and threw me into an ecstasy of madness, during which I tore the flesh from my bones with my teeth and dashed my head against the pavement, so that they were obliged to set a watch over me to restrain me from doing further mischief to myself and others. This fit of frenzy continued 3 days, at the end of which I grew calm and sullen. But as the desire of making away with myself still remained, I came to a determination of starving myself to death, and with that view refused all sustenance. Whether it was owing to the want of opposition or to the weakness of nature, I know not, but on the second day of my fast, I found my resolution considerably impaired and the calls of hunger almost insupportable. At this critical conjuncture a lady was brought into the prison, with whom I had contracted an acquaintance while I lived with Horatio. She was then on the same footing as I was, but afterwards, quarreling with her gallant and not finding another to her mind, altered her scheme of life and set up a coffee house among the hundreds in Drury, where she entertained gentlemen with claret, arrack, and the choice of half a dozen damsels who lived in her house. This serviceable matron, having neglected to gratify a certain justice for the connivance she enjoyed, was indicted at the quarter sessions, in consequence of which her bevy was dispersed and herself committed to Bridewell. She had not been long there before she learned my disaster, and coming up to me, after a compliment of condolence, inquired into the particulars of my fate. While we were engaged in discourse together, the master came and told me that the fellow on whose account I had suffered was taken, that he had confessed the theft and cleared me of any concern in the affair, for which reason he, the master, had orders to discharge me, and that I was from that moment free. This piece of news soon banished all thoughts of death and had such an instantaneous effect on my countenance that Mrs. Coupler, the lady then present, hoping to find her account in me very generously, offered to furnish me with what necessaries I wanted and take me into her own house as soon as she could compromise matters with the justices. The conditions of her offer were that I should pay 3 guineas weekly for my board and a reasonable consideration besides for the use of such clothes and ornaments as she should supply me with, to be deducted from the first profits of my occupation. These were hard terms, but not to be rejected by one who was turned out helpless and naked into the wide world without a friend to pity or assist her. I therefore embraced her proposal, and she, being bailed in a few hours, took me home with her in a coach. As I was by this time conscious of having formerly disgusted my admirers by my reserved, loud, haughty behavior, I now endeavored to conquer that disposition, and the sudden change of my fortune giving me a flow of spirits, I appeared in the most winning and gay manner I could assume. Having the advantage of a good voice and education, I exerted my talents to the uttermost and soon became the favorite with all company. This success alarmed the pride and jealousy of Mrs. Coupler, who could not bear the thoughts of being eclipsed. She therefore made a merit of her envy and whispered among the customers that I was unsound. There needed no more to ruin my reputation and blast my prosperity. Everybody shunned me with marks of aversion and disdain, and in a very short time I was as solitary as ever. Want of gallants was attended with want of money to satisfy my malicious landlady, who, having purposely given me credit to the amount of £11, took out a writ against me, and I was arrested in her own house. Though the room was crowded with people when the bailiff entered, not one of them had compassion enough to mollify my persecutrix, far less to pay the debt. They even laughed at my tears. And one of them bade me be of good cheer, for I should not want admirers in Newgate. At this instant a sea lieutenant came in, and seeing my plight, began to inquire into the circumstances of my misfortune. "Harkee, my girl," he inquired, "how far have you overrun the constable?" I told him that the debt amounted to £11, besides the expenses of the writ. "And that be all," said he, "you shan't go to the bilboes the spout." And taking out his purse, he paid the money, discharged the bailiff, and telling me I had got into the wrong port, advised me to seek out a more convenient harbor where I could be safely hove down, for which purpose he made me a present of 5 guineas more. I was so touched with this singular piece of generosity that for some time I had not power to thank him. However, as soon as I recollected myself, I begged the favor of him to go with me to the next tavern, where I explained the nature of my disaster and convinced him of the falsehood of what was reported to my prejudice so effectually that he from that moment attached himself to me, and we lived in great harmony together until he was obliged to go to sea, where he perished in a storm. Having lost my benefactor and almost consumed the remains of his bounty, I saw myself in danger of relapsing into my former necessity and began to be very uneasy at the prospect of bailiffs and jails, when one of the sisterhood advised me to take lodgings in a part of the town where I was unknown and pass for an heiress, by which artifice I might entrap somebody to be my husband who would possibly be able to allow me a handsome maintenance, or at worst screen me from the dread and danger of a prison by becoming liable for whatever debts I should contract. I approved of this scheme, towards the execution of which my companion clubbed her wardrobe and undertook to live with me in quality of my maid, with the proviso that she should be reimbursed and handsomely considered out of the profits of my success. She was immediately detached to look out for a convenient place, and that very day hired a genteel apartment in Park Street, whither I moved in a couch loaded with her baggage and my own. I made my first appearance in a blue riding habit trimmed with silver, and my maid acted her part so artfully that in a day or two my fame spread all over the neighborhood, and I was said to be a rich heiress just arrived from the country. This report brought a swarm of gay young fellows about me, but I soon found them to be all indigent adventurers like myself, who crowded to me like crows to a carrion with a view of preying upon my fortune. I maintained, however, the appearance of wealth as long as possible, in hopes of gaining some admirer more for my purpose, and at length attracted the regard of one who would have satisfied my wishes and managed matters so well that a day was actually fixed for our nuptials. In the interim, he begged leave to introduce an intimate friend to me, which request, as I could not refuse, I had the extreme mortification and surprise to see, next night, in that friend, my old keeper Horatio, who no sooner beheld me than he changed color, but had presence of mind to advance and salute me, bidding me, with a low voice, be under no apprehension, for he would not expose me. In spite of his assurance, I could not recover myself so far as to entertain them, but withdrew to my chamber on pretense of a severe headache, to the no small concern of my adorer, who took his leave in the tenderest manner and went off with his friend. Having imparted my situation to my companion, she found it high time for us to decamp, and that without any noise, because we were not only indebted to our landlady, but also to several tradesmen in the neighborhood. Our retreat, therefore, was concerted and executed in this manner. Having packed up all our clothes and movables in small parcels, she, on pretense of fetching cordials for me, carried them at several times to the house of an acquaintance, where she likewise procured a lodging, to which we retired in the middle of the night. When every other body in the house was asleep, I was now obliged to aim at lower game and accordingly spread my nets among tradespeople, but found them all too phlegmatic or cautious for my art and attractions. Till at last I became acquainted with you, on whom I practiced all my dexterity, not that I believed you had any fortune or expectation of me, but that I might transfer the burden of such debts as I had incurred or should contract from myself to another, and at the same time avenge myself of your sex by rendering miserable one who bore such resemblance to the wretch who ruined me, but heaven preserved you from my snares by the discovery you made, which was owing to the negligence of my maid in leaving the chamber door unlocked when she went to buy sugar for breakfast. When I found myself detected and forsaken by you, I was fain to move my lodging, and well 2 pair of stairs higher than before. My companion, being disappointed in her expectations, left me, and I had no other resource than to venture forth, like the owls in the dark, to pick up a precarious and uncomfortable subsistence. I have often sauntered between Ludgate Hill and Charing Cross a whole winter night, exposed not only to the inclemency of the weather, but likewise to the rage of hunger and thirst, without being so happy as to meet with one dupe, then creep up to my garret in a deplorable draggled condition, sneak to bed, and try to bury my appetite and sorrows in sleep. When I lighted on some rake or tradesman reeling home drunk, I frequently suffered the most brutal treatment, in spite of which I was obliged to affect gaiety and good humor, though my soul was stung with resentment and disdain, and my heart loaded with grief and affliction. In the course of these nocturnal adventures, I was infected with the disease that in a short time rendered me the object of my own abhorrence and drove me to the retreat where your benevolence rescued me from the jaws of death. So much candor and good sense appeared in this lady's narration that I made no scruple of believing every syllable of what she said and expressed my astonishment at the variety of miseries she had undergone in so little time, for all her misfortunes had happened within the compass of 2 years. I compared her situation with my own and found it 1,000 times more wretched. I had endured hardships, 'tis true my whole life had been a series of such, and when I looked forward, the prospect was not much bettered, but then they were become habitual to me, and consequently I could bear them with less difficulty. If one scheme of life should not succeed, I could have recourse to another, and so to a third, veering about to 1,000 different shifts, according to the emergencies of my fate, without forfeiting the dignity of my character beyond a power of retrieving it, or subjecting myself wholly to the caprice and barbarity of the world. On the other hand, she had known and relished the sweets of prosperity. She had been brought up under the wings of an indulgent parent in all the delicacies to which her sex and rank entitled her, and without any extravagance of hope, entertained herself with the view of uninterrupted happiness through the whole scene of life. How fatal, then, how tormenting, how intolerable must her reverse of fortune be! A reverse that not only robs her of these external comforts and plunges her into all the miseries of want, but also murders her peace. of mind and entails upon her the curse of eternal infamy. Of all professions I pronounce that of a courtesan the most deplorable, and her of all courtesans the most unhappy. She allowed my observation to be just in the main, but at the same time affirmed that notwithstanding the disgraces which had fallen to her share, she had not been so unlucky in the condition of a prostitute as many others of the same community. I have often seen, said she, while I strolled about the streets at midnight, a number of naked wretches reduced to rags and filth, huddled together like swine, in the corner of a dark alley, some of whom, but 18 months before, I had known the favorites of the town, rolling in affluence and glittering in all the pomp of equipage and dress. Miserable wretch that I am. Perhaps the same horrors are decreed for me. No, cried she, after some pause, I shall never live to such extremity of distress. My own hand shall open a way for my deliverance before I arrive at that forlorn period. Her condition filled me with sympathy and compassion. I revered her qualifications, looked upon her as unfortunate, not criminal, and attended her with such care and success that in less than 2 months her health, as well as my own, was perfectly re-established. As we often conferred upon our mutual affairs and interchanged advice, 1,000 different projects were formed which, upon further canvassing, appeared impracticable. We would have gladly gone to service, but who would take us in without recommendation? At length an expedient occurred to her, of which she intended to lay hold, and this was, to procure with the first money she should earn, the homely garb of a country wench, go to some village at a good distance from town, and come up in a wagon, as a fresh girl for service. By which means she might be provided for, in a manner much more suitable to her inclination than her present way of life. Chapter 24. I am reduced to a great misery, assaulted on Tower Hill by a press gang who put me on board a tender. My usage there, my arrival on board at a man of war, where I am put in irons and released by the good offices of Mr. Thompson, who recommends me as assistant to the surgeon. He relates his own story, characters of the captain, surgeon, and first mate. I applauded the resolution of Miss Williams, who a few days after was hired in quality of barkeeper by one of the ladies who had witnessed in her behalf at Marshalsea and who since that time had got credit with a wine merchant whose favorite she was, to set up a convenient house of her own. Thither my fellow lodger repaired, after having taken leave of me with a torrent of tears and 1,000 protestations of eternal gratitude, assuring me she would remain in this situation no longer than she could pick up money sufficient to put her other design in execution. As for my own part, I saw no resource but the army or navy, between which I hesitated so long that I found myself reduced to a starving condition. My spirit began to accommodate itself to my beggarly fate. And I became so mean as to go down towards Wapping with an intention to inquire for an old schoolfellow who, I understood, had got the command of a small coasting vessel then in the river and implore his assistance. But my destiny prevented this abject piece of behavior. For as I crossed Tower Wharf, a squat tawny fellow with a hanger by his side and a cudgel in his hand came up to me, calling, "Yo-ho, brother. You must come along with me." As I did not like his appearance, instead of answering his salutation, I quickened my pace in hope of ridding myself of his company, upon which he whistled aloud, and immediately another sailor appeared before me, who laid hold of me by the collar and began to drag me along. Not being in a humor to relish such treatment, I disengaged myself of the assailant and, with one blow of my cudgel, laid him motionless on the ground, and perceiving myself surrounded in a trice by 10 or a dozen more, exerted myself with such dexterity and success that some of my opponents were fain to attack me with drawn cutlasses, and after an obstinate engagement, in which I received a large wound on my head and another on my left cheek, I was disarmed, taken prisoner, and carried on board a pressing tender, where, after being pinioned like a malefactor, I was thrust down into the hold among a parcel of miserable wretches, the sight of whom well nigh distracted me, as the commanding officer had not humanity enough to order my wounds to be dressed, and I could not use my own hands. I desired one of my fellow captives who was unfettered to take a handkerchief out of my pocket and tie it round my head to stop the bleeding. He pulled out my handkerchief, 'tis true, but instead of Applying it to the use for which I designed it, went to the grating of the hatchway and, with astonishing composure, sold it before my face. To a bumboat woman, then on board, for a quart of gin, with which he treated his companions, regardless of my circumstances and entreaties. A bumboat woman is one who sells bread, cheese, greens, liquor, and fresh potatoes to the sailors in a small boat that lies alongside the ship. I complained bitterly of this robbery to the midshipman on deck, telling him at the same time that unless my hurts were dressed, I should bleed to death. But compassion was a weakness of which no man could justly accuse this person, who, squirting a mouthful of dissolved tobacco upon me through the gratings, told me I was a mutinous dog and that I might die for anything he cared. Finding there was no other remedy, I appealed to patience and laid up this usage in my memory, to be called at a more fitting opportunity. In the meantime, loss of blood, vexation, and want of food contributed, with the noisome stench of the place, to throw me into a swoon, out of which I was recovered by a tweak of the nose administered by the tar who stood sentinel over us, who at the same time regaled me with a draught of flip and comforted me with the hopes of being put on board of the Thunder next day, where I should be freed of my handcuffs and cured of my wounds by the doctor. I no sooner heard him name the Thunder than I asked if he had belonged to that ship long, and be giving me to understand he had belonged to her 5 years, I inquired if he knew Lieutenant Bowling. "No, Lieutenant Bowling," said he, "odds my life. And that I do, and a good seaman he is as ever stepped upon forecastle, and a brave fellow as ever cracked biscuit, none of your guinea pigs, nor your freshwater wish-washy, fair weather fowls. Many a taut gale of wind have honest Tom Bowling and I weathered together. Here's his health, with all my heart. Wherever he is, aloft or alow, the lieutenant needs not be ashamed to show himself." I was so much affected with this eulogium that I could not refrain from telling him that I was Lieutenant Bowling's kinsman, in consequence of which connection he expressed his inclination to serve me, and when he was relieved, brought some cold boiled beef in a platter and biscuit, on which we supped plentifully and afterwards drank another can of flip together. While we were thus engaged, he recounted a great many exploits of my uncle, who, I found, was very much beloved by the ship's company and pitied for the misfortune that had happened to him in Hispaniola, which I was very glad to be informed was not so great as I imagined, for Captain Oakham had recovered of his wounds and actually at that time commanded the ship. Having by accident in my pocket my uncle's letter written from Port Louis, I gave it my benefactor, whose name was Jack Ratlin, for his perusal, but honest Jack told me frankly he could not read and desired to know the contents, which I immediately communicated. When he heard that part of it in which he says he had written to his landlord in Deal, he cried, "Body o' me. That was old Ben Block, he was dead before the letter came to hand. Had Ben been alive, Lieutenant Bowling would have had no occasion to skulk so long. Honest Ben was the first man that taught him to hand, reef, and steer. Well, we must all die, that's certain. We must all come to port sooner or later, at sea or on shore we must be fast moored one day. Death's like the best bow or anchor, as the saying is, it will bring us all up." I could not but signify my approbation of the justness of Jack's reflections and inquired into the occasion of the quarrel between Captain Oakham and my uncle, which he explained in this manner. "Captain Oakham, to be sure, is a good man enough, besides, he's my commander, but what's that to me? I do my duty and value no man's anger of a rope's end. Now the report goes as how he's a lord or baron knight's brother, whereby, do you see me, he carries a straight arm and keeps aloof from his officers, though mayhap they may be as good men in the main as he. Now we lying at anchor in Tuburan Bay, Lieutenant Bowling had the middle watch and, as he always kept a good lookout, he made, do you see, 3 lights in the offing, whereby he ran down to the great cabin for orders and found the captain asleep, whereupon he waked him, which put him in a main high passion, and he swore woundily at the lieutenant and called him lousy Scotch son of a whore, for, I being then sentinel in the steerage, heard all, and swab and lubber, whereby the lieutenant returned the salute, and they jawed together fore and aft a good spell, till at last the captain turned out and, laying hold of a rattan, came athwart Mr. Bowling's quarter, whereby he told the captain that, if he was not his commander, he would heave him overboard and demanded satisfaction ashore, whereby in the morning watch, the captain went ashore in the pinnace and afterwards the lieutenant carried the cutter ashore, and so they, leaving the boat's crews on their oars, went away together, and so, do you see, in less than a quarter of an hour we heard firing, whereby we made for the place and found the captain lying wounded on the beach, and so brought him on board to the doctor, who cured him in less than 6 weeks. But the lieutenant clapped on all the sail he could bear and had got far enough ahead before we knew anything of the matter, so that we could never after get sight of him. For which we were not sorry, because the captain was mainly wrath and would certainly have done him a mischief, for he afterwards caused him to be run on the ship's books, whereby he lost all his pay and, if he should be taken, would be tried as a deserter. This account of the captain's behavior gave me no advantageous idea of his character, and I could not help lamenting my own fate that had subjected me to such a commander. However, making a virtue of necessity, I put a good face on the matter and next day was, with the other pressed men, put on board of the Thunder lying at the Nore. When we came alongside, the mate, who guarded us thither, ordered my handcuffs to be taken off that I might get on board the easier, this circumstance being perceived by some of the company who stood upon the gangboard to see us enter. One of them called to Jack Ratlin, who was busied in doing this friendly office for me, "Hey, Jack, what Newgate galley have you boarded in the river as you came along? Have we not thieves eno among us already?" Another, observing my wounds, which remained exposed to the air, told me my seams were uncalked and that I must be new paid. A third, seeing my hair clotted together with blood, as it were into distinct cords, took notice that my bows were mended with the red ropes instead of my side. A fourth asked me if I could not keep my yards square without iron braces? And, in short, 1,000 witticisms of the same nature were passed upon me before I could get up the ship's side. After we had been all entered upon the ship's books, I inquired of one of my shipmates where the surgeon was, that I might have my wounds dressed, and had actually got as far as the middle deck, for our ship carried 80 guns, in my way to the cockpit when I was met by the same midshipman who had used me so barbarously in the tender. He, seeing me free from my chains, asked, with an insolent air, who had released me? To this question, I foolishly answered, with a countenance that too plainly declared the state of my thoughts, whoever did it, I am persuaded did not consult you in the affair. I had no sooner uttered these words than he cried, "Damn you, you saucy son of a hitch, I'll teach you to talk so to your officer." So saying, he bestowed on me several severe stripes with a supple jack he had in his hand and, going to the commanding officer, made such a report of me that I was immediately put in irons by the master-at-arms and a sentinel placed over me. Honest Ratlin, as soon as he heard of my condition, came to me and administered all the consolation he could, and then went to the surgeon in my behalf, who sent one of his mates to dress my wounds. This mate was no other than my old friend Thompson, with whom I became acquainted at the Navy office, as before mentioned. If I knew him at first sight, it was not easy for him to recognize me. Disfigured with blood and dirt and altered by the misery I had undergone. Unknown as I was to him, he surveyed me with looks of compassion and handled my sores with great tenderness. When he had applied what he thought proper and was about to leave me, I asked him if my misfortunes had disguised me so much that he could not recollect my face. Upon this address he observed me with great earnestness for some time and at length protested he could not recollect one feature of my countenance. To keep him no longer in suspense, I told him my name, which when he heard, he embraced me with affection and professed his sorrow at seeing me in such a disagreeable situation. I made him acquainted with my story and, when he heard how inhumanly I had been used in the tender, he left me abruptly, assuring me I should see him again soon. I had scarce time to wonder at his sudden departure when the master-at-arms came to the place of my confinement and bade me follow him to the quarter-deck, where I was examined by the first lieutenant, who commanded the ship in the absence of the captain, touching the treatment I had received in the tender from my friend the midshipman, who was present to confront me. I recounted the particulars of his behavior to me, not only in the tender, but since my being on board the ship, part of which being proved by the evidence of Jack Ratlin and others who had no great devotion for my oppressor, I was discharged from confinement to make way for him, who was delivered to the master-at-arms to take his turn in the bilboes. And this was not the only satisfaction I enjoyed, for I was, at the request of the surgeon, exempted from all other duty than that of assisting his mates in making and administering medicines to the sick. This good office I owed to the friendship of Mr. Thompson, who had represented me in such a favorable light to the surgeon that he demanded me of the lieutenant to supply the place of his third mate, who was lately dead. When I had obtained this favor, my friend Thompson carried me down to the cockpit, which is the place allotted for the habitation of the surgeon's mates, and when he had shown me their berth, as he called it, I was filled with astonishment and horror. We descended by divers ladders to a space as dark as a dungeon, which, I understood, was immersed several feet under water, being immediately above the hold. I had no sooner approached this dismal gulf than my nose was saluted with an intolerable stench of putrefied cheese and rancid butter that issued from an apartment at the foot of the ladder, resembling a chandler's shop, where, by the faint glimmering of a candle, I could perceive a man with a pale, meager countenance sitting behind a kind of desk, having spectacles on his nose and a pen in his hand. This, I learned of Mr. Thompson, was the ship's steward who sat there to distribute provision to the several messes and to mark what each received. He therefore presented my name to him and desired I might be entered in his mess, then, taking a light in his hand, conducted me to the place of his residence, which was a square of about 6 feet, surrounded with the medicine chest, that of the first mate, his own, and a board by way of table fastened to the after powder room. It was also inclosed with canvas nailed round to the beams of the ship to screen us from the cold as well as from the view of the midshipman and quartermaster who lodged within the cable tiers on each side of us. In this gloomy mansion he entertained me with some cold suit pork, which he brought from a sort of locker fixed above the table, and calling for the boy of the mess, sent for a can of beer, of which he made excellent flip to crown the banquet. By this time I began to recover my spirits, which had been exceedingly depressed with the appearance of everything about me, and could no longer refrain from asking the particulars of Mr. Thompson's fortune. Since I had seen him in London, he told me that being disappointed in his expectations of borrowing money to gratify the rapacious STRI at the Navy office, he found himself utterly unable to subsist any longer in town and had actually offered his service in quality of mate to the surgeon of a merchant ship bound to Guinea on the slaving trade. When, one morning, a young fellow, of whom he had some acquaintance, came to his lodgings and informed him that he had seen a warrant made out in his name at the Navy office for surgeon's second mate of a third rate. This unexpected piece of good news he could scarcely believe to be true, more especially as he had been found qualified at Surgeon's Hall for third mate only, but that he might not be wanting to himself, he went thither to be assured and actually found it so. Whereupon, demanding his warrant, it was delivered to him and the oaths administered immediately. That very afternoon he went to Gravesend in the tilt boat, from whence he took place in the tide coach for Rochester. Next morning got on board the Thunder, for which he was appointed, then lying in the harbor at Chatham, and the same day was mustered by the clerk of the check. And well it was for him that such expedition was used, for, in less than 12 hours after his arrival, another William Thompson came on board, affirming that he was the person for whom the warrant was expedited and that the other was an impostor. My friend was grievously alarmed at this accident, the more so as his namesake had very much the advantage over him both in assurance and dress. However, to acquit himself of the suspicion of imposture, he produced several letters written from Scotland to him in that name. And, recollecting that his indentures were in a box on board, he brought them up and convinced all present that he had not assumed a name which did not belong to him. His competitor, enraged that they should hesitate in doing him justice, for to be sure the warrant had been designed for him, behaved with so much indecent heat that the commanding officer, who was the same gentleman I had seen, and the surgeon were offended at his presumption and making a point of it with Their friends in town, in less than a week, got the first confirmed in his station. I have been on board, said he, ever since, and, as this way of life is becoming familiar to me, have no cause to complain of my situation. The surgeon is a good-natured, indolent man. The first mate, who is now on shore on duty, is indeed a little proud and choleric, as all Welshmen are, but in the main a friendly, honest fellow. The lieutenants I have no concern with, and, as for the captain, he is too much of a gentleman to know a surgeon's mate, even by sight. Chapter 25. The behavior of Mr. Morgan, his pride, displeasure, and generosity. The economy of our mess described Thompson's further friendship. The nature of my duty explained the situation of the sick. While he was thus discoursing to me, we heard a voice on the cockpit ladder pronounce with great vehemence, in a strange dialect, "The devil and his damn blow me from the top of Monchtony if I go to him before there is something in my pelly. Let his nose be as yellow as saffron, or as blue as a pell, look you, or as green as a leek, 'tis all one." To this declaration somebody answered, "So it seems my poor messmate must part his cable for want of a little assistance. His foretopsail is loose already, and besides the doctor ordered you to overhaul him, but I see you don't mind what your master says." Here he was interrupted with splutter and cons. "You lousy tog, who do you call my master? Get you gone to the doctor and tell him my birth and education and my abilities, and moreover, my behavior is as good as his or any gentleman's, no disparagement to him, in the whole world. Cot bless my soul, I does he think, or conceive, or imagine, that I am a horse, or an ass, or a goat, to trudge backwards and forwards, and upwards and downwards, and by sea and by land, at his will and pleasure? Go your ways, you rapscallion, and tell Dr. Atkins that I desire and request that he will give a look upon the tying man and order something for him, if he be dead or alive, and I will see him take it by and by, when my craving stomach is satisfied, look you." At this, the other went away, saying that if they should serve him so when he was dying, by God he would be foul of them in the other world. Here Mr. Thompson let me know that the person we heard was Mr. Morgan, the first mate, who was just come on board from the hospital, whither he had attended some of the sick in the morning. At the same time I saw him come into the berth. He was a short, thick man, with a face garnished with pimples, a snub nose turned up at the end, an excessive wide mouth, and little fiery eyes, surrounded with skin puckered up in innumerable wrinkles. My friend immediately made him acquainted with my case, when he regarded me with a very lofty look, but without speaking, set down a bundle he had in his hand and approached the cupboard, which, when he had opened, he exclaimed in a great passion, "Cod is my life, all the pork is gone, as I am a Christian." Thompson then gave him to understand that, as I had been brought on board half famished, he could do no less than to entertain me with what was in the locker, and the rather as he had bid the steward enter me in the mess. Whether this disappointment made Mr. Morgan more peevish than usual, or he really thought himself too little regarded by his fellow mate, I know not, but after some pause, he went on in this manner. "Mr. Thompson, perhaps you do not use me with all the good manners and complaisance and respect, look you, that becomes you, because you have not vouchsafed to advise with me in this affair. I have in my time, look you, been a man of some weight and substance and consideration, and have kept house and home, and paid Scot and lot, and the king's taxes, and maintained a family to boot. And moreover, also, I am your senior, and your older, and your better, Mr. Thompson. My elder, I'll allow you to be, but not my better," cried Thompson, with some heat. "Cod is my savior, and witness too," said Morgan, with great vehemence, "that I am more elder, and therefore more better by many years than you." Fearing this dispute might be attended with some bad consequence, I interposed and told Mr. Morgan I was very sorry for having been the occasion of any difference between him and the second mate, and that, rather than cause the least breach in their good understanding, I would eat my allowance to myself or seek admission into some other company. But Thompson, with more spirit than discretion, as I thought, insisted upon my remaining where he had appointed me, and observed that no man, possessed of generosity and compassion, would have any objection to it, considering my birth and talents, and the misfortunes I had of late so unjustly undergone. This was touching Mr. Morgan on the right key, who protested with great earnestness that he had no objection to my being received in the mess, but only complained that the ceremony of asking his consent was not observed. As for a Sheltonman in distress, said he, shaking me by the hand, I loaf him as I loaf my own powels. For, God help me, I have had vexations enough upon my own pack. And as I afterwards learned, in so saying, he spoke no more than what was true, for he had been once settled in a very good situation in Glamorganshire and was ruined by being security for an acquaintance. All differences being compassed, he untied his bundle, which consisted of 3 bunches of onions and a great lump of Cheshire cheese wrapped up in a handkerchief, and, taking some biscuit from the cupboard, fell to with a keen appetite, inviting us to share of the repast. When he had fed heartily on his homely fare, he filled a large cup, made of a cocoa nut shell, with brandy and, drinking it off, told us brandy was the best menstruum for onions and cheese. His hunger being appeased, he began to be in better humor and, being inquisitive about my birth, no sooner understood that I was descended of a good family than he discovered a particular goodwill to me on that account, deducing his own pedigree in a direct line from the famous Caractacus, king of the Britons, who was first a prisoner and afterwards the friend of Claudius Caesar. Perceiving how much I was reduced in point of linen, he made me a present of 2 good ruffled shirts, which, with 2 more of check which I received from Mr. Thompson, enabled me to appear with decency. Meanwhile the sailor, whom Mr. Morgan had sent to the doctor, brought a prescription for his messmate, which when the Welshman had read, he got up to prepare it and asked if the man was dead or alive. Dead, replied Jack. If he was dead, he would have no occasion for doctors' stuff. No, thank God, death han't as yet boarded him. But they have been yard arm and yard arm. These 3 glasses. Are his eyes open? Continued the mate. His starboard eye, said the sailor, is open, but fast jammed in his head. And the halyards of his under jaw have given way. Passion of my heart, cried Morgan, the man is as pat as one would desire to be. Did you feel his pulses? To this the other replied with an an. Upon which this Cambro Briton, with great earnestness and humanity, ordered the tar to run to his messmate and keep him alive till he should come with the medicine, and then said he, you shall peradventure behold what you shall see. The poor fellow, with great simplicity, ran to the place where the sick man lay, but in less than a minute returned with a woeful countenance and told us his comrade had struck. Morgan, hearing this, exclaimed, mercy upon my salvation. Why did you not stop him till I came? Stop him, said the other. I hailed him several times, but he was too far on his way, and the enemy had got possession of his close quarters, so that he did not mind me. Well, well, said he, we all owe heaven a teeth. Go your ways, you ragamuffin, and take an example and a warning. Look you, and repent of your misdeeds. So saying, he pushed the seaman out of the berth. While we entertained us with reflections suitable to this event, we heard the boatswain pipe to dinner, and immediately the boy belonging to our mess ran to the locker, from whence he carried off a large wooden platter and, in a few minutes, returned with it full of boiled peas, crying scaldings all the way as he came. The cloth, consisting of a piece of an old sail, was instantly laid, covered with 3 plates, which by the color I could with difficulty discern to be metal, and as many spoons of the same composition, 2 of which were curtailed in the handles and the other abridged in the lip. Mr. Morgan himself enriched this mess with a lump of salt butter scooped from an old galley-pot and a handful of onions shorn, with some pounded pepper. I was not very much tempted with the appearance of this dish, of which, nevertheless, my messmates ate heartily, advising me to follow their example, as it was banyan day and we could have no meat till next noon. But I had already laid in sufficient for the occasion and therefore desired to be excused. Expressing a curiosity to know the meaning of banyan day, they told me that, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the ship's company had no allowance of meat and that these meager days were called banyan days, the reason of which they did not know, but I have since learned they take their denomination from a sect of devotees in some parts of the East Indies who never taste flesh. After dinner Thompson led me round the ship, showed me the different parts, described their uses, and, as far as he could, made me acquainted with the particulars of the discipline and economy practiced on board. He then demanded of the boatswain a hammock for me, which was slung in a very neat manner by my friend Jack Ratlin, and, as I had no bedclothes, procured credit for me with the purser for a mattress and 2 blankets. At 7 o'clock in the evening Morgan visited the sick. And, having ordered what was proper for each, I assisted Thompson in making up his prescriptions. But when I followed him with the medicines into the sick berth or hospital and observed the situation of the patients, I was much less surprised that people should die on board than that a sick person should recover. Here I saw about 50 miserable distempered wretches suspended in rows, so huddled one upon another that not more than 14 inches space was allotted for each, with his bed and bedding, and deprived of the light of the day as well as of fresh air, breathing nothing but a noisome atmosphere of the morbid steams exhaling from their own excrements and diseased bodies, devoured with vermin hatched in the filth that surrounded them, and destitute of every convenience necessary for people in that helpless condition. Chapter 26. A disagreeable accident happens to me in the discharge of my office. Morgan's nose is offended. A dialogue between him and the ship's steward. Upon examination, I find more causes of complaint than one. My hair is cut off. Morgan's cookery. The manner of sleeping on board. I am waked in the night by a dreadful noise. Could not comprehend how it was possible for the attendants to come near those who hung on the inside towards the sides of the ship in order to assist them, as they seemed barricadoed by those who lay on the outside and entirely out of the reach of all visitation. Much less could I conceive how my friend Thompson would be able to administer clysters that were ordered for some in that situation when I saw him thrust his wig in his pocket and strip himself to his waistcoat in a moment, then creep on all fours under the hammocks of the sick and, forcing up his bare paté between two, keep them asunder with one shoulder until he had done his duty. Eager to learn the service, I desired he would give me leave to perform the next operation of that kind, and he consenting, I undressed myself after his example and, crawling along, the ship happened to roll. This motion alarming me, I laid hold of the first thing that came within my grasp with such violence that I overturned it and soon found, by the smell that issued upon me, that I had unlocked a box of the most delicious perfume. It was well for me that my nose was none of the most delicate. Else I know not how I might have been affected by this vapor, which diffused itself all over the ship, to the utter discomposure of everybody who tarried on the same dock. Neither was the consequence of this disgrace confined to my sense of smelling only, for I felt my misfortune more ways than one. That I might not, however, appear altogether disconcerted in this my first essay, I got up and, pushing my head with great force between two hammocks towards the middle, where the greatest resistance was, I made an opening indeed, but, not understanding the knack of dexterously turning my shoulder to maintain my advantage, had the mortification to find myself stuck up, as it were, in a pillory, and the weight of 3 or 4 people bearing on each side of my neck, so that I was in danger of strangulation. While I remained in this defenseless posture, one of the sick men, rendered peevish by his distemper, was so enraged at the smell I had occasioned and the rude shock he had received from me in my elevation, that, with many bitter reproaches, he seized me by the nose, which he tweaked so unmercifully that I roared with anguish. Thompson, perceiving my condition, ordered one of the waiters to my assistance, who, with much difficulty, disengaged me from this situation and hindered me from taking vengeance on the sick man, whose indisposition would not have screened him from the effects of my indignation. After having made an end of our ministry for that time, we descended to the cockpit, my friend comforting me for what had happened with a homely proverb, which I do not choose to repeat. When we had descended halfway down the ladder, Mr. Morgan, before he saw us, having intelligence by his nose of the approach of something extraordinary, cried, "God have mercy upon my senses. I peel of the enemy has ported us in a stinkpot." Then, directing his discourse to the steward, from whence he imagined the odor proceeded, he reprimanded him severely for the freedoms he took among gentlemen of birth and threatened to smoke him like a padger with sulphur if ever he should presume to offend his Neighbors with such smells for the future. The steward, conscious of his own innocence, replied with some warmth, "I know of no smells but those of your own making." This repartee introduced a smart dialogue in which the Welshman undertook to prove that, though the stench he complained of did not flow from the steward's own body, he was nevertheless the author of it by serving out damaged provisions to the ship's company and, in particular, putrefied cheese, from the use of which only, he affirmed, such unsavory steams could arise. Then he launched out into the praise of good cheese, of which he gave the analysis, explained the different kinds of that commodity, with the methods practiced to make and preserve it, concluded in observing that, in yielding good cheese, the county of Glamorgan might vie with Cheshire itself and was much superior to it in the produce of goats and butter. I gathered from this conversation that, if I entered in my present pickle, I should be no welcome guest and therefore desired Mr. Thompson to go before and represent my calamity, at which the first mate, expressing some concern, went upon deck immediately, taking his way through the cable tier and the main hatchway to avoid encountering me, desiring me to clean myself as soon as possible, for he intended to regale himself with a dish of salmagundy and a pipe. Accordingly, I set about this disagreeable business and soon found I had more causes of complaint than I at first imagined, for I perceived some guests had honored me with their company, whose visit I did not think seasonable. Neither did they seem inclined to leave me in a hurry, for they were in possession of my chief quarters, where they fed without reserve at the expense of my blood. But, considering it would be easier to extirpate the ferocious colony in the infancy of their settlement than after they should be multiplied and naturalized to the soil, I took the advice of my friend, who, to prevent such misfortunes, went always close-shaved and made the boy of our mess cut off my hair, which had been growing since I left the service of lavement, and the second mate lent me an old bobwig to supply the loss of that covering. This affair being ended and everything adjusted in the best manner my circumstances would permit, the descendant of Caractacus returned and, ordering the boy to bring a piece of salt beef from the brine, cut off a slice and mixed it with an equal quantity of onions, which seasoning with a moderate proportion of pepper and salt, he brought it to a consistence with oil and vinegar, then, tasting the dish, assured us it was the best salmagundy that ever he made and recommended it to our palate with such heartiness that I could not help doing honor to his preparation. But I had no sooner swallowed a mouthful than I thought my entrails were scorched and endeavored with a deluge of small beer to allay the heat it occasioned. Supper being over, Mr. Morgan having smoked a couple of pipes and supplied the moisture he had expended with as many cans of flip, of which we all partook, a certain yawning began to admonish me that it was high time to repair by sleep the injury I had suffered from want of rest the preceding night, which, being perceived by my companions, whose time of repose was now arrived, they proposed we should turn in, or in other words, go to bed. Our hammocks, which hung parallel to one another on the outside of the berth, were immediately unlashed, and I beheld my messmates spring with great agility into their respective nests, where they seemed to lie concealed, very much at their ease. But it was some time before I could prevail upon myself to trust my carcass at such a distance from the ground, in a narrow bag, out of which, I imagined, I should be apt, on the least motion in my sleep, to tumble down at the hazard of breaking my bones. I suffered myself, however, to be persuaded, and taking a leap to get in, threw myself quite over, with such violence, that had I not luckily got hold of Thompson's hammock, I should have pitched upon my head on the other side, and in all likelihood fractured my skull. After some fruitless efforts, I succeeded at last, but the apprehension of the jeopardy in which I believed myself withstood all the attacks of sleep till towards the morning watch, when, in spite of my fears, I was overpowered with slumber, though I did not long enjoy this comfortable situation, being aroused with a noise so loud and shrill that I thought the drums of my ears were burst by it. This was followed by a dreadful summons pronounced by a hoarse voice, which I could not understand. While I was debating with myself whether or not I should wake my companion and inquire into the occasion of this disturbance, I was informed by one of the quartermasters who passed by me with a lantern in his hand that the noise which alarmed me was occasioned by the boatswain's mates who called up the larboard watch, and that I must lay my account with such an interruption every morning at the same hour. Being now more assured of my safety, I undressed myself again to rest and slept till 8 o'clock, when rising and breakfasting with my comrades on biscuit and brandy, the sick were visited and assisted as before, after which visitation my good friend Thompson explained and performed another piece of duty to which I was a stranger. At a certain hour in the morning, the boy of the mess went round all the decks, ringing a small hand bell and, in rhymes compassed for the occasion, invited all those who had sores to repair before the mast, where one of the doctor's mates attended, with applications to dress them. Chapter 27. I acquire the friendship of the surgeon, who procures a warrant for me and makes me a present of clothes of battle between a midshipman and me. The surgeon leaves the ship. The captain comes on board with another surgeon. A dialogue between the captain and Morgan. The sick are ordered to be brought upon the quarter deck and examined. The consequences of that order. A madman accuses Morgan and is set at liberty by command of the captain, whom he instantly attacks and pummels without mercy. While I was busied with my friend in the practice, the doctor chanced to pass by the place where we were and, stopping to observe me, appeared very well satisfied with my application and afterwards sent for me to his cabin, where, having examined me touching my skill in surgery and the particulars of my fortune, he interested himself so far in my behalf as to promise his assistance in procuring a warrant for me. Seeing I had already been found qualified at Surgeon's Hall for the station I filled on board, and in this good office he the more cordially engaged when he understood I was nephew to Lieutenant Bowling, for whom he expressed a particular regard. In the meantime, I could learn from his discourse that he did not intend to go to sea again with Captain Oakham, having, as he thought, been indifferently used by him during the last voyage. While I lived tolerably easy, in expectation of preferment, I was not altogether without mortifications, which I not only suffered from the rude insults of the sailors and petty officers, among whom I was known by the name of Loblolly Boy, but also from the disposition of Morgan, who, though friendly in the main, was often very troublesome with his pride, which expected a good deal of submission from me and delighted in recapitulating the favors I had received at his hands. About 6 weeks after my arrival on board, the surgeon, bidding me to follow him into his cabin, presented a warrant to me, by which I was appointed surgeon's third mate on board the Thunder. This he had procured by his interest at the Navy Office, as also another for himself, by virtue of which he was removed into a second rate. I acknowledged his kindness in the strongest terms my gratitude could suggest and professed my sorrow at the prospect of losing so valuable a friend, to whom I hoped to have recommended myself still further by my respectful and diligent behavior. But his generosity rested not here, for before he left the ship he made me a present of a chest and some clothes that enabled me to support the rank to which he had raised me. I found my spirit revive with my good fortune, and, now I was an officer, resolved to maintain the dignity of my station against all opposition or affronts, nor was it long before I had occasion to exert my resolution. My old enemy, the midshipman, whose name was Crampley, entertaining an implacable animosity against me for the disgrace he had suffered on my account, had since that time taken all opportunities of reviling and ridiculing me when I was not entitled to retort this bad usage, and, even after I had been rated on the books and mustered as surgeon's mate, did not think fit to restrain his insolence. In particular, being one day present while I dressed a wound in a sailor's leg, he began to sing a song which I thought highly injurious to the honor of my country, and therefore signified my resentment by observing that the Scots always laid their account with finding enemies among the ignorant, insignificant, and malicious. This unexpected piece of assurance enraged him to such a degree that he lent me a blow on the face, which I verily thought had demolished my cheekbone. I was not slow in returning the obligation, and the affair began to be very serious when by accident Mr. Morgan and one of the master's mates, coming that way, interposed and, inquiring into the cause, endeavored to promote a reconciliation, but, finding us both exasperated to the uttermost and bent against accommodation, they advised us either to leave our difference undecided till we should have an opportunity of terminating it on shore, like gentlemen, or else choose a proper place on board and bring it to an issue by boxing. The last expedient was greedily embraced by us both and, being forthwith conducted to the ground proposed, we stripped in a moment and began a furious contest in which I soon found myself inferior to my antagonist, not so much in strength and agility as in skill, which he had acquired in the school of Hockley in the hole at Tottenham Court. Many cross buttocks did I sustain and pegs on the stomach without number till at last my breath being quite gone, as well as my vigor wasted, I grew desperate and, collecting all my strength in one effort, threw in at once head, hands and feet with such violence that I drove my antagonist 3 paces backward into the main hatchway, down which he fell and pitching upon his head and right shoulder, remained without sense and motion. Morgan, looking down and seeing him lie in that condition, cried, "Upon my conscience, as I am a Christian sinner, look you, I believe his paddles are all over, but I take you all to witness that there was no treachery in the case and that he has suffered by the chance of war." So saying, he descended to the deck below to examine into the situation of my adversary and left me very little pleased with my victory, as I found myself not only terribly bruised but likewise in danger of being called to account for the death of Crampley, but this fear vanished when my fellow mate, having, by bleeding him in the jugular, brought him to himself and inquired into the state of his body, called up to me to be under no concern, for the midshipman had received no other damage than as pretty a luxation of the os humeri as one would desire to see on a summer's day. Upon this information I crawled down to the cockpit and acquainted Thompson with the affair, who, providing himself with bandages, etc., necessary for the occasion, went up to assist Mr. Morgan in the reduction of the dislocation. When this was successfully performed, they wished me joy of the event of the combat, and the Welshman, after observing that, in all likelihood, the ancient Scots and Britons were the same people, bade me praise Cot for putting metal in my pelly and strength in my limbs to support it. I acquired such reputation by this rencontre, which lasted 20 minutes, that everybody became more cautious in behavior towards me. Though Crampley, with his arm in a sling, talked very high and threatened to seize the first opportunity of retrieving on shore the honor he had lost by an accident, from which I could justly claim no merit. About this time, Captain Oakham, having received sailing orders, came on board and brought along with him a surgeon of his own country, who soon made us sensible of the loss we suffered in the departure of Dr. Atkins, for he was grossly ignorant and intolerably assuming, false, vindictive and unforgiving, a merciless tyrant to his inferiors, an abject sycophant to those above him. And the morning after the captain came on board, our first mate, according to custom, went to wait on him with a sick list, which, when this grim commander had perused, he cried with a stern countenance, "Blood and cons. 61. Sick people on board of my ship. Harkee, you sir, I'll have no sick in my ship, by G.D." The Welshman replied he should be very glad to find no sick people on board. But, while it was otherwise, he did no more than his duty in presenting him with a list. "You and your list may be D', said the captain, throwing it at him. "I say, there shall be no sick in this ship while I have the command of her." Mr. Morgan, being nettled at this treatment, told him his indignation ought to be directed to God Almighty, who visited his people with distempers, and not to him, who contributed all in his power towards their cure. The Bashaw, not being used to such behavior in any of his officers, was enraged to fury at this satirical insinuation and, stamping with his foot, called him insolent scoundrel, threatening to have him pinioned to the deck if he should presume to utter another syllable. But the blood of Caractacus, being thoroughly heated, disdained to be restricted by such a command and began to manifest itself in, "Captain Oakham, I am a gentleman of birth and parentage, look you, and peradventure I am moreover." Here his harangue was broken off by the captain's steward, who, being Morgan's countryman, hurried him out of the cabin before he had time to exasperate his master to a greater degree, and this would certainly have been the case, for the indignant Welshman could hardly be hindered by his friend's arguments and entreaties from re-entering the presence chamber and defying Captain Oakham to his teeth. He was, however, appeased at length and came down to the berth, where, finding Thompson and me at work preparing medicines, he bade us leave off our labor to go to play, for the captain, by his sole word and power and command, had driven sickness of pegging to the tevil, and there was no more malady on board. So saying, he drank off a gill of brandy, sighed grievously 3 times, poured forth an ejaculation of "Cot bless my heart, liver, and lungs," and then began to sing a Welsh song with great earnestness of visage, voice, and gesture. I could not conceive the meaning of this singular phenomenon and saw by the looks of Thompson, who at the same time shook his head, that he suspected poor Cadwallader's brains were unsettled. He, perceiving our amazement, told us he would explain the mystery, but at the same time bade us take notice that he had lived poi, bachelor, married man, and widower almost 40 years, and in all that time there was no man, nor mother's son in the whole world who durst use him so ill as Captain Oakham had done. Then he acquainted us with the dialogue that passed between them, as I have already related it, and had no sooner finished this narration than he received a message from the surgeon to bring the sick list to the quarter deck, for the captain had ordered all the patients thither to be reviewed. This inhuman order shocked us extremely, as we knew it would be impossible to carry some of them on the deck without imminent danger of their lives. But, as we likewise knew it would be to no purpose for us to remonstrate against it, we repaired to the quarter deck in a body to see this extraordinary muster, Morgan observing by the way that the captain was going to send to the other world a great many evidences to testify against himself. When we appeared upon deck, the captain bade the doctor, who stood bowing at his right hand, look at these lazy lubberly sons of bitches who were good for nothing on board but to eat the king's provision and encourage idleness in the skulkers. The surgeon grinned approbation and, taking the list, began to examine the complaints of each as they could crawl to the place appointed. The first who came under his cognizance was a poor fellow just freed of a fever which had weakened him so much that he could hardly stand. Mr. Macshane, for that was the doctor's name, having felt his pulse, protested he was as well as any man in the world, and the captain delivered him over to the boatswain's mate with orders that he should receive a round dozen at the gangway immediately for counterfeiting himself sick. But before the discipline could be executed, the man dropped down on the deck and had well nigh perished under the hands of the executioner. The next patient to be considered labored under a quart in the gag and, being then in his interval of health, discovered no other symptoms of distemper than a pale, meager countenance and emaciated body, upon which he was declared fit for duty and turned over to the boatswain, but, being resolved to disgrace the doctor, died upon the forecastle next day during his cold fit. The third complained of a pleuritic stitch and spitting of blood, for which Dr. Macshane prescribed exercise at the pump to promote expectoration. But whether this was improper for one in his situation, or that it was used to excess, I know not, but in less than half an hour he was suffocated with a deluge of blood that issued from his lungs. A fourth, with much difficulty, climbed to the quarter deck, being loaded with a monstrous ascites or dropsy that invaded his chest so much he could scarce fetch his breath, but his disease being interpreted into fat occasioned by idleness and excess of eating, he was ordered, with a view to promote perspiration and enlarge his chest, to go aloft immediately. It was in vain for this unwieldy wretch to allege his utter incapacity. The boatswain's driver was commanded to whip him up with the cat and nine tails. The smart of this application made him exert himself so much that he actually arrived at the puttock shrouds, but when the enormous weight of his body had nothing else to support than his weakened arms, either out of spite or necessity, he quitted his hold and plunged into the sea, where he must have been drowned had not a sailor, who was in a boat alongside, saved his life by keeping him afloat till he was hoisted on board by a tackle. It would be tedious and disagreeable to describe the fate of every miserable object that suffered by the inhumanity and ignorance of the captain and surgeon, who so wantonly sacrificed the lives of their fellow creatures. Many were brought up in the height of fevers and rendered delirious by the injuries they received in the way. Some gave up the ghost in the presence of their inspectors, and others, who were ordered to their duties, languished a few days at work among their fellows and then departed without any ceremony. on the whole, the number of the sick was reduced to less than a dozen, and the authors of this reduction were applauding themselves for the services they had done to their king and country when the boatswain's mate informed his honor that there was a man below lashed to his hammock by direction of the doctor's mate and that he begged hard to be released, affirming he had been so maltreated only for a grudge Mr. Morgan bore him and that he was as much in his senses as any man aboard. The captain, hearing this, darted a severe look at the Welshman and ordered the man to be brought up immediately, upon which Morgan protested with great fervency that the person in question was as mad as a March hare and begged for the love of Cot they would at least keep his arms pinioned during his examination to prevent him from doing mischief. This request the commander granted for his own sake, and the patient was produced, who insisted upon his being in his right wits with such calmness and strength of argument that everybody present was inclined to believe him, except Morgan, who affirmed there was no trusting to appearances, for he himself had been so much imposed upon by his behavior 2 days before that he had actually unbound him with his own hands and had well nigh been murdered for his pains. This was confirmed by the evidence of one of the waiters, who declared he had pulled this patient from the doctor's mate, whom he had gotten down and almost strangled. To this the man answered that the witness was a creature of Morgan's and suborned to give his testimony against him by the malice of the mate, whom the defendant had affronted by discovering to the people on board that Mr. Morgan's wife kept a gin shop in Ragfair. This anecdote produced a laugh at the expense of the Welshman, who, shaking his head with some emotion, said, 'Tis no matter. Cot knows it is an arrant falsehood." Captain Oakham, without any farther hesitation, ordered the fellow to be unfettered, at the same time threatening to make Morgan exchange situations with him for his spite, but the Briton no sooner heard the decision in favor of the madman than he got up to the mizzen shrouds, crying to Thompson and me to get out of his reach, for we should see him play the devil with a vengeance. We did not think fit to disregard his caution and accordingly got up on the poop, whence we beheld the maniac, as soon as he was released, fly at the captain like a fury, crying, "I'll let you know, you scoundrel, that I am commander of this vessel and pummel him without mercy." The surgeon, who went to the assistance of his patron, shared the same fate, and it was with the utmost difficulty that he was mastered at last, after having done great execution among those who opposed him. Chapter 28. The captain, enraged, threatens to put the madman to death with his own hand, is diverted from that resolution by the arguments and persuasion of the first lieutenant and surgeon. We set sail for St. Helens, join the fleet under the command of Sir C. O'Glee, and proceed for the West Indies. Are overtaken by a terrible tempest. My friend Jack Ratlin has his leg broke by a fall from the mainyard. The behavior of Mr. Macshane. Jack opposes the amputation of his limb, in which he is seconded by Morgan and me. We undertake the cure and perform it successfully. The captain was carried into his cabin, so enraged with the treatment he had received that he ordered the fellow to be brought before him, that he might have the pleasure of pistoling him with his own hand, and would certainly have satisfied his revenge in this manner had not the first lieutenant remonstrated against it by observing that, in all appearances, the fellow was not mad but desperate, that he had been hired by some enemy of the captain's to him, and therefore ought to be kept in irons till he could be brought to a court-martial, which, no doubt, would sift the affair to the bottom, by which means important discoveries might be made, and then sentence the criminal to a death according to his demerits. This suggestion, improbable as it was, had the desired effect upon the captain, being exactly calculated for the merit of his intellects, more especially as Dr. Macshane espoused this opinion in consequence of his previous declaration that the man was not mad. Morgan, finding there was no more damage done, could not help discovering by his countenance the pleasure he enjoyed on this occasion, and, while he bathed the doctor's face with an imprecation, ventured to ask him whether he thought there were more fools or madmen on board. But he would have been wiser in containing this sally, which his patient carefully laid up in his memory to be taken notice of at a more fit season. Meanwhile we weighed anchor, and, on our way to the Downs, the madman, who was treated as a prisoner, took an opportunity, while the sentinel attending him was at the head, to leap and frustrate The revenge of the captain. We stayed not long at the Downs, but took the benefit of the first easterly wind to go round to Spithead, where, having received provisions on board for 6 months, we sailed from St. Helens in the Grand Fleet bound for the West Indies on the ever-memorable expedition of Carthagena. It was not without great mortification I saw myself on the point of being transported to such a distant and unhealthy climate, destitute of every convenience that could render such a voyage supportable, and under the dominion of an arbitrary tyrant whose command was almost intolerable. However, as these complaints were common to a great many on board, I resolved to submit patiently to my fate and contrive to make myself as easy as the nature of the case would allow. We got out of the channel with a prosperous breeze, which died away, leaving us become about 50 leagues to the westward of the Lizard. But this state of inaction did not last long, for next night our maintop sail was split by the wind, which, in the morning, increased to a hurricane. I was awakened by a most horrible din, occasioned by the play of the gun carriages upon the decks above, the cracking of cabins, the howling of the wind through the shrouds, the confused noise of the ship's crew, the pipes of the boatswain and his mates, the trumpets of the lieutenants, and the clanking of the chain pumps. Morgan, who had never been at sea before, turned out in a great hurry, crying, "God have mercy and compassion upon us. I believe we have caught upon the confines of Lucifer in the D'', while poor Thompson lay quaking in his hammock, putting up petitions to heaven for our safety. I rose and joined the Welshman, with whom, after having fortified ourselves with brandy, I went above, but if my sense of hearing was startled before, how must my sight have been appalled in beholding the effects of the storm. The sea was swelled into billows mountain high, on the top of which our ship sometimes hung as if it were about to be precipitated to the abyss below. Sometimes we sank between two waves that rose on each side higher than our topmast head and threatened by dashing together to overwhelm us in a moment. Of all our fleet, consisting of 150 sail, scarce 12 appeared, and these driving under their bare poles, at the mercy of the tempest. At length the mast of one of them gave way and tumbled overboard with a hideous crash. Nor was the prospect in our own ship much more agreeable. A number of officers and sailors ran backward and forward with distraction in their looks, hallooing to one another and undetermined what they should attend to. First, some clung to the yards, endeavoring to unbend the sails that were split into 1,000 pieces flapping in the wind. Others tried to furl those which were yet whole, while the masts, at every pitch, bent and quivered like twigs, as if they would have shivered into innumerable splinters. While I considered this scene with equal terror and astonishment, one of the main braces broke, by the shock whereof 2 sailors were flung from the yard's arm into the sea, where they perished, and poor Jack Rattlin thrown down upon the deck at the expense of a broken leg. Morgan and I ran immediately to his assistance and found a splinter of the shinbone thrust by the violence of the fall through the skin. As this was a case of too great consequence to be treated without the authority of the doctor, I went down to his cabin to inform him of the accident, as well as to bring up dressings which we always kept ready prepared. I entered his apartment without any ceremony and, by the glimmering of a lamp, perceived him on his knees before something that very much resembled a crucifix, but this I will not insist upon, that I may not seem too much a slave to common report, which indeed assisted my conjecture on this occasion, by representing Dr. Macshane as a member of the Church of Rome. Be this as it will, he got up in a sort of confusion, occasioned, I suppose, by his being disturbed in his devotion, and in a trice snatched the subject of my suspicion from my sight. After making an apology for my intrusion, I acquainted him with the situation of Rattlin, but could by no means prevail upon him to visit him on deck, where he lay. He bade me desire the boatswain to order some of the men to carry him down to the cockpit, and in the meantime, said he, I will direct Thompson to get ready the dressings. When I signified to the boatswain the doctor's desire, he swore a terrible oath that he could not spare one man from deck, because he expected the mast would go by the board every minute. This piece of information did not at all contribute to my peace of mind. However, as my friend Rattlin complained very much, with the assistance of Morgan I supported him to the lower deck, whither Mr. Macshane after much entreaty, ventured to come, attended by Thompson, with a box full of dressings and his own servant, who carried a whole set of capital instruments. He examined the fracture in the wound and, concluding, from a livid color extending itself upon the limb, that mortification would ensue, resolved to amputate the leg immediately. This was a dreadful sentence to the patient who, recruiting himself with a quid of tobacco, pronounced with a woeful countenance, "What? Is there no remedy, doctor? Must I be docked? Can you splice it?" "Assuredly, Dr. Macshane," said the first mate, with submission and deference and veneration to your superior abilities and opportunities and stations. Look you, I do apprehend and conjure and aver that there is no occasion nor necessity to smite off this poor man's leg." "God Almighty bless you, dear Welshman," cried Ratlin. "May you have fair wind and weather wheresoever you're bound, and come to an anchor in the road of heaven at last." Macshane, very much incensed at his mate's differing in opinion from him, so openly answered that he was not bound to give an account of his practice to him, and in a peremptory tone, ordered him to apply the tourniquet. At the sight of which Jack, starting up, cried, "Avast, avast! D.N. my heart, if you clap your nippers on me, till I know wherefore. Mr. Random, won't you lend a hand towards saving my precious limb?" Odds heart, if Lieutenant Bowling was here, he would not suffer Jack Ratlin's leg to be chopped off like a piece of old junk. This pathetic address to me, joined to my inclination to serve my honest friend, and the reasons I had to believe there was no danger in delaying the amputation, induced me to declare myself of the first mate's opinion and affirm that the preternatural color of the skin was owing to an inflammation occasioned by a contusion and common in all such cases, without any indication of an approaching gangrene. Morgan, who had a great opinion of my skill, manifestly exulted in my fellowship and asked Thompson's sentiments in the matter, in hopes of strengthening our association with him too, but he, being of a meek disposition and either dreading the enmity of the surgeon or speaking the dictates of his own judgment, in a modest manner espoused the opinion of Macshane, who by this time, having consulted with himself, determined to act in such a manner as to screen himself from censure and at the same time revenge himself on us for our arrogance in contradicting him. With this view, he asked if we would undertake to cure the leg at our peril, that is, be answerable for the consequence. To this question, Morgan replied that the lives of his creatures are at the hands of God alone, and it would be great presumption in him to undertake for an event that was in the power of his Maker, no more than the doctor could promise to cure all the sick to whom he administered his assistance, but if the patient would put himself under our direction, we would do our endeavor to bring his distemper to a favorable issue, to which at present we saw no obstruction. I signified my concurrence, and Ratlin was so overjoyed that, shaking us both by the hands, he swore nobody else should touch him, and, if he died, his blood should be upon his own head. Mr. Macshane, flattering himself with the prospect of our miscarriage, went away and left us to manage it as we should think proper. Accordingly, having sawed off part of the splinter that stuck through the skin, we reduced the fracture, dressed the wound, applied the 18-tailed bandage, and put the leg in a box, secundum artem. Everything succeeded according to our wish, and we had the satisfaction of not only preserving the poor fellow's leg, but likewise of rendering the doctor contemptible among the ship's company, who had all their eyes on us during the course of this cure, which was completed in 6 weeks. Chapter 29. Macshane's malice. I am taken up and imprisoned for a spy. Morgan meets with the same fate Thompson is tampered with to turn evidence against us, disdains the proposal and is maltreated for his integrity. Morgan is released to assist the surgeon during an engagement with some French ships of war. I remain fettered on the poop, exposed to the enemy's shot, and grow delirious with fear. Am comforted after the battle by Morgan, who speaks freely of the captain, is overheard by the sentinel, who informs against him, and again imprisoned. Thompson grows desperate and, notwithstanding the remonstrances of Morgan and me, goes overboard in the night. In the meantime, the storm subsided into a brisk gale that carried us into the warm latitudes, where the weather became intolerable and the crew very sickly. The doctor left nothing unattempted towards the completion of his vengeance against a Welshman and me. He went among The sick under pretense of inquiring into their grievances with a view of picking up complaints to our prejudice, but finding himself frustrated in that expectation by the goodwill we had procured from the patients by our diligence and humanity, he took the resolution of listening to our conversation by hiding himself behind the canvas that surrounded our berth. Here too he was detected by the boy of our mess, who acquainted us with this piece of behavior, and one night, while we were picking a large bone of salt beef, Morgan discerned something stir on the outside of our hangings, which immediately interpreting to be the doctor, he tipped me the wink and pointed to the place where I could perceive somebody standing, upon which I snatched up the bone and leveled it with all my force at him, saying, "Whoever you are, take that for your curiosity." It had the desired effect, for we heard the listener tumble down and afterwards crawl to his own cabin. I applauded myself much for this feat, which turned out one of the most unlucky exploits of my life, Macshane, from that time, marking me out for destruction. About a week after this exploit, as I was going my rounds among the sick, I was taken prisoner and carried to the poop by the master-at-arms, where I was loaded with irons and stapled to the deck on pretense that I was a spy on board and had conspired against the captain's life. How ridiculous soever this imputation was, I did not fail to suffer by it all the rigor that could be shown to the worst of criminals, being exposed in this miserable condition to the scorching heat of the sun by day and the unwholesome damps by night during the space of 12 days, in which I was neither brought to trial nor examined touching the probability of the charge. I had no sooner recovered the use of my reflection, which had been quite overthrown by this accident, than I sent for Thompson, who, after condoling me on the occasion, hinted that I owed this misfortune to the hatred of the doctor, who had given an information against me to the captain, in consequence of which I was arrested and all my papers seized. While I was cursing my capricious fate, I saw Morgan ascend the poop, guarded by 2 corporals, who made him sit down by me, that he might be pinioned in the same machine. Notwithstanding my situation, I could scarce refrain from laughing at the countenance of my fellow prisoner, who, without speaking one word, allowed his feet to be enclosed in the rings provided for that purpose, but, when they pretended to fasten him on his back, he grew outrageous and, drawing a large couteau from his side pocket, threatened to rip up the belly of the first man that should approach him in order to treat him in such an unworthy manner. They were prepared to use him very roughly when the lieutenant on the quarterdeck called up to them to let him remain as he was. He then crept towards me and, taking me by the hand, bade me put my trust in Cot. And looking at Thompson, who sat by us trembling, with a pale visage, told him there were 2 more rings for his feet and he should be glad to find him in such good company. But it was not the intention of our adversary to include the second mate in our fate. Him he expected to be his drudge in attending the sick and, if possible, his evidence against us. With this view he sounded him afar off, but, finding his integrity incorruptible, harassed him so much out of spite that in a short time this mild creature grew weary of his life. While I and my fellow prisoner comforted each other in our tribulation, the admiral discovered 4 sail to leeward and made signal for our ship and 4 more to chase. Hereupon everything was cleared for an engagement, and Macshane, foreseeing he should have occasion for more assistance than one, obtained Morgan's liberty, while I was led in this deplorable posture to the chance of battle. It was almost dark when we came up with the sternmost chase, which we hailed and inquired who they were. They gave us to understand they were French men of war, upon which Captain Oakham commanded them to send their boat on board of him. But they refused, telling him, if he had any business with them, to come on board of their ship. He then threatened to pour in a broadside upon them, which they promised to retain. Both sides were as good as their word, and the engagement began with great fury. The reader may guess how I passed my time, lying in this helpless situation, amidst the terrors of a sea fight, expecting every moment to be cut asunder or dashed in pieces by the enemy's shot. I endeavored to compose myself as much as possible by reflecting that I was not a whit more exposed than those who were stationed about me, but, when I beheld them employed without intermission in annoying the foe and encouraged by the society and behavior of one another, I could easily perceive a wide difference between their condition and mine. However, I concealed my agitation as well as I could till the head of the officer of Marines, who stood near me, being shot off, bounced from the deck athwart my face, leaving me well nigh blinded with brains. I could contain myself no longer, but began to bellow with all the strength of my lungs, when a drummer, coming towards me, asked if I was wounded and, before I could answer, received a great shot in his belly, which tore out his entrails, and he fell flat on my breast. This accident entirely bereft me of all discretion. I redoubled my cries, which were drowned in the noise of the battle, and, finding myself disregarded, lost all patience and became frantic. I vented my rage in oaths and execrations till my spirits, being quite exhausted, I remained quiet, as insensible of the load that oppressed me. The engagement lasted till broad day, when Captain Oakham, finding he was like to gain neither honor nor advantage by the affair, pretended to be undeceived by seeing their colors, and, hailing the ship whom he had fought all night, protested he believed them Spaniards, and the guns being silenced on each side, ordered the barge to be hoisted out and went on board the French Commodore. Our loss amounted to 10 killed and 18 wounded, most part of whom afterwards died. My fellow mates had no sooner dispatched their business in the cockpit than, full of friendly concern, they came to visit me. Morgan, ascending first and seeing my face almost covered with brains and blood, concluded I was no longer a man for this world and, calling to Thompson with great emotion, bade him come up and take his last farewell of his comrade and countryman, who was posted to a better place where there were no Macshanes nor Oakhams to asperse and torment him. "No," said he, taking me by the hand, "you are going to a country where there is more respect shown to unfortunate gentlemen, and where you will have the satisfaction of beholding your adversaries tossing upon pillows of burning brimstone." Thompson, alarmed at this apostrophe, made haste to the place where I lay, and sitting down by me, with tears in his eyes, inquired into the nature of my calamity. By this time I had recollected myself so far as to be able to converse rationally with my friends, whom, to their great satisfaction, I immediately undeceived with regard to their apprehension of my being mortally wounded. After I had got myself disengaged from the carnage in which I wallowed and partaken of a refreshment which my friends brought along with them, we entered into discourse upon the hardships we sustained and spoke very freely of the author of our misery, but our discourse being overheard by the sentinel who guarded me, he was no sooner relieved than he reported to the captain every syllable of our conversation, according to the orders he had received. The effect of this information soon appeared in the arrival of the master-at-arms, who replaced Morgan in his former station and gave the second mate a caution to keep a strict guard over his tongue if he did not choose to accompany us in our confinement. Thompson, foreseeing that the whole slavery of attending the sick and wounded, as well as the cruelty of Macshane, must now fall upon his shoulders, grew desperate at the prospect and, though I never heard him swear before, imprecated dreadful curses on the heads of his oppressors, declaring that he would rather quit life altogether than be much longer under the power of such barbarians. I was not a little startled at his vivacity and endeavored to alleviate his complaints by representing the subject of my own with as much aggravation as it would bear, by which comparison he might see the balance of misfortune lay on my side and take an example from me of fortitude and submission till such time as we could procure redress, which I hoped was not far off, considering that we should probably be in the harbor in less than 3 days, where we should have an opportunity of preferring our complaints to the admiral. The Welshman joined in my remonstrance and was at great pains to demonstrate that it was every man's duty as well as interest to resign himself to the divine will and look upon himself as a sentinel upon duty, who is by no means at liberty to leave his post before he is relieved. Thompson listened attentively to what he said and at last, shedding a flood of tears, shook his hand and left us without making any reply. About 11 at night he came to see us again with a settled gloom on his countenance and gave us to understand that he had undergone excessive toil since he saw us and in recompense had been grossly abused by the doctor, who taxed him with being confederate with us in a design of taking away his life and that of the captain. After some time spent in mutual exhortation, he got up and, squeezing me by the hand with Uncommon fervor, cried, God bless you both. And left us to wonder at his singular manner of parting with us, which did not fail to make a deep impression on us both. Next morning, when the hour of visitation came round, the unhappy young man was missing and, after strict search, supposed to have gone overboard in the night, and this was certainly the case. Chapter 30. We lament the fate of our companion the captain, offers Morgan his liberty, which he refuses to accept. We are brought before him and examined. Morgan is sent back into custody, whither also I am remanded. After a curious trial. The news of this event affected my fellow prisoner and me extremely, as our unfortunate companion had justly acquired by his amiable disposition the love and esteem of us both, and the more we regretted his untimely fate, the greater horror we conceived for the villain who was undoubtedly the occasion of it. This abandoned miscreant did not discover the least symptom of concern for Thompson's death, although he must have been conscious to himself of having driven him by ill usage to the fatal resolution, but desired the captain to set Morgan at liberty again to look after the patients. Accordingly, one of the corporals was sent up to unfetter him, but he protested he would not be released until he should know for what he was confined, nor would he be a tennis ball, nor a shuttlecock, nor a trudge, nor a scullion, to any captain under the sun. Oakham, finding him obstinate and fearing it would not be in his power to exercise his tyranny much longer with impunity, was willing to show some appearance of justice and therefore ordered us both to be brought before him on the quarter-deck, where he sat in state with his cleric on one side and his counselor Macshane on the other. When we approached, he honored us with this salutation. So, gentlemen, D.N. my blood. Many a captain in the Navy would have ordered you both to be tucked up to the yard's arm, without either judge or jury, for the crimes you have been guilty of, but, D.N. my blood, I have too much good nature in allowing such dogs as you to make defense. Captain Oakham said, my fellow sufferer, certainly it is in your power, caught help the while, to tack us all up at your will, desire, and pleasures. And perhaps it would be better for some of us to be tucked up than to undergo the miseries to which we have been exposed. So may the farmer hang his kids for his diversion and amusement and mirth, but there is such a thing as justice, if not upon earth, surely in heaven, that will punish with fire and brimstone all those who take away the lives of innocent people out of wantonness and barbarity. Look you. In the meantime, I shall be glad to know the crimes laid to my charge and see the person who accuses me. That you shall. Said the captain. Here, doctor, what have you to say? Macshane, stepping forward, hemmed a good while in order to clear his throat. And, before he began, Morgan accosted him thus. Dr. Macshane, look in my face, look in the face of an honest man who abhors a false witness as he abhors the devil, and can't be judge between you and me. The doctor, not minding this conjuration, made the following speech, as near as I can remember, I'll tell you what, Mr. Morgan. To be sure, what you say is just in regard to an honest man, and if so be it appears as how you are an honest man, then it is my opinion that you deserve to be acquitted in relation to that there affair, for I tell you what, Captain Oakham is resolved for to do everybody justice. As for my own part, all that I have to allege is that I have been informed you have spoken disrespectful words against your captain, who, to be sure, is the most honorable and generous commander in the king's service, without aspergement or exception of man, woman, or child. Having uttered this elegant harangue, on which he seemed to plume himself, Morgan replied, I do partly guess and conceive and understand your meaning, which I wish could be more explicit, but however, I do suppose I am not to be condemned upon bare hearsay, or if I am convicted of speaking disrespectfully of Captain Oakham, I hope there is no treason in my words. But there's mutiny by GD, and that's death by the articles of war, cried Oakham. In the meantime, let the witnesses be called. Hereupon Macshane's servant appeared, and the boy of our mess, whom they had seduced and tutored for the purpose. The first declared that Morgan, as he descended the cockpit ladder one day, cursed the captain and called him a savage beast, saying he ought to be hunted down as an enemy to mankind. This, said the clerk, is a strong presumption of a design formed against the captain's life. For why? It presupposes malice, a forethought, and a criminal intention a priori. Right, said the Captain to this miserable grub, who had been an attorney's boy, you shall have law enough. Here's Cook and Littlejohn to it. This evidence was confirmed by the boy, who affirmed he heard the first mate say that the captain had no more bowels than a bear and the surgeon had no more brain than an ass. Then the sentinel, who heard our discourse on the poop, was examined and informed the court that the Welshman assured me, Captain Oakham and Dr. Macshane would toss upon billows of burning brimstone in hell for their barbarity. The clerk observed that there was an evident prejudication which confirmed the former suspicion of a conspiracy against the life of Captain Oakham, because how could Morgan so positively pronounce that the captain and surgeon would D unless he had intention to make away with them before they could have time to repent? This sage explanation had great weight with our noble commander, who exclaimed, "What have you to say to this, Taffy? You seem to be taken all aback, brother, ha." Morgan was too much of a gentleman to disown the text, although he absolutely denied the truth of the comment. Upon which the captain, strutting up to him with a ferocious countenance, said, "So, Mr. Son of a bitch, you confess you honored me with the names of bear and beast and pronounced my damnation? D.N. my heart. I have a good mind to have you brought to a court-martial and hanged, you dog." Here Macshane, having occasion for an assistant, interposed and begged the captain to pardon Mr. Morgan with his wonted goodness upon condition that the delinquent should make such submission as the nature of his misdemeanor demanded. Upon which the Cambro Briton, who on this occasion would have made no submission to the great mogul, surrounded with his guards, thanked the doctor for his mediation and acknowledged himself in the wrong for calling the image of God a beast, but said he, "I spoke by metaphor and parable and comparison and types, as we signify meekness by a lamb, lechery by a goat, and craftiness by a fox. So we liken ignorance to an ass, and brutality to a bear, and fury to a tiger. Therefore I made use of these similes to express my sentiments. Look you, and what I said before caught, I will not unsay before man nor beast neither." Oakham was so provoked at this insolence, as he termed it, that he ordered him forthwith to be carried to the place of his confinement and his clerk to proceed on the examination of me. The first question put to me was touching the place of my nativity, which I declared to be the north of Scotland. "The north of Ireland more like," cried the captain, "but we shall bring you up presently." He then asked what religion I professed, and when I answered the Protestant, swore I was an errant Roman as ever went to mass. Come, clerk," continued he, "catechize him a little on this subject. But before I relate the particulars of the clerk's inquiries, it will not be amiss to inform the reader that our commander himself was an Hibernian and, if not shrewdly belied, a Roman Catholic to boot. "You say you are a Protestant," said the clerk. "Make the sign of the cross with your finger, so, and swear upon it to that affirmation." When I was about to perform the ceremony, the captain cried with some emotion, "No, d me. I'll have no profanation neither. But go on with your interrogations." "Well then," proceeded my examiner, "how many sacraments are there?" To which I replied, 2. "What are they?" said he. I answered, "Baptism and the Lord's Supper." "And so you would explode confirmation and marriage altogether?" said Oakham. I thought this fellow was a rank Roman. The clerk, though he was bred under an attorney, could not refrain from blushing at this blunder, which he endeavored to conceal by observing that these decoys would not do with me, who seemed to be an old offender. He went on with asking if I believed in transubstantiation, but I treated the notion of real presence with such disrespect that his patron was scandalized at my impiety and commanded him to proceed to the plot. Whereupon this miserable pettifogger told me there was great reason to suspect me of being a spy on board and that I had entered into a conspiracy with Thompson and others not yet detected against the life of Captain Oakham, which accusation they pretended to support by the evidence of our boy, who declared he had often heard the deceased Thompson and me whispering together and could distinguish the words Oakham, rascal, poison, pistol, by which expressions it appeared we did intend to use sinister means to accomplish his destruction. That the death of Thompson seemed to confirm this conjecture, who, either feeling the stings of remorse for being engaged in such a horrid confederacy or fearing a discovery by which he must have infallibly suffered an ignominious death had put a fatal period to his own existence. But what established the truth of the whole was a book in ciphers found among my papers, which exactly tallied with one found in his chest after his disappearance. This, he observed, was a presumption very near positive proof and would determine any jury in Christendom to find me guilty. In my own defense, I alleged that I had been dragged on board, at first very much against my inclination, as I could prove by the evidence of some people now in the ship, consequently could have no design of becoming spy at that time, and ever since had been entirely out of the reach of any correspondence that could justly entail that suspicion upon me. As for conspiring against my captain's life, it could not be supposed that any man in his right wits would harbor the least thought of such an undertaking, which he could not possibly perform without certain infamy and ruin to himself, even if he had all the inclination in the world. That, allowing the boy's evidence to be true, which I affirmed was false and malicious, nothing conclusive could be gathered from a few incoherent words, neither was the fate of Mr. Thompson a circumstance more favorable for the charge, for I had in my pocket a letter which too well explained that mystery in a very different manner from that which was supposed. With these words, I produced the following letter, which Jack Ratlin brought to me the very day after Thompson disappeared and told me it was committed to his care by the deceased, who made him promise not to deliver it sooner. The clerk, taking it out of my hand, read aloud the contents, which were these: "Dear friend, I am so much oppressed with the fatigue I daily and nightly undergo, and the barbarous usage of Dr. Macshane, who is bent on your destruction as well as mine, that I am resolved to free myself from this miserable life, and, before you receive this, shall be no more. I could have wished to die in your good opinion, which I am afraid I shall forfeit by the last act of my life, but, if you cannot acquit me, I know you will at least preserve some regard for the memory of an unfortunate young man who loved you. I recommend it to you, too. Beware of Macshane, whose revenge is implacable. I wish whole prosperity to you and Mr. Morgan, to whom pray offer my last respects and beg to be remembered as your unhappy friend and countryman, William Thompson." This letter was no sooner read than Macshane, in a transport of rage, snatched it out of the clerk's hands and tore it into 1,000 pieces, saying it was a villainous forgery contrived and executed by myself. The captain and clerk declared themselves of the same opinion, although I insisted of having the remains of it compared with other writings of Thompson which they had in their possession, and I was ordered to answer the last article of my accusation, namely, the book of ciphers found among my papers. "That is easily done," said I. "What you are pleased to call ciphers are no other than the Greek characters in which, for my amusement, I keep a diary of everything remarkable that has occurred to my observation since the beginning of the voyage till the day in which I was put in irons, and the same method was practiced by Mr. Thompson, who copied mine." "A very likely story," cried Macshane. "What occasion was there for using Greek characters if you were not afraid of discovering what you had wrote? But what do you talk of Greek characters? Do you think I am so ignorant of the Greek language as not to distinguish its letters from these, which are no more Greek than Chinese? No, no, I will not give up my knowledge of the Greek for you, nor none that ever came from your country." So saying, with an unparalleled effrontery, he repeated some gibberish, which by the sound seemed to be Irish, and made it pass for Greek with the captain, who, looking at me with a contemptuous sneer, exclaimed, Ah, have you caught a Tartar?" I could not help smiling at the consummate assurance of this Hibernian and offered to refer the dispute to anybody on board who understood the Greek alphabet. Upon which Morgan was brought back and, being made acquainted with the affair, took the book and read a whole page in English without hesitation, deciding the controversy in my favor. The doctor was so far from being out of countenance at this detection that he affirmed Morgan was in the secret and repeated from his own invention. Oakham said, I see they are both in a story," and dismissed my fellow mate to his cockloft, although I proposed that he and I should read and translate, separately, any chapter or verse in the Greek Testament in his possession, by which it would appear whether we or the surgeon spoke truth. Not being endued with eloquence enough to convince The captain that there could be no juggle nor confederacy in this expedient. I begged to be examined by some unconcerned person on board who understood Greek. Accordingly, the whole ship's company, officers and all, were called upon deck, among whom it was proclaimed that, if any one of them could speak Greek, he or they so qualified should ascend the quarter deck immediately. After some pause, two foremast men came up and professed their skill in that language, which, they said, they acquired during several voyages to the Levant among the Greeks of the Morea. The captain exulted much in this declaration and put my journal book into the hands of one of them, who candidly owned he could neither read nor write. The other acknowledged the same degree of ignorance, but pretended to speak the Greek lingo with any man on board and, addressing himself to me, pronounced some sentences of a barbarous, corrupted language which I did not understand. I asserted that the modern Greek was as different from that spoken and written by the ancients as the English used now from the old Saxon spoke in the time of Hengist. And, as I had only learned the true original tongue, in which Homer, Pindar, the evangelists, and other great men of antiquity wrote, it could not be supposed that I should know anything of an imperfect Gothic dialect that rose on the ruins of the former and scarce retained any traces of the old expression. But, if Dr. Macshane, who pretended to be master of the Greek language, could maintain a conversation with these seamen, I would retract what I had said and be content to suffer any punishment he should think proper to inflict. I had no sooner uttered these words than the surgeon, knowing one of the fellows to be his countryman, accosted him in Irish and was answered in the same brogue. Then a dialogue ensued between them, which they affirmed to be in Greek, after having secured the secrecy of the other tar, who had his cue in the language of the Morea, from his companion, before they would venture to assert such an intrepid falsehood. I thought, said Oakham, we should discover the imposture at last. Let the rascal be carried back to his confinement. I find he must angle. Having nothing further to urge in my own behalf before a court so prejudiced with spite and fortified with ignorance against truth, I suffered myself to be reconducted peaceably to my fellow prisoner, who, hearing the particulars of my trial, lifted up his hands and eyes to heaven and uttered a dreadful groan. And, not daring to disburden his thoughts to me by speech, lest he might be overheard by the sentinel, burst forth into a Welsh song, which he accompanied with 1,000 contortions of face and violent gestures of body. Chapter 31. I discover a subornation against me by means of a quarrel between two of the evidences, in consequence of which I am set at liberty and prevail upon Morgan to accept of his freedom on the same terms. Macshane's malice. We arrive at Jamaica, from whence in a short time we beat up to Hispaniola, in conjunction with the West India squadron we take in water, sail again, and arrive at Carthagena. Reflections on our conduct there. Meanwhile, a quarrel happening between the two modern Greeks, the one to be revenged of the other, came and discovered to us the mystery of Macshane's dialogue, as I have explained it above. This detection coming to the ears of the doctor, who was sensible that, now we were in sight of Jamaica, we should have an opportunity of clearing ourselves before a court-martial and, at the same time, of making his malice and ignorance conspicuous, he interceded for us with the captain so effectually that in a few hours we were set at liberty and ordered to return to our duty. This was a happy event for me, my whole body being blistered by the sun and my limbs benumbed by want of motion. But I could scarce persuade the Welshman to accept of this indulgence. He persisted in his obstinacy to remain in irons until he should be discharged by a court-martial, which, he believed, would also do him justice on his enemies. At length I represented to him the precarious issue of a trial, the power and interest of his adversaries, and flattered his revenge with the hope of wreaking his resentment with his own hands upon Macshane after our return to England. This last argument had more weight with him than all the rest and prevailed upon him to repair with me to the cockpit, which I no sooner entered than the idea of my departed friend presented itself to my remembrance and filled my eyes with tears. We discharged from our mess the boy who had acted so perfidiously, notwithstanding his tears, entreaties, and of penitence for what he had done, but not before he had confessed that the surgeon had bribed him to give evidence against us with a pair of stockings and a couple of old check shirts, of which his servant had since plundered him. The keys of our chests and lockers being sent to us by the doctor, we detained the messenger until we had examined the contents, and my fellow mate, finding all his Cheshire cheese consumed to a crust, his brandy exhausted, and his onions gone, was seized with a fit of choler, which he discharged on Macshane's man in oaths and execrations, threatening to prosecute him as a thief. The fellow swore in his turn that he never had the keys in his possession till that time, when he received them from his master with orders to deliver them to us. As God is my judge, cried Morgan, and my salvation, and my witness, whosoever has pilfered my provisions is a lousy, beggarly, rascally knave. And by the soul of my grandsire, I will impeach, and accuse, and indict him of a robbery, if I did but know who he is. Had this misfortune happened at sea, where we could not repair the loss, in all probability this descendant of Caractacus would have lost his wits entirely, but when I observed how easy it would be to remedy this paltry mischance, he became more calm and reconciled himself to the occasion. A little while after this transport the surgeon came into the berth under pretense of taking something out of the medicine chest and, with a smiling aspect, wished us joy of our deliverance, which, he said, he had been at great pains to obtain of the captain, who was very justly incensed at our behavior, but he, the doctor, had passed his word for our future conduct, and he hoped we should give him no cause to repent of his kindness. He expected, no doubt, an acknowledgement from us for this pretended piece of service, as well as a general amnesty of what was past, but he had to do with people who were not quite so apt to forgive injuries as he imagined, or to forget that, if our deliverance was owing to his mediation, our calamity was occasioned by his malice. I therefore sat silent, while my companion answered, 'Tis no matter, God knows the heart, there is a time for all things, as the wise man saith, there is a time for throwing away stones, and to gather them up.' He seemed to be disconcerted at this reply, and went away in a pet, muttering something about ingratitude and fellows of which we did not think fit to take any notice. Our fleet, having joined another that waited for us, lay at anchor about a month in the harbor of Portrayal in Jamaica, during which time something of consequence was certainly transacted, notwithstanding the insinuations of some who affirmed we had no business at all in that place, that, in order to take the advantage of the season proper for our enterprise, the West India squadron, which had previous notice of our coming, ought to have joined us at the west end of Hispaniola with necessary stores and refreshments, from whence we could have sailed directly for Carthagena before the enemy could put themselves in a good posture of defense, or, indeed, have an inkling of our design. Be this as it will, we sailed from Jamaica and, in 10 days or a fortnight, beat up against the wind as far as the Isle of Vache, with an intention, as was said, to attack the French fleet, then supposed to be lying near that place, but before we arrived, they had sailed for Europe, having first dispatched an advice boat to Carthagena with an account of our being in those seas, as also of our strength and destination. We loitered here some days longer, taking in wood and brackish water, in the use whereof, however, our admiral seemed to consult the health of the men by restricting each to a quart a day. At length we set sail and arrived in a bay to the windward of Carthagena, where we came to an anchor and lay at our ease 10 days longer. Here, again, certain malicious people took occasion to blame the conduct of their superiors by saying that in so doing they not only unprofitably wasted time, which was very precious, considering the approach of the rainy season, but also allowed the Spaniards to recollect themselves from a terror occasioned by the approach of an English fleet, at least 3 times as numerous as ever appeared in that part of the world before. But if I might be allowed to give my opinion of the matter, I would ascribe this delay to the generosity of our chiefs, who scorned to take any advantage that fortune might give them even over an enemy. At last, however, we weighed and anchored again somewhat nearer the harbor's mouth, where we made shift to land our marines, who encamped on the beach, in despite of the enemy's shot, which knocked a good many of them on the head. This piece of conduct, in choosing a camp under the walls of an enemy's fortification, which I believe never happened before, was practiced, I presume, with a view of accustoming the soldiers to stand fire, who were not as yet much used to discipline, most of them having been taken from the plough-tail a few months before. This expedient, again, has furnished matter for censure against a ministry for sending a few raw recruits on such an important enterprise while so many veteran regiments lay inactive at home. But surely our governors had their reasons for so doing, which possibly may be disclosed with other secrets of the deep. Perhaps they were loth to risk their best troops on such desperate service, or the colonel and the field officers of the old corps, who, generally speaking, enjoyed their commissions as sinecures or pensions, for some domestic services rendered to the court, refused to embark in such a dangerous and precarious undertaking, for which refusal, no doubt, they are to be much commended. Chapter 32. Our land forces being disembarked, erect a fascine battery. Our ship is ordered, with 4 more, to batter the port of Boca Chica. Macshane's cowardice, the chaplain's frenzy. Honest Ratlin loses one hand. His heroism and reflections on the battle. Crampley's behavior to me during the heat of the fight. Our forces being landed and stationed, as I have already mentioned, set about erecting a fascine battery to cannonade the principal fort of the enemy, and in something more than 3 weeks, it was ready to open. That we might do the Spaniards as much honor as possible, it was determined, in a council of war, that 5 of our largest ships should attack the fort on one side, while the battery, strengthened by 2 mortars and 24 cohorns, should ply it on the other. Accordingly, the signal for our ship to engage, among others, was hoisted, we being advertised, the night before, to make everything clear for that purpose, and, in so doing, a difference happened between Captain Oakham and his well-beloved cousin and councillor Macshane, which had well-nigh terminated in an open rupture. The doctor, who had imagined there was no more danger of being hurt by the enemy's shot in the cockpit than in the center of the earth, was lately informed that a surgeon's mate had been killed in that part of the ship by a cannonball from 2 small redoubts that were destroyed before the disembarkation of our soldiers, and therefore insisted upon having a platform raised for the convenience of the sick and wounded in the afterhold, where he deemed himself more secure than on the deck above. The captain, offended at this extraordinary proposal, accused him of pusillanimity and told him there was no room in the hold for such an occasion, or, if there was, he could not expect to be indulged more than the rest of the surgeons of the Navy who used the cockpit for that purpose. Fear rendering Macshane obstinate, he persisted in his demand and showed his instructions by which it was authorized. The captain swore these instructions were dictated by a parcel of lazy poltroons who were never at sea. Nevertheless, he was obliged to comply and sent for the carpenter to give him orders about it. But, before any such measure could be taken, our signal was thrown out and the doctor, compelled to trust his carcass in the cockpit, where Morgan and I were busy in putting our instruments and dressings in order. Our ship, with others destined for this service, immediately weighed and in less than half an hour came to an anchor before the castle of Boca Chica, with a spring upon our cable, and the cannonading, which indeed was dreadful, began. The surgeon, after having crossed himself, fell flat on the deck, and the chaplain and purser, who were stationed with us in quality of assistants, followed his example, while the Welshman and I sat upon a chest looking at one another with great discomposure, scarce able to refrain from the like prostration. And that the reader may know it was not a common occasion that alarmed us. Thus, I must inform him of the particulars of this dreadful din that astonished us. The fire of the Spaniards proceeded from 84 great guns, besides a mortar and small arms, in Boca Chica, 36. In Fort St. Joseph, 20 and 2 fascine batteries, and 4 men of war, mounting 64 guns each. This was answered by our land battery mounted with 21 cannon, 2 mortars, and 24 cohorns, and 5 great ships of 70 or 80 guns. That fired without intermission. We had not been many minutes engaged when one of the sailors brought another on his back to the cockpit, where he tossed him down like a bag of oats and, pulling out his pouch, put a large chew of tobacco in his mouth without speaking a word. Morgan immediately examined the condition of the wounded man and cried out, as I shall answer now. The man is as dead as my great-grandfather. Dead, said his comrade. He may be dead now, for aught I know, but I'll be DD if he was not alive when I took him up. So saying, he was about to return to his quarters when I bade him carry the body along with him and throw it overboard. "DN the body," said he, "I think 'tis fair enough if I take care of my own." My fellow mate, snatching up the amputation knife, pursued him halfway up the cockpit ladder, crying, "You lousy rascal. Is this the churchyard or the charnel house or the sepulchre or the Golgotha of the ship?" But was stopped in his career by one calling, "Yo he, avast there scaldings." "Scaldings," answered Morgan, "caught. Knows 'tis hot enough indeed." "Who are you?" "Here's one," replied the voice, and I immediately knew it to be that of my honest friend Jack Ratlin, who coming towards me, told me, with great deliberation, he was come to be docked at last and discovered the remains of one hand, which had been shattered to pieces with a grape shot. I lamented with unfeigned sorrow his misfortune, which he bore with heroic courage, observing that every shot had its commission. It was well it did not take him in the head. Or if it had, what then? He should have died bravely, fighting for his king and country. Death was a debt which every man owed and must pay, and that now was as well as another time. I was much pleased and edified with the maxims of this sea philosopher, who endured the amputation of his left hand without shrinking, the operation being performed, at his request, by me, after Macshane, who was with difficulty prevailed to lift his head from the deck, had declared there was a necessity for his losing the limb. While I was employed in dressing the stump, I asked Jack's opinion of the battle, who, shaking his head, frankly told me he believed we should do no good. For why? Because, instead of dropping anchor close under shore, where we should have to deal with one corner of Baca Chica only, we had opened the harbor and exposed ourselves to the whole fire of the enemy from their shipping and Fort St. Joseph, as well as from the castle we intended to cannonade, that, besides, we lay at too great a distance to damage the walls, and 3 parts in 4 of our shot did not take place, for there was scarce anybody on board who understood the pointing of a gun. "Ah. God help us," continued he, "if your kinsman, Lieutenant Bowling, had been here, we should have had other guess work." By this time, our patients had increased to such a number that we did not know which to begin with, and the first mate plainly told the surgeon that if he did not get up immediately and perform his duty, he would complain of his behavior to the admiral and make application for his warrant. This remonstrance effectually roused Macshane, who was never deaf to an argument in which he thought his interest was concerned. He therefore rose up and, in order to strengthen his resolution, had recourse more than once to a case bottle of rum, which he freely communicated to the chaplain and purser, who had as much need of such extraordinary inspiration as himself. Being thus supported, he went to work, and arms and legs were hewed down without mercy. The fumes of the liquor mounting into the parson's brain conspired with his former agitation of spirits to make him quite delirious. He stripped himself to the skin and, besmearing his body with blood, could scarce be withheld from running upon deck in that condition. Jack Ratlin, scandalized at this deportment, endeavored to allay his transports with reason, but finding all he said ineffectual and great confusion occasioned by his frolics, he knocked him down with his right hand and by threats kept him quiet in that state of humiliation. But it was not in the power of rum to elevate the purser, who sat on the floor wringing his hands and cursing the hour in which he left his peaceable profession of a brewer in Rochester to engage in such a life of terror and disquiet. While we diverted ourselves at the expense of this poor devil, a shot happened to take us between wind and water, and, its course being through the purser's storeroom, made a terrible havoc and noise among the jars and bottles in its way and disconcerted Macshane so much that he dropped his scalpel and, falling down on his knees, pronounced his pater noster aloud. The purser fell backward and lay without sense or motion, and the chaplain grew so outrageous that Ratlin with one hand could not keep him under, so that we were obliged to confine him in the surgeon's cabin, where he was no doubt guilty of 1,000 extravagancies. Much about this time, my old antagonist, Crampley, came down with express orders, as he said, to bring me up to the quarter-deck to dress a slight wound the captain had received by a splinter. His reason for honoring me in particular with this piece of Service being that in case I should be killed or disabled by the way, my death or mutilation would be of less consequence to the ship's company than that of the doctor or his first mate. At another time, perhaps, I might have disputed this order, to which I was not bound to pay the least regard, but as I thought my reputation depended upon my compliance, I was resolved to convince my rival that I was no more afraid than he of exposing myself to danger. With this view I provided myself with dressings and followed him immediately to the quarter-deck through a most infernal scene of slaughter, fire, smoke, and uproar. Captain Oakham, who leaned against a mizzen-mast, no sooner saw me approach in my shirt, with the sleeves tucked up to my armpits, and my hands dyed with blood, than he signified his displeasure by a frown and asked why the doctor himself did not come. I told him that Crampley had singled me out, as if by express command, at which reply he seemed surprised and threatened to punish the midshipman for his presumption after the engagement. In the meantime, I was sent back to my station and ordered to tell Mackshane that the captain expected him immediately. I got safe back and delivered my commission to the doctor, who flatly refused to quit the post assigned to him by his instructions, whereupon Morgan, who I believe was jealous of my reputation for courage, undertook the affair and ascended with great intrepidity. The captain, finding the surgeon obstinate, suffered himself to be dressed and swore he would confine Mackshane as soon as the service should be over. Chapter 33. A breach being made in the walls, our soldiers give the assault and take the place without opposition. Our sailors at the same time become masters of all the other strengths near Boca Chica and take possession of the harbor. The good consequence of this success, we move nearer the town, find 2 forts deserted and the channel blocked up with sunk vessels, which however we find means to clear land. Our soldiers at La Quinta repulse a body of militia, attack the castle of St. Lazare, and are forced to retreat with great loss. The remains of our army are re-embarked. An effort of the admiral to take the town. The economy of our expedition described. Having cannonaded the fort during the space of 4 hours, we were all ordered to slip our cables and sheer off, but next day the engagement was renewed and continued from the morning till the afternoon, when the enemy's fire from Boca Chica slackened and towards evening was quite silenced. A breach being made on the other side by our land battery, large enough to admit a middle-sized baboon, provided he could find means to climb up to it, our general proposed to give the assault that very night and actually ordered a detachment on that duty. Providence stood our friend upon this occasion and put it into the hearts of the Spaniards to abandon the fort, which might have been maintained by resolute men till the day of judgment against all the force we could exert in the attack. And while our soldiers took possession of the enemy's ramparts without resistance, the same good luck attended a body of sailors who made themselves masters of Fort St. Joseph, the Fascine batteries, and 1 Spanish man of war, the other 3 being burnt or sunk by the foe, that they might not fall into our hands. The taking of these forts, in the strength of which the Spaniards chiefly confided, made us masters of the outward harbor and occasioned great joy among us as we laid our accounts at finding little or no opposition from the town. And indeed, if a few great ships had sailed up immediately before they had recovered from the confusion and despair that our unexpected success had produced among them, it is not impossible that we might have finished the affair to our satisfaction without any more bloodshed, but this step our heroes disdained as a barbarous insult over the enemy's distress and gave them all the respite they could desire in order to recollect themselves. In the meantime, Mackshane, taking the advantage of this general exultation, waited on our captain and pleaded his own cause so effectually that he was re-established in his good graces, and as for Crampley, there was no more notice taken of his behavior towards me during the action. But of all the consequences of the victory, none was more grateful than plenty of fresh water after we had languished 5 weeks on the allowance of a purser's quart per day for each man in the torrid zone, where the sun was vertical and the expense of bodily fluid so great that a gallon of liquor could scarce supply the waste of 24 hours, especially as our provision consisted of putrid salt beef, to which the sailors gave the name of Irish horse, salt pork, of New England, which, though neither fish nor flesh, savored of Both, bred from the same country, every biscuit whereof, like a piece of clockwork, moved by its own internal impulse, occasioned by the myriads of insects that dwelt within it, and butter served out by the gill that tasted like train oil thickened with salt. Instead of small beer, each man was allowed 3 half-quarterns of brandy or rum, which were distributed every morning, diluted with a certain quantity of his water, without either sugar or fruit to render it palatable, for which reason, this composition was by the sailors not ineptly styled necessity. Nor was this limitation of simple element owing to a scarcity of it on board, for there was at this time water enough in the ship for a voyage of 6 months, at the rate of half a gallon per day to each man. But this fast must, I suppose, have been enjoined by way of penance on the ship's company for their sins, or rather with a view to mortify them into a contempt of life, that they might thereby become more resolute and regardless of danger. How simply then do those people argue who ascribe the great mortality among us to our bad provision and want of water, and affirm that a great many valuable lives might have been saved if the useless transports had been employed in fetching fresh stock, turtle, fruit, and other refreshments from Jamaica and other adjacent islands for the use of the army and fleet. Seeing it is to be hoped that those who died went to a better place, and those who survived were the more easily maintained. After all, a sufficient number remained to fall before the walls of St. Lazare, where they behaved like their own country mastiffs, which shut their eyes, run into the jaws of a bear, and have their heads crushed for their valor. But to return to my narration. After having put garrisons into the forts we had taken and re-embarked our soldiers and artillery, a piece of service that detained us more than a week, we ventured up to the mouth of the inner harbor, guarded by a large fortification on one side and a small redoubt on the other, both of which were deserted before our approach, and the entrance of the harbor blocked up by several old galleons and 2 men of war that the enemy had sunk in the channel. We made shift, however, to open a passage for some ships that favored a second landing of our troops at a place called La Quinta, not far from the town, where, after a faint resistance from a body of Spaniards who opposed their disembarkation, they encamped with a design of besieging the castle of St. Lazare, which overlooked and commanded the city. Whether our renowned general had nobody in his army who knew how to approach it in form, or that he trusted entirely to the fame of his arms, I shall not determine, but certain it is, a resolution was taken in a council of war to attack the place with musketry only. This was put in execution and succeeded accordingly, the enemy giving them such a hearty reception that the greatest part of their detachment took up their everlasting residence on the spot. Our chief, not relishing this kind of complaisance in the Spaniards, was wise enough to retreat on board with the remains of his army, which, from 8,000 able men landed on the beach near Baca Chica, was now reduced to 1,500 fit for service. The sick and wounded were squeezed into certain vessels, which thence obtained the name of hospital ships, though methinks they scarce deserved such a creditable title, seeing few of them could boast of their surgeon, nurse, or cook, and the space between decks was so confined that the miserable patients had not room to sit upright in their beds. Their wounds and stumps, being neglected, contracted filth and putrefaction, and millions of maggots were hatched amidst the corruption of their sores. This inhuman disregard was imputed to the scarcity of surgeons, though it is well known that every great ship in the fleet could have spared one at least for this duty, an expedient which would have been more than sufficient to remove this shocking inconvenience. But perhaps our general was too much of a gentleman to ask a favor of this kind from his fellow chief, who, on the other hand, would not derogate so much from his own dignity as to offer such assistance unasked, for I may venture to affirm that by this time the demon of discord, with her sooty wings, had breathed her influence upon our councils, and it might be said of these great men, I hope they will pardon the comparison, as of Caesar and Pompey, the one could not brook a superior, and the other was impatient of an equal, so that, between the pride of one and insolence of another, the enterprise miscarried, according to the proverb, between 2 stools the backside falls to the ground. Not that I would be thought to liken any public concern to that opprobrious part of the human body, though I might with truth assert, if I durst use such a vulgar idiom, that the nation did hang on Arcidas. Disappointment on this occasion, neither would I presume to compare the capacity of our heroic leaders to any such wooden convenience as a joint stool or a close stool, but only to signify by this simile the mistake the people committed in trusting to the union of two instruments that were never joined. A day or two after the attempt on St. Lazare, the admiral ordered one of the Spanish men of war we had taken to be mounted with 16 guns and manned with detachments from our great ships in order to batter the town. Accordingly, she was towed into the inner harbor in the night and moored within half a mile of the walls, against which she began to fire at daybreak and continued about 6 hours exposed to the opposition of at least 30 pieces of cannon, which at length obliged our men to set her on fire and get off as well as they could in their boats. This piece of conduct afforded matter of speculation to all the wits, either in the army or navy, who were at last fain to acknowledge it a stroke of policy above their comprehension. Some entertained such an irreverent opinion of the admiral's understanding as to think he expected the town would surrender to his floating battery of 16 guns. Others imagined his sole intention was to try the enemy's strength, by which he should be able to compute the number of great ships that would be necessary to force the town to a capitulation. But this last conjecture soon appeared groundless, inasmuch as no ships of any kind whatever were afterwards employed on that service. A third sort swore that no other cause could be assigned for this undertaking than that which induced Don Quixote to attack the windmill. A fourth class, and that the most numerous, though, without doubt, composed of the sanguine and malicious, plainly taxed this commander with want of honesty as well as sense, and alleged that he ought to have sacrificed private pique to the interest of his country, that, where the lives of so many brave fellow citizens were concerned, he ought to have concurred with the general without being solicited or even desired towards their preservation and advantage, that, if his arguments could not dissuade him from a desperate enterprise, it was his duty to have rendered it as practicable as possible without running extreme hazard. That this could have been done, with a good prospect of success, by ordering 5 or 6 large ships to batter the town, while the land forces stormed the castle. By these means a considerable diversion would have been made in favor of those troops who, in their march to the assault and in the retreat, suffered much more from the town than from the castle. That the inhabitants, seeing themselves vigorously attacked on all hands, would have been divided, distracted, and confused, and in all probability, unable to resist the assailants. But all these suggestions surely proceeded from ignorance or malevolence. Or else the admiral would not have found it such an easy matter, at his return to England, to justify his conduct to a ministry at once so upright and discerning. True it is that those who undertook to vindicate him on the spot asserted that there was not water enough for our great ships near the town, though this was a little unfortunately urged, because there happened to be pilots in the fleet perfectly well acquainted with the soundings of the harbor, who affirmed there was water enough for 5 80-gun ships to lie abreast almost up to the very walls. The disappointments we suffered occasioned a universal dejection, which was not at all alleviated by the objects that daily and hourly entertained our eyes, nor by the prospect of what must have inevitably happened had we remained much longer in this place. Such was the economy in some ships that, rather than be at the trouble of interring the dead, their commanders ordered their men to throw their bodies overboard, many without either ballast or winding sheet, so that numbers of human carcasses floated in the harbor until they were devoured by sharks and carrion crows, which afforded no agreeable spectacle to those who survived. At the same time, the wet season began, during which a deluge of rain falls from the rising to the setting sun without intermission, and that no sooner ceases than it begins to thunder and lighten with such continued flashing that one can see to read a very small print by the illumination. Chapter 34. An epidemic fever rages among us. We abandon our conquests. I am seized with distemper. Write a petition to the captain, which is rejected. I am in danger of suffocation through the malice of Crampley, and relieved by a sergeant. My fever increases. The chaplain wants to confess me. I obtain a favorable crisis. Morgan's affection for me proved. The behavior of Mackshane and Crampley towards me. Captain Oakham is removed into another ship with his beloved doctor. Our new captain described an adventure of Morgan. The change of the atmosphere, occasioned by this phenomenon, conspired With the stench that surrounded us, the heat of the climate, our own constitutions, impoverished by bad provisions, and our despair, too, introduced the bilious fever among us, which raged with such violence that 3/4 of those whom it invaded died in a deplorable manner, the color of their skin being, by the extreme putrefaction of the juices, changed into that of soot. Our conductors, finding things in this situation, perceived it was high to relinquish our conquests, and this we did, after having rendered their artillery useless and blown up their walls with gunpowder. Just as we sailed from Boca Chica on our return to Jamaica, I found myself threatened with the symptoms of this terrible distemper, and knowing very well that I stood no chance for my life if I should be obliged to be in the cockpit, which by this time was grown intolerable, even to people in health, by reason of the heat and unwholesome smell of decayed provision, I wrote a petition to the captain, representing my case and humbly imploring his permission to be among the soldiers in the middle deck for the benefit of the air. But I might have spared myself the trouble, for this humane commander refused my request and ordered me to continue in the place allotted for the surgeon's mates, or else be contented to be in the hospital, which, by the by, was 3° more offensive and more suffocating than our own berth below. Another, in my condition, perhaps, would have submitted to his fate and died in a pet, but I could not brook the thought of perishing so pitifully after I had weathered so many gales of hard fortune. I, therefore, without minding Oakham's injunction, prevailed upon the soldiers whose goodwill I had acquired to admit my hammock among them, and actually congratulated myself upon my comfortable situation, which Crampley no sooner understood than he signified to the captain my contempt of his orders and was invested with power to turn me down again into my proper habitation. This barbarous piece of revenge incensed me so much against the author that I vowed, with bitter imprecations, to call him to a severe account if ever it should be in my power, and the agitation of my spirits increased my fever to a violent degree. While I lay gasping for breath in this infernal abode, I was visited by a sergeant, the bones of whose nose I had reduced and set to rights after they had been demolished by a splinter during our last engagement. He, being informed of my condition, offered me the use of his berth in the middle deck, which was enclosed with canvas and well aired by a porthole that remained open within it. I embraced this proposal with joy and was immediately conducted to the place where I was treated while my illness lasted with the utmost tenderness and care by this grateful halberdier, who had no other bed for himself than a hencoop during the whole passage. Here I lay and enjoyed the breeze, notwithstanding which my malady gained ground, and at length my life was despaired of, though I never lost hopes of recovery, even when I had the mortification to see, from my cabin window, 6 or 7 thrown overboard every day, who died of the same distemper. This confidence, I am persuaded, conduced a great deal to the preservation of my life, especially when joined to another resolution I took at the beginning, namely, to refuse all medicine, which I could not help thinking cooperated with the disease and, instead of resisting putrefaction, promoted a total degeneracy of the vital fluid. When my friend Morgan, therefore, brought his diaphoretic boluses, I put them into my mouth, 'tis true, but without any intention of swallowing them. And, when he went away, spit them out and washed my mouth with water gruel. I seemingly complied in this matter that I might not affront the blood of Caractacus by a refusal which might have intimated a diffidence of his physical capacity, for he acted as my physician, Dr. Macshane never once inquiring about me or even knowing where I was when my distemper was at the height. Morgan thought my case desperate and, after having applied a blister to the nape of my neck, squeezed my hand, bidding me, with a woeful countenance, recommend myself to Cot and my reteamer, then, taking his leave, desired the chaplain to come and administer some spiritual consolation to me, but, before he arrived, I made shift to rid myself of the troublesome application the Welshman had bestowed on my back. The person, having felt my pulse, inquired into the nature of my complaints, hemmed a little, and began thus: "Mr. Random, God out of His infinite mercy has been pleased to visit you with a dreadful distemper, the issue of which no man knows. You may be permitted to recover and live many days on the face of the earth, and, which is more probable, you may be taken away and cut off in the flower of your Youth. It is incumbent on you, therefore, to prepare for the great change by repenting sincerely of your sins. Of this there cannot be a greater sign than an ingenuous confession, which I conjure you to make without hesitation or mental reservation, and, when I am convinced of your sincerity, I will then give you such comfort as the situation of your soul will admit of. Without doubt, you have been guilty of numberless transgressions to which youth is subject, as swearing, drunkenness, whoredom, and adultery. Tell me therefore, without reserve, the particulars of each, especially of the last, that I may be acquainted with the true state of your conscience, for no physician will prescribe for his patient until he knows the circumstances of his disease. As I was not under any apprehensions of death, I could not help smiling at the chaplain's inquisitive remonstrance, which I told him savored more of the Roman than of the Protestant Church, in recommending auricular confession, a thing, in my opinion, not at all necessary to salvation, and which, for that reason, I declined. This reply disconcerted him a little, however, he explained away his meaning in making learned distinctions between what was absolutely necessary and what was only convenient, then proceeded to ask what religion I professed. I answered that I had not as yet considered the difference of religions, consequently had not fixed on any one in particular, but that I was bred a Presbyterian. At this word the chaplain expressed great astonishment and said he could not comprehend how a Presbyterian was entitled to any post under the English government. Then he asked if I had ever received the sacrament or taken the oaths. To which questions, I replying in the negative, he held up his hands, assured me he could do me no service, wished I might not be in a state of reprobation, and returned to his messmates, who were making merry in the ward room, round a table well stored with bumbo2 and wine. Tubumbo is a liquor composed of rum, sugar, water, and nutmeg. This insinuation, terrible as it was, had not such an effect upon me as the fever, which, soon after he had left me, grew outrageous. I began to see strange chimeras and concluded myself upon the point of being delirious. In the meantime, being in great danger of suffocation, I started up in a kind of frantic fit, with an intention to plunge myself into the sea, and, as my friend the sergeant was not present, would certainly have cooled myself to some purpose had I not perceived a moisture upon my thigh as I endeavored to get out of my hammock. The appearance of this revived my hopes, and I had reflection and resolution enough to take the advantage of this favorable symptom by tearing the shirt from my body and the sheets from my bed and wrapping myself in a thick blanket, in which enclosure, for about a quarter of an hour, felt all the pains of hell. But it was not long before I was recompensed for my suffering by a profuse sweat that, bursting from the whole surface of my skin in less than 2 hours, relieved me from all my complaints except that of weakness and left me as hungry as a kite. I enjoyed a very comfortable nap, after which I was regaling myself with the agreeable reverie of future happiness when I heard Morgan, on the outside of the curtain, ask the sergeant if I was alive still. Alive? Cried the other, God forbid he should be. Otherwise. He has lain quiet these 5 hours, and I do not choose to disturb him, for sleep will do him great service. Said my fellow mate, he sleeps so sound, look you, that he will not waken till the great trump plows. God be merciful to his soul. He has paid his debt like an honest man, and moreover, he is at rest from all persecutions and troubles and afflictions, of which God knows, and I know, he had his own share. Acre. He was a promising youth. Indeed. So saying, he groaned grievously and began to whine in such a manner as persuaded me he had a real friendship for me. The sergeant, alarmed at his words, came into the berth and, while he looked upon me, I smiled and tipped him the wink. He immediately guessed my meaning, and remaining silent, Morgan was confirmed in his opinion of my being dead, whereupon he approached, with tears in his eyes, in order to indulge his grief with a sight of the object. And I counterfeited death so well, by fixing my eyes and dropping my under jaw, that he said, there he lies, no better than a lump of clay, God help me. And observed, by the distortion of my face, that I must have had a strong struggle. I should not have been able to contain myself much longer when he began to perform the last duty of a friend in closing my eyes and my mouth, upon which I suddenly snapped at his fingers and discompassed him. So much that he started back, turned pale as ashes, and stared like the picture of horror, although I could not help laughing at his appearance. I was concerned for his situation and stretched out my hand, telling him I hoped to live and eat some salmagundi of his making in England. It was some time before he could recollect himself so far as to feel my pulse and inquire into the particulars of my disease. But when he found I had enjoyed a favorable crisis, he congratulated me upon my good fortune, not failing to ascribe it, undercaught, to the blister he had applied to my back at his last visit, which, by the by, said he, must now be removed and dressed. He was actually going to fetch dressings when I, feigning astonishment, said, "Bless me. Sure. You never applied a blister to me. There is nothing on my back, I assure you." But he could not be convinced till he had examined it and then endeavored to conceal his confusion by expressing his surprise in finding the skin untouched and the plaster missing. In order to excuse myself for paying so little regard to his prescription, I pretended to have been insensible when it was put on and to have pulled it off afterwards in a fit of delirium. This apology satisfied my friend, who, on this occasion, abated a good deal of his stiffness in regard to punctilio, and as we were now safely arrived at Jamaica, where I had the benefit of fresh provisions and other refreshments, I recovered strength every day, and, in a short time, my health and vigor were perfectly re-established. When I got up at first and was just able to crawl about the deck with a staff in my hand, I met Dr. Macshane, who passed by me with a disdainful look and did not vouchsafe to honor me with one word. After him came Crampley, who, strutting up to me with a fierce countenance, pronounced, "Here's fine discipline on board when such lazy, skulking sons of bitches as you are allowed, on pretense of sickness, to lollop at your ease while your betters are kept to hard duty." The sight and behavior of this malicious scoundrel enraged me so much that I could scarce refrain from laying my cudgel across his pate, but when I considered my present feebleness and the enemies I had in the ship, who wanted only a pretense to ruin me, I restrained my passion and contented myself with telling him I had not forgot his insolence and malice and that I hoped we should meet one day on shore. At this declaration he grinned, shook his fist, and swore he longed for nothing more than such an opportunity. Meanwhile our ship was ordered to be heaved down, victualled, and watered for her return to England. And our captain, for some reason or other, not thinking it convenient for him to revisit his native country at this time, exchanged with a gentleman who, on the other hand, wished for nothing so much as to be safe without the tropic, all his care and tenderness of himself being insufficient to preserve his complexion from the injuries of the sun and weather. Our tyrant having left the ship and carried his favorite Macshane along with him, to my inexpressible satisfaction, our new commander came on board in a 10-oared barge, overshadowed with a vast umbrella, and appeared in everything the reverse of oakum, being a tall, thin young man, dressed in this manner. A white hat, garnished with a red feather, adorned his head, from whence his hair flowed upon his shoulders in ringlets tied behind with a ribbon. His coat, consisting of pink-colored silk lined with white by the elegance of the cut, retired backward, as it were, to discover a white satin waistcoat embroidered with gold, unbuttoned at the upper part to display a brooch set with garnets that glittered in the breast of his shirt, which was of the finest cambric, edged with right Mechlin. The knees of his crimson velvet breeches scarce descended so low as to meet his silk stockings, which rose without spot or wrinkle on his meager legs from shoes of blue Mariquin, studded with diamond buckles that flamed forth rivals to the sun. A steel-hilted sword, inlaid with gold and decked with a knot of ribbon which fell down in a rich tassel, equipped his side, and an amber-headed cane hung dangling from his wrist. But the most remarkable parts of his furniture were a mask on his face and white gloves on his hands, which did not seem to be put on with an intention to be pulled off occasionally, but were fixed with a curious ring on the little finger of each hand. In this garb, Captain Whiffle, for that was his name, took possession of the ship, surrounded with a crowd of attendants, all of whom, in their different degrees, seemed to be of their patron's disposition. And the air was so impregnated with perfumes that one may venture to Affirm the climate of Arabia Felix was not half so sweet-scented. My fellow mate, observing no surgeon among his train, thought he had found an occasion too favorable for himself to be neglected, and, remembering the old proverb, spare to speak and spare to speed, resolved to solicit the new captain's interest immediately before any other surgeon could be appointed for the ship. With this view he repaired to the cabin in his ordinary dress, consisting of a check shirt and trousers, a brown linen waistcoat, and a nightcap of the same. Neither of them very clean, which, for his further misfortune, happened to smell strong of tobacco. Entering without any ceremony into this sacred place, he found Captain Whiffle reposing upon a couch with a wrapper of fine chintz about his body and a muslin cap bordered with lace about his head, and after several low congés began in this manner. "Sir, I hope you will forgive and excuse and pardon the presumption of one who has not the honor of being known to you, but who is nevertheless a gentleman born and bred and moreover has had misfortunes, God help me, in the world." Here he was interrupted by the captain, who, on seeing him, had started up with great amazement at the novelty of the apparition and, having recollected himself, pronounced with a look and tone signifying disdain, curiosity and surprise, "Zounds! Who art thou?" "I am surgeons first mate on board of this ship," replied Morgan. "And I most vehemently desire and beseech you, with all submission, to be pleased to condescend and vouchsafe to inquire into my character and my behavior and my deserts, which, under cot, I hope, will entitle me to the vacancy of surgeon." As he proceeded in his speech, he continued, advancing towards the captain, whose nostrils were no sooner saluted with the aromatic flavor that exhaled from him than he cried with great emotion, "Heaven preserve me! I am suffocated! Fellow, away with thee! Curse thee, fellow! Get thee gone! I shall be stunk to death!" At the noise of his outcries, his servants ran into his apartment and he accosted them thus: "Villains! Cutthroats! Traitors! I am betrayed! I am sacrificed! Will you not carry that monster away? Or must I be stifled with the stench of him? Oh, oh!" With these interjections he sank down upon his settee in a fit. His valet de chamber plied him with a smelling bottle, one footman chafed his temples with Hungary water, another sprinkled the floor with spirits of lavender, a third pushed Morgan out of the cabin, who, coming to the place where I was, sat down with a demure countenance and, according to his custom, when he received any indignity which he durst not revenge, began to sing a Welsh ditty. I guessed he was under some agitation of spirits and desired to know the cause, but, instead of answering me directly, he asked with great emotion if I thought him a monster and a stinkard. "A monster and a stinkard?" said I, with some surprise. "Did anybody call you so?" "Cot is my judge," replied B. "Captain Fifel did call me both, and all. The waters in the Toy will not wash it out of my remembrance. I do affirm and avouch and maintain, with my soul and my pody and my blood, look you, that I have no smells about me, but such as a Christian ought to have, except the effluvia of tobacco, which is a cephalic, odoriferous, aromatic herb, and he is a son of a mountain. Goat who says otherwise. As for my being a minister, let that be as it is. I am as Cot was pleased to create me, which, peradventure, is more than I shall ever aver of him who gave me that title, for I will proclaim it before the world, that he is disguised and transfigured and transmogrified with affectation and whimsies, and that he is more like a papoon than of the human race. Chapter 35. Captain Whiffle sends for me. His situation described. His surgeon arrives, prescribes for him, and puts him to bed. A bed is put up for Mr. Simper contiguous to the stateroom, which, with other parts of the captain's behavior, gives the ship's company a very unfavorable idea of their commander. I am detained in the West Indies by the admiral and go on board of the Lizard sloop of war in quality of surgeon's mate, where I make myself known to the surgeon, who treats me very kindly. I go on shore, sell my ticket, purchase necessaries, and, at my return on board, am surprised at the sight of Crampley, who is appointed lieutenant of the sloop. We sail on a cruise, take a prize, in which I arrive at Port Morant under the command of my messmate, with whom I live in great harmony. He was going on with an eulogium upon the captain when I received a Message to clean myself and go up to the great cabin. And with this command I instantly complied, sweetening myself with rosewater from the medicine chest. When I entered the room, I was ordered to stand by the door until Captain Whiffle had reconnoitered me at a distance with a spyglass. He, having consulted one's sense in this manner, bade me advance gradually, that his nose might have intelligence before it could be much offended. I therefore approached with great caution and success, and he was pleased to say, this creature is tolerable. I found him lolling on his couch with a languishing air, his head supported by his valet de chamber, who from time to time applied a smelling bottle to his nose. Vergette said he in a squeaking tone. Dost think this wretch, meaning me, will do me no injury? May I venture to submit my arm to him? "'Pon my word," replied the valet, "I do tink dat dear be great occasion for your honor losing a small quantite of blot, and the young man of a quelk chose of de bon. Mine." "Well, then," said his master, "I think I must venture." Then, addressing himself to me, "Hast thou ever blooded anybody but brutes? But I need not ask thee, for thou wilt tell me a most able lie." "Brutes, sir," answered I, pulling down his glove in order to feel his pulse. "I never meddle with brutes." "What the devil art thou about?" cried he. "Dost thou intend to twist off my hand? Gad's curse! My arm is venomed up to the very shoulder. Heaven have mercy upon me. Must I perish under the hands of savages? What an unfortunate dog was I to come on board without my own surgeon, Mr. Simper. I craved pardon for having handled him so roughly and, with the utmost care and tenderness, tied up his arm with a fillet of silk. While I was feeling for the vein, he desired to know how much blood I intended to take from him, and, when I answered, not above 12 ounces, started up with a look full of horror and bade me be gone, swearing I had a design upon his life. Vergette appeased him with difficulty and, opening a bureau, took out a pair of scales, in one of which was placed a small cup, and, putting them into my hand, told me the captain never lost above an ounce and 3 drams at one time. While I prepared for this important evacuation, there came into the cabin a young man gaily dressed, of a very delicate complexion with a kind of languid smile on his face, which seemed to have been rendered habitual by a long course of affectation. The captain no sooner perceived him than, rising hastily, he flew into his arms, crying, "Oh, my dear Simper, I am excessively disordered. I have been betrayed, frighted, murdered by the negligence of my servants, who suffered a beast, a mule, a bear, to surprise me and stink me into convulsions with the fumes of tobacco." Simper, who by this time, I found, was obliged to act for the clearness of his complexion, assumed an air of softness and sympathy and lamented with many tender expressions of sorrow the sad accident that had thrown him into that condition. Then, feeling his patient's pulse on the outside of his glove, gave it as his opinion that his disorder was entirely nervous and that some drops of tincture of castor and liquid laudanum would be of more service to him than bleeding, by bridling the inordinate sallies of his spirits and compassing the fermentation of his bile. I was therefore sent to prepare this prescription, which was administered in a glass of sack posset after the captain had been put to bed, and orders sent to the officers on the quarter deck to let nobody walk on that side under which he lay. While the captain enjoyed his repose, the doctor watched over him and indeed became so necessary that a cabin was made for him contiguous to the stateroom where Whiffle slept, that he might be at hand in case of accidents in the night. Next day, our commander, being happily recovered, gave orders that none of the lieutenants should appear upon deck without a wig, sword, and ruffles, nor any midshipman or other petty officer be seen with a check shirt or dirty linen. He also prohibited any person whatever, except Simper and his own servants, from coming into the great cabin without first sending in to obtain leave. These singular regulations did not prepossess the ship's company in his favor, but, on the contrary, gave Scandal an opportunity to be very busy with his character and accuse him of maintaining a correspondence with his surgeon not fit to be named. In a few weeks, our ship being under sailing orders, I was in hope of revisiting my native country in a very short time when the admiral's surgeon came on board and, sending for Morgan and me to the quarterdeck gave us to understand there was a great scarcity of surgeons in the West Indies, that he was commanded to detain one mate out of every great ship that was bound for England, and desired us to agree between ourselves before the next day at that hour which of us should stay behind. We were thunderstruck at this proposal and stared at one another some time without speaking. At length the Welshman broke silence and offered to remain in the West Indies, provided the admiral would give him a surgeon's warrant immediately, but he was told there was no want of chief surgeons and that he must be contented with the station of mate till he should be further provided for in due course. Whereupon Morgan flatly refused to quit the ship for which the commissioners of the Navy had appointed him, and the other told him as plainly that if we could not determine the affair by ourselves before tomorrow morning, he must cast lots and abide by his chance. When I recalled to my remembrance the miseries I had undergone in England, where I had not one friend to promote my interest or favor my advancement in the Navy, and the same time reflected on the present dearth of surgeons in the West Indies and the unhealthiness of the climate, which every day almost reduced a number, I could not help thinking my success would be much more certain and expeditious by my staying where I was than by returning to Europe. I therefore resolved to comply with a good grace, and next day, when we were ordered to throw dice, told Morgan he needed not trouble himself, for I would voluntarily submit to the admiral's pleasure. This frank declaration was commended by the gentleman, who assured me it should not fare the worse with me for my resignation. Indeed, he was as good as his word, and that very afternoon procured a warrant appointing me surgeon's mate of the Lizard sloop of war, which put me on a footing with every first mate in the service. My ticket being made out, I put my chest and bedding on board a canoe that lay alongside, and, having shook hands with my trusty friend the sergeant, an honest Jack Ratlin, who was bound for Greenwich Hospital, I took my leave of Morgan with many tears after we had exchanged our sleeve buttons as remembrances of each other. Having presented my new warrant to the captain of the Lizard, I inquired for the doctor, whom I no sooner saw than I recollected him to be one of those young fellows with whom I had been committed to the round house during our frolic with Jackson, as I have related before. He received me with a good deal of courtesy and, when I put him in mind of our former acquaintance, expressed great joy at seeing me again and recommended me to an exceeding good mess composed of the gunner and master's mate. As there was not one sick person in the ship, I got leave to go ashore next day with the gunner, who recommended me to a Jew that bought my ticket at the rate of 40% discount and, having furnished myself with the necessaries I wanted, returned on board in the evening and, to my surprise, found my old antagonist cramply walking upon deck. Though I did not fear his enmity, I was shocked at his appearance and communicated my sentiments on that subject to Mr. Tomlins the surgeon, who told me that Crampley, by dint of some friends about the admiral, had procured a commission constituting him lieutenant on board the Lizard, and advised me, now he was my superior officer, to behave with some respect towards him, or else he would find 1,000 opportunities of using me ill. This advice was a bitter potion to me, whom pride and resentment had rendered utterly incapable of the least submission to, or even of a reconciliation with, the wretch who had, on many occasions, treated me so inhumanly. However, I resolved to have as little connection as possible with him and to ingratiate myself as much as I could with the rest of the officers, whose friendship might be a bulwark to defend me from the attempts of his malice. In less than a week we sailed on a cruise, and having weathered the east end of the island, had the good fortune to take a Spanish barcalango with her prize, which was an English ship bound for Bristol that sailed from Jamaica a fortnight before, without convoy. All the prisoners who were well, we put on shore on the north side of the island. The prizes were manned with Englishmen, and the command of the barcalango given to my friend the master's mate, with orders to carry them into Port Morant and there to remain until the Lizard's cruise should be ended, at which time she would touch at the same place. In her way to Port Royal, with him I was sent to attend the wounded Spaniards as well as Englishmen, who amounted to 16, and to take care of them on shore in a house that was to be hired as an hospital. This destination gave me a great deal of pleasure, as I should, for some time, be freed from the arrogance of Crampley, whose inveteracy against me had already broken out on 2 or 3 occasions since he was become a lieutenant. My messmate, who very much resembled my uncle, both in figure and disposition, treated me on board of the prize with the utmost civility and confidence, and, among other favors, made me a present of a silver-hilted hanger and a pair of pistols mounted with the same metal, which fell to his share in plundering the enemy. We arrived safely at Morant and, going on shore, pitched upon an empty storehouse which we hired for the reception of the wounded who were brought to it next day, with beds and other necessaries, and 4 of the ship's company appointed to attend them and obey me. Chapter 36. A strange adventure in consequence of which I am extremely happy. Cramply does me in offices with the captain, but his malice is defeated by the good nature and friendship of the surgeon. We return to Port Royal. Our captain gets the command of a larger ship and is succeeded by an old man. Braille is provided for. We receive orders to sail for England. When my patients were all in a fair way, my companion and commander, whose name was Braille, carried me up the country to the house of a rich planter with whom he was acquainted, where we were sumptuously entertained, and in the evening set out on our return to the ship. When we had walked about a mile by moonlight, we perceived a horseman behind us, who coming up, wished us good even, and asked which way we went. His voice, which was quite familiar to me, no sooner struck my ear than, in spite of all my resolution and reflection, my hair bristled up, and I was seized with a violent fit of trembling, which Braille, misinterpreting, bade me be under no concern. I told him he was mistaken in the cause of my disorder, and, addressing myself to the person on horseback, said, "I could have sworn by your voice that you were a dear friend of mine if I had not been certain of his death." To this address, after some pause, he replied, "There are many voices as well as faces that resemble one another, but, pray, what was your friend's name?" I satisfied him in that particular and gave a short detail of the melancholy fate of Thompson, not without many sighs and some tears. A silence ensued, which lasted some minutes, and then the conversation turned on different subjects till we arrived at a house on the road where the horseman alighted and begged with so much earnestness that we would go in and drink a bowl of punch with him that we could not resist. But, if I was alarmed at his voice, what must my amazement be when I discovered by the light the very person of my lamented friend. Perceiving my confusion, which was extreme, he clasped me in his arms and bedewed my face with tears. It was some time ere I recovered the use of my reason, overpowered with this event, and longer still before I could speak, so that all I was capable of was to return his embraces and to mingle the overflowings of my joy with his, whilst honest Braille, affected with the scene, wept as fast as either of us and signified his participation of our happiness by hugging us both and capering about the room like a madman. At length, I retrieved the use of my tongue and cried, "Is it possible you can be my friend Thompson?" "No, certainly, alas. He was drowned, and I am now under the deception of a dream." He was at great pains to convince me of his being the individual person whom I regretted, and bidding me sit down and compose myself, promised to explain his sudden disappearance from the thunder and to account for his being at present in the land of the living. This task he acquitted himself of after I had drunk a glass of punch and recollected my spirits by informing us that, with a determination to rid himself of a miserable existence, he had gone in the night time to the Head while the ship was on her way, from whence he slipped down as softly as he could by the bows into the sea, where, after he was heartily ducked, he began to repent of his precipitation and, as he could swim very well, kept himself above water in hopes of being taken up by some of the ships astern. That, in this situation, he hailed a large vessel and begged to be taken in, but was answered that she was a heavy sailer and therefore they did not choose to lose time by bringing to. However, they threw an old chest overboard for his convenience and told him that some of the ships astern would certainly save him, that no other vessel came within sight or cry of him for the space of 3 hours, during which time he had the mortification to find himself in the middle of the ocean alone, without other support or resting place but what a few crazy boards afforded. Till at last he discerned a small sloop steering towards him, upon which he set up his throat and had the good fortune to be hurt and rescued from the dreary waste by their boat, which was hoisted out on purpose. I was no sooner brought on board, continued he, than I fainted and, when I recovered my senses, found myself in bed, regaled with a most noisome smell of onions and cheese, which made me think at first that I was in my own hammock, alongside of honest Morgan, and that all which had passed was no more than a dream. Upon inquiry, I understood that I was on board of a schooner belonging to Rhode Island, bound for Jamaica, with a cargo of geese, pigs, onions, and cheese, and that the master's name was Robertson, by birth a North Briton, whom I knew at first sight to be an old schoolfellow of mine. When I discovered myself to him, he was transported with surprise and joy, and begged to know the occasion of my misfortune, which I did not think fit to disclose, because I knew his notions with regard to religion were very severe and confined, therefore contented myself with telling him I fell overboard by accident, but made no scruple of explaining the nature of my disagreeable station and of acquainting him with my determined purpose never to return to the Thunder man of war, although he was not of my opinion in that particular, knowing that I must lose my clothes and what pay was due to me unless I went back to my duty. Yet, when I described the circumstances of the hellish life I led under the tyrannic sway of Oakham and Backshane, and, among other grievances, hinted a dissatisfaction at the irreligious deportment of my shipmates and the want of the true Presbyterian gospel doctrine, he changed his sentiments and conjured me with great vehemence and zeal to lay aside all thought of rising in the Navy, and, that he might show how much he had my interest at heart, undertook to provide for me in some shape or other before he should leave Jamaica. This promise he performed to my heart's desire by recommending me to a gentleman of fortune with whom I have lived ever since in quality of surgeon and overseer to his plantations. He and his lady are now at Kingston, so that I am, for the present, master of this house, to which, from my soul, I bid you welcome and hope you will favor me with your company during the remaining part of the night. I needed not a second invitation, but Mr. Braille, who was a diligent and excellent officer, could not be persuaded to sleep out of the ship. However, he supped with us and, after having drank a cheerful glass, set out for the vessel, which was not above 3 miles from the place, escorted by a couple of stout Negroes whom Mr. Thompson ordered to conduct him. Never were two friends more happy in the conversation of each other than we, for the time it lasted. I related to him the particulars of our attempt upon Carthagena, of which he had heard but an imperfect account, and he gratified me with a narration of every little incident of his life since we parted. He assured me it was with the utmost difficulty he could resist his inclination of coming down to Port Royal to see Morgan and me, of whom he had heard no tidings since the day of our separation, but that he was restrained by the fear of being detained as a deserter. He told me that, when he heard my voice in the dark, he was almost as much surprised as I was at seeing him. Afterwards, and, in the confidence of friendship, disclosed a passion he entertained for the only daughter of the gentleman with whom he lived, who, by his description, was a very amiable young lady and did not disdain his addresses, that he was very much favored by her parents and did not despair of obtaining their consent to the match, which would at once render him independent of the world. I congratulated him on his good fortune, which he protested should never make him forget his friends, and, towards morning, we betook ourselves to rest. Next day he accompanied me to the ship, where Mr. Braille entertained him at dinner, and we having spent the afternoon together, he took his leave of us in the evening, after he had forced upon me 10 pistoles as a small token of his affection. In short, while he stayed here, we saw one another every day and generally ate at the same table, which was plentifully supplied by him with all kinds of poultry, butcher's meat, oranges, limes, lemons, pineapples, Madeira wine, and excellent rum, so that this small interval of 10 days was by far the most agreeable period of my life. At length the Lizard arrived, and my patients being all fit for duty, they and I were ordered on board of her, where I understood from Mr. Tomlins that there was a shyness between the lieutenant and him on my account, the rancorous villain having taken the opportunity of my absence to fill the captain's ears with 1,000 scandalous stories. To my prejudice, among other things affirming that I had been once transported for theft, and that when I was in the Thunder man of war, I had been whipped for the same crime. The surgeon, on the other hand, having heard my whole story from my own mouth, defended me strenuously. And in the course of that good-natured office recounted all the instances of Crampley's malice against me while I remained on board of that ship, which declaration, while it satisfied the captain of my innocence, made the lieutenant as much my defender's enemy as mine. The infernal behavior of Crampley, with regard to me, added such fuel to his former resentment that, at certain times, I was quite beside myself with the desire of revenge and was even tempted to pistol him on the quarter-deck, though an infamous death must inevitably have been my reward. But the surgeon, who was my confidant, argued against such a desperate action so effectually that I stifled the flame which consumed me for the present and resolved to wait for a more convenient opportunity. In the meantime, that Mr. Tomlins might be the more convinced of the wrongs I suffered by this fellow's slander, I begged he would go and visit Mr. Thompson, whose wonderful escape I had made him acquainted with, and inquire of him into the particulars of my conduct while he was my fellow mate. This request the surgeon complied with, more through curiosity to see a person whose fate had been so extraordinary than to confirm his good opinion of me, which he assured me was already firmly established. He therefore set out for the dwelling place of my friend with a letter of introduction from me, and being received with all the civility and kindness I expected, returned to the ship not only satisfied with my character beyond the power of doubt or insinuation, but also charmed with the affability and conversation of Thompson, who loaded him and me with presents of fresh stock, liquors, and fruit. As he would not venture to come and see us on board, lest Crampley should know and detain him, when the time of our departure approached, I obtained leave to go and bid him farewell. After we had vowed an everlasting friendship, he pressed upon me a purse with 4 doubloons, which I refused as long as I could without giving umbrage, and, having cordially embraced each other, I returned on board, where I found a small box with a letter directed for me to the care of Mr. Tomlins. Knowing the superscription to be of Thompson's handwriting, I opened it with some surprise and learned that this generous friend, not content with loading me with the presents already mentioned, had sent, for my use and acceptance, half a dozen fine shirts and as many linen waistcoats and caps, with 12 pair of new thread stockings. Being thus provided with money and all necessaries for the comfort of life, I began to look upon myself as a gentleman of some consequence and felt my pride dilate apace. Next day we sailed for Port Royal, where we arrived safely with our prizes, and, as there was nothing to do on board, I went ashore and, having purchased a laced waistcoat with some other clothes at a sale, made a swaggering figure for some days among the taverns, where I ventured to play a little at hazard and came off with 50 pistoles in my pocket. Meanwhile our captain was promoted to a ship of 20 guns and the command of the Lizard given to a man turned of 80, who had been lieutenant since the reign of King William and, notwithstanding his long service, would have probably died in that station had he not applied some prize money he had lately received to make interest with his superiors. My friend Braille was also made an officer about the same time, after he had served in quality of a midshipman and mate for 25 years. Soon after these alterations, the admiral pitched upon our ship to carry home dispatches for the ministry, and we set sail for England, having first scrubbed her bottom and taken in provision and water for the occasion.